Tom from London, UK, a DevRel engineer at Ably, who has interests in open real-time data and ways of representing this and sharing it with the world. Tom is also a member of some amazing open standards, for example, Open API. In today's talk, Tom is going to be talking about streaming GTFS transit data in real time using Node.js. So what's this talk about? Well, let's dig into more details. Transit data is used by many for travel. Most of these sources follow GTFS, but unfortunately don't offer a real-time solution. Those that do tend to do it in intervals, which render it hard to use for clients. So in this talk by Tom today, Tom is going to share the research and how GTFS can be implemented in real time with Node.js. Over to you, Tom.
Hello, welcome to my talk on streaming GTFS transit data in real time using Node.js. Before I get into what any of that means, I am Tom Camp. I'm a developer advocate and engineer at Ably Realtime, where we effectively just help various companies and individuals distribute their data using real-time protocols. And today, the problem I am interested in, and hopefully should have gone through in great depth during this talk, is given some static information about some vehicles, such as the schedule of a bus, where it will be expected to stop at what times, and the rough route it is going to be following, as you can see from these Google Map images. Is there a way to predict where the vehicle will be at any given time? Not just when it's at one of the stops, but any time between those points. And really, what I'm wanting to have in order to visualize this and show all of this off by the end is a Node.js server publishing out updates after doing some processing of all of this static information to work all of this out, as well as also having a nice client with a wonderful map on it presenting the live vehicles moving around in real time, just pottering along, and hopefully it'll be quite visually nice. So a bit of context firstly as to why any of this is of interest to me. As part of working at Ably, one of my major focuses has been on promoting real-time data. And when I say open, I mean available to anyone for free, and hopefully can be used for cool projects and just for generally any form of application that someone's interested in constructing. And as part of promoting that, I have been largely responsible for something called the Ably Hub, which is something which is effectively akin to a repository of open data sources, where anyone who's publishing data into Ably can open it up to the Ably Hub for anyone else to subscribe to and use for free. And I'm quite happy with it, to be honest. And you can subscribe with WebSockets, MQTT, SC, various other protocols. And as part of that, really one major thing that I've been doing is looking at ingestion of information. So various sources of data which are currently static, not really updating that regularly, and could be improved, let's say, from my perspective, and looking at ways to make it more real-time and make it easier for clients to consume and use using these real-time protocols. And one of the major kind of sectors, really, of open data which can benefit from real-time, in my mind, has been transit data, where transit data is effectively just information about any transit system, so bus locations, train locations, where stations are, what paths they follow, all of that exciting stuff. And thus I was clearly very naturally drawn to that as part of that. So before we begin on my solution, we have to establish, of course, what currently actually exists and what are these transit companies currently using for their static solutions or more. Most commonly, particularly in America and non-UK countries, the UK being as specialist as it is, has decided largely to keep away from GTFS, is a specification, general transit feed specification, to call it by its proper name, which effectively is a hosted zip file containing a collection of CSVs, which each CSV containing some information about this transit system. So you have one CSV, which is all of the different trips that a transit system will have, and one will contain all of the stations, all the information about the stations, and all of that wonderful information. This information is usually very irregularly updated. very, in my perspective, as someone who's constantly dealing with real-time data, in that it's once a week minimum, maximum really, where there's many different transit systems I've seen where the regularity of updates is considerably less regular than a week, and it's not exactly going to be very useful for our goal, which is real-time representation of vehicles' position at any time. So the question is, firstly, before we do anything, what solutions exist already for real-time? What can we use that works well with GTFS data? I'll refer to it as GTFS static for now. That will allow us to bring a bit more of a real-time spark to it, a bit more representation delays and all of that. Well, as it happens, there is something called GTFS real-time. This updates roughly every minute and has information on delays, arrival times, expected arrival times, changes once a minute, and even for some organisations, they have the actual vehicle positions being transmitted, which is brilliant for all of this. But unfortunately, it's not quite a solution for my goal, which is trying to represent as much of the entire transit system of the world as possible. And that's because, unfortunately, most companies which have GTFS data do not also have GTFS real-time data available. And in addition, once a minute is a lot better than the once a week that we were having with the GTFS static information. However, it's still not that accurate. And equally, as few companies are supporting GTFS real-time data, even fewer then support also the vehicle position updates. So then to actually have accurate representations of a vehicle only once a minute for such a small percentage of companies and transit systems across the world isn't really scalable at this point. I look forward to the day where it's more widely adopted. But for now, what I'm going to be doing is making my own solution to this by, effectively, the goals are taking a static GTFS bit of data into a Node.js server, processing it in some way, which we'll go over, to publish updates into Ably, and then having our lovely map on the end rendering these vehicles moving about. And in addition, as a bit of a improvement, making use of, where available, GTFS real-time data as well in order to make our maps even more accurate. So firstly, let's go over some of the different files that we're interested in our GTFS static information. So firstly is the shapes.txt, which effectively, if you think back to that Google Maps image at the beginning, the line which was drawn between the two stations you could consider a shape. It's just defining the different nodes which connect together in order to form the shape of a trip, where a trip is also stored in trips.txt, believe it or not, which is just the series of stops a vehicle will travel between. So stops being, train stations and bus stops and all of that. This lets you know what route they're also a part of and what shape they follow, where a route is a collection of stops, collection of trips, apologies. Stops is then stops.txt is just information about these stops and stations, so where they are, their names, what accessibility they have, that sort of thing. Stop times is giving you information on a trip and at what time that vehicle of that trip is going to be stopping at any of these stops. And finally, the last two are our routes.txt, which is letting us know information about each of these routes, which is a collection of trips, as discussed earlier, and calendar.txt, which lets us know which days these trips and routes are being travelled on. And really, to be honest, that's all we need to do the rest of everything we need. So let's say we have a map and we're interested in drawing one of our trips on here. Let's first draw the shape that's attached to that trip. So using the info from the shapes.txt file, we're just taking these Latin long positions and applying it to this map, and we get, as you can see, roughly follows the route that we'd expect it to follow. Thankfully, most sources have slightly more accurate drawings of the positions, so you end up with a much more realistic representation of the actual route. Next, let's apply the stops, which again, just take the stop. It has an ID attached, its position, plop it onto the map. Nice and easy. As we'll see in a second, this does have some complexities in how we actually work out where on the shape a stop is going to be, particularly for the bottom stop. If you can see at the bottom, it doesn't actually intersect with any of the shapes. So that can become a bit of an issue. Definitely one we can solve, but it's worth keeping in your head. Next, we add the stop times, which again just lets us know what time on this trip a vehicle will be stopping at each of these stops. And with all of that, we kind of got all the information we need. We know, as in just visually looking at it, you roughly know where a bus will be at each of the stops, where they are, and how the vehicle will travel between those stops. So let's just look at a very simple way that we can get this sort of information rendered on a client side. So in this case, I'm going to use Mapbox, which is a really great tool just for trying to render maps and any form of information, stats, etc. that you'd be interested in on that map. So it really is as simple as just linking the CSS, Mapbox CSS and JS files, creating a div with an ID of map, and then just effectively listing out your coordinates, adding that as a source for your map, layering that onto the map, and you get something like this, where you can see the exact route where it's drawn a line between each of those coordinates you've specified, and you can effectively just apply that potentially for every single route and trip that you're interested in, and you're in business really. And that was pretty easy. The shapes lets us know the route, the stations let us know some times and additional information, great. But before we start using this to work out exact positions of vehicles between all of those stops, we need to consider something, which is where on a shape is a stop. This can often be quite easy, as in if we look at this, it becomes visually quite obvious that, well, not necessarily obvious, but it almost seems certain that it must fall between those bottom two nodes like this, and we can programmatically check the shortest distance effectively, aka what we've visually been looking to see is the closest line, by just simply working out the distance between this stop and the two nodes which make the edges of the line, and then calculating the distance between that, and you effectively iterate between each node pair in order to find out which is the shortest distance, and then insert it in at that point, and you're in business. You've now got effectively a list which you have representing the entire route of a trip, including the stops, which will be extremely useful for trying to predict the position of a vehicle. It's not always that simple. Sometimes you end up with something like this, where, let's say, the trip has the vehicle backing on itself. Perhaps, it gets to the end of a road, it has to come back, and this return route is going to actually end up coming closer to the stop, even though it isn't the actual stop that we're interested in stopping in at that time. There are two solutions to this. One is something inbuilt into GTFS, which is distances travelled, which for every single shape and also every stop in a trip, there's an optional field where you can specify how far along the shape the vehicle has travelled to get to this point. And using this, if it's available, it's really easy. You literally just have to compare the distance, work out which two nodes the distance of the stop falls between, and then insert it there. So here, very clearly, the 50 falls between 0 and 100, and the 150 of stop 2 falls between 100 and 200, so we can insert them into the relevant locations. This is a bit problematic if we don't have that. We have to use some form of contextual information, such as if we attempt to insert a stop at a certain point, is the next and prior, does the position of the next and prior stop make sense given that context? For example, if we ended up inserting stop 1 at the very end of the route and there's still 10 more stops to come and none of them are near to this final point, then we've clearly placed it in the wrong point, and so we should back along through the whole process and attempt to try and find out a next best shortest distance and then attempt that insertion again. But this is all certainly solvable, not necessarily simplistically and 100% reliably, but you can almost certainly always rely on something to be fairly accurate, especially if you have these distances involved. Next is, of course, the actual magic, which is we have created our wonderful little node network, node line, where we've got the stops and shape geometry positions all inserted together, and we know the distances of them because either we've been provided them or we've calculated it as part of our prior step, and we know the times that a vehicle is at each of the stops. And from this, we now want to say, okay, where is the vehicle in this given the time is 10:05? What is the coordinates of the vehicle? And just eyeballing it even, you can be quite certain that it is going to be between stop 2 and stop 3, because stop 2 has a time of 10 o'clock and stop 3 has a time of 10:10, and if the current time is 10:05, surely it falls into that region. Usually, very mathematic, in a programmatic way, you can easily calculate this as well, just by iterating through the different nodes until you find the point where your stop exceeds a time prior, the stop's prior time, and the next stop's time is after the current time that you're interested in. Once you've got that, we need to work out roughly how far between the 2 points we expect it to be. And given the only detail we have about our current vehicle's position is the time, that's what we're going to use. So we can make a naive assumption at this point, which is that the vehicle is going to be travelling at a constant rate between the two stops. We know when it starts and when it stops, and that's all we know. So with this naive assumption, which we can improve on in the future, which I'll cover in a bit, we can say, okay, well, it is halfway between the two stops based on time, so let's assume it is halfway through in terms of distance as well. So once we've worked out it's 50% of the way in terms of time, let's apply that to the total distance between the two stops, where now we've worked out that it is 150 distance between stop 2 and stop 3, and we can then say, okay, well now 350 distance, which is the summation of 200 to 150, falls between those two nodes of distance 300 and distance 400 in this little section here. So given that, where between those two nodes is the vehicle going to be in terms of coordinates? We know its position in terms of distance, but we don't know it now in terms of coordinates. Well, again, we can do something very similar, except for rather than trying to calculate apply the percentage distance between two distances, instead we're going to be applying that percentage to the coordinates from the first point to the second point. So if we do that again, obviously the maths ends up being that it's halfway between both the x and y points, and we get our final coordinate, which is 1520 in this case. And we can simplify all of this a bit to effectively instantly calculate the distance just by using the time and distances of the surrounding stations. And then we can work out the x and y coordinates using the bottom equation, where we're inserting using the previous and end x and y's positions. This is effectively all we need at this point in order to fairly accurately represent the coordinate positions of our vehicle at any time. With these formulas, we now have the power to, from any GTFS static data on our server, work out where we expect the vehicle to be. But we can do better. We can apply GTFS real-time data to improve this information by making use of two elements. Firstly, delay information, where delay information is going to let you know how far behind on schedule a vehicle is. So it will say 2 minutes behind for this trip, and it can also let you know delays for specific stations. So we expect this train or this vehicle to arrive a minute late to just this station, or a minute early at this station. And this is really easy, wonderful information because it works perfectly with our formulas, because all we have to do to consider these delays in our calculations is take the delay, apply it to the time we're interested in, and then run those equations. And it's as easy as that. You then get a result out, which then represents our predicted position, which is wonderful. I love it when it's simple like that. What's more interesting, however, is actual live vehicle position updates. So these, although not commonly used, allow us to start actually formulating a much more complete image of the rate of travel and positions and expected positions of vehicles at any time. Because if you think of one of those networked maps, transit lines that we were looking at before, such as one of these, if you think of stop 2 and stop 3, the kind of almost certainty of a vehicle's position is almost 100% at each of the stops, especially if we have delays accounted for. However, the further away you get from any stop, the less certain we are of the actual position, because we can't account for vehicle speed, we can't account for vehicle having to stop for traffic and traffic jams and various other things which can affect rate of travel. So what we can do with vehicle positions is start to try and fill in the gaps between those two nodes by effectively inserting more nodes with times attached between them. And obviously we can't just watch one trip, see at the minute intervals where the vehicle was, insert them as nodes and call it a job done, because chances are that single trip isn't going to be representative of every single day and every single time that trip has ever travelled. You're going to need to work out some more accurate ways to create a representation of the average speeds and positions and times of the vehicle at any time. So you should effectively use some form of averaging algorithm in order to establish how likely you expect one of these inserted nodes to be accurate, which then allows you to slowly morph the times and positions of these different nodes intersecting the two stations' positions until, over a period of time, depending how accurate you want to get, you have a fairly accurate representation of the position of the vehicle throughout the entire process of travel. And with that information, if you have it available, you have a very accurate representation of a vehicle, and any vehicle in the entire network, which is brilliant. And we now have the vehicle positions at any time. But we're not quite done here, because if, let's say, my global vision of representation of all vehicles in the world, and we want to send that to clients to render, wonderful idea, but we're going to be sending thousands and thousands of updates to them at incredible rates. Let's say I want really real time, so at least every half a second, say, like minimum representations of the vehicle positions. So sending thousands of messages every 0.5 seconds to every single client subscribed. That is not scalable. That is going to consume all the bandwidth of these devices. Nothing is going to work. We're going to be having a terrible, terrible time. So we need to work out how best to then actually convey this information now available on our server to our JavaScript clients to render. So how do we break up this data? Two major ways which I've used is one, attempting to reduce the number of messages by containing more information within each message, and secondly, trying to then break up the different transit systems and regions of the map into different channels, where, just for anyone not familiar with pub-sub paradigms, a channel is effectively something which a client can subscribe to and a publisher can publish data to, and allows clients and publishers to effectively break up the information into different buckets which people can indicate what interests they have. So you could have one which is for, I'm interested in American data and I'm only interested in UK data, and then people who are interested in those bits of data subscribe to the relevant channel, and publishers with that data publish to the relevant channels. So looking at how we can represent the trips data in a less message intense way, one thing that we can do, and I did do in this case, is make use of spatiotemporal updates, which is just a fancy way of saying positions with times associated with those positions. And what we can do is effectively have a message which contains various nodes, as very similar to effectively what we saw in the GTFS data itself, nodes and times associated with those nodes for a period of time, let's say a minute, representing then the expected position of a vehicle between those times, and then allowing a client to easily interpolate the expected position of a vehicle between those positions to represent the entire travel for that small period. So how wide you want this time period to be is entirely down to your use case and how much data you think your clients can handle and how regularly you want to be adjusting things. But in general, let's say a minute is a good window. So a minute, an update a minute per vehicle seems reasonable to me. And if you look at this is just an example of a bit of spatiotemporal data where you've effectively got the time associated with some coordinates, and just a whole array filled with that represents the entire route of a vehicle for that period. What we can also then do, going back to channels, is make our channels grouped up based off of zoom level and then which region of the map you're interested in within that zoom, where effectively how you can imagine the zoom levels is that it is broken up into little squares. So if you're fully zoomed out, you have a single big square. However, if you effectively have your map broken up into 4 sections, which is referred to as quad tree, where you continue to divide that map up into further 4 sections each time you increase the zoom level. So at zoom level 0, you're showing the entire map. Zoom level 1, you'll have something like this, where it's divided up into 4 sections. And then, again, repeat, zoom level 2, break up in each of those sections into 4 sections. That's following a quad tree. And continue like that, where then, if you look at this, what we have is a bunch of different sections at zoom level 2, and we could refer to one of these little sections as, say, the bottom left corner could be 0, 0, next one to the right could be 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, all the way up until the top right corner where you'd be at 3, 3. And then by subscribing to this information, you could have only information within the specific section you're interested in, which can be great because often you won't want to have a client receive all information of the entire globe at once. Chances are you want people to be able to zoom into sections, see all the vehicles moving about, zoom out, get a more abstract representation of this information, and zoom in somewhere else and then get information about that. So you can quite easily work out what section you want to both publish into as well as subscribe to just by applying a bit of this formula effectively to the coordinates that you're interested in, and subscribe to that channel or publish to that channel. And this is really useful for me personally because Mapbox, which is what I've been using for rendering, also makes use of these quad trees in order to divide up based off of zoom. So it just makes it compatible for me basically. There's also just the general idea of making more zoomed out channels contain lower levels of fidelity of information and going away from representing exact vehicle positions to representing more generic information about transit systems. Because if you think of being zoomed out on the entire world, if you were to view the transit information of a single city and you want to draw every single bus and train of that city, then all you're going to get is a big blob of the vehicles and you won't be able to distinguish anything and it will be useless. So really, what you're wanting at that stage is to probably provide more metadata around it. More, how many vehicles are there? What is the general delay status of all of these vehicles? Any form of information you might be interested in. And then as you zoom in, you start providing more specific information. So perhaps rather than showing every single coordinate of a transit vehicle going about its day, as you zoom in a bit, you instead getting a more high-level representation, only showing the start and end points of a transit vehicle travelling between 2 points at a zoom level of, 5, let's say. But then until eventually you're at a zoom level where it actually makes sense to have accurate representations of the vehicles, and you're done. Let me discuss just very briefly how I went about actually rendering the vehicles, which is effectively very simple from the client side. All you need really is to connect to the Ably Hub product, which is publishing out all these messages, which for that I just use the Ably.js client library, and then effectively just rendering those positions that are sent to our JS app using Mapbox, which is effectively just using the coordinates, the times, and interpolating between the points based off of the times. And by doing that, you end up with something like this, where you just have your vehicles moving about, going about their business, and you can, effectively just have a bit of fun with that. There's a link on the right where it's hosted. There's a couple different web pages which I'll include as links probably in the chat. But yes, thank you so much for listening to my talk. This was a pre-recorded talk, but I will hopefully be in the chat to answer any questions that anyone has. Thank you so much.
What a great talk, Tom. It's so interesting to see how it's possible to use real-time data to get better user experience. And now we're all so busy with our lives that we want everything like right now rather than being out of date. So that's just awesome. I think people are definitely going to be using real-time data more, especially because you used that concrete example. Everyone, don't forget to go follow Tom on social so you can keep up to date with the awesome work that he's doing.
We are CodeBar, a charity that facilitates the growth of a diverse tech community by running free programming workshops for minority group members.
We started in London in October 2013 out of pure frustration with the lack of diversity in tech. When we looked at what events were happening in London, we noticed that there were none for people who were absolutely beginners, someone who had potentially never written a line of code before but was really keen to learn it.
2013, we have grown the CodeBar family and now have 31 chapters around the world. We have workshops happening in London, Berlin, Barcelona, Helsinki, Oslo, New York, Sydney, and now virtual workshops. And have taught over 12,500 minority group members to learn to code.
With the virtual program that CodeBar has extended during the pandemic, you can attend a CodeBar workshop as a student or as a coach from anywhere in the world.
Our workshops are different to normal events in that it is not the teacher and class format. When students sign up, we ask what they are working on. We then pair them with a student who is working on the same thing. We then assign them a coach who has that skill set. Essentially, it's lots of small groups, pair programming.
If you're looking to learn to code in a safe and collaborative environment but have never written a line of code before, that's fine. When you sign up, you can tick a box that says, I'm a complete beginner, I don't know what to learn. An organiser will have a chat with you and figure out what you'd like to learn, and then pair you up with someone else on that same topic.
Attending CodeBar as a student provided the structure that I needed to learn and improve my skills. Now, as a coach, I'm really happy that I can share my knowledge and contribute to the community that was so supportive and valuable to me.
Being an organiser at CodeBar has brought me a lot of joy. Watching students grow and seeing them come to the realisation that their goal of becoming a developer is achievable is a wonderful thing to see.
If you're interested in signing up, please go to codebar.io and sign up for one of our many workshops.
Or if you're interested in starting a CodeBar in your city, please drop us an email at hello@codebar.io. And one of our team will get back to you as soon as possible.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello everyone, my name is Wengakuo. I'm a software engineer and co-lead of Angular Kenya. Angular Kenya is a community based here in Kenya whereby we empower budding Kenyan developers to become proficient Angular devs. We usually have topics or virtual sessions that range from basics in Angular to much more advanced stuff, and we usually have speakers coming from across the continent and the world. And this year we are honored and privileged to be part of CityJS Conf, and we really hope that you'll get the JavaScript experience that you need to make that JavaScript move. See you there.
Kati from Nigeria is a software engineer and an Auth0 ambassador, passionate about mentoring, training other developers, and has also published over 150 hours of training resources on Udemy with 65,000 students. Wow. Talk today is about authentication, authorization, and security for modern client-side applications. Because no matter how much and how fast the web changes, there are three fundamental requirements for every stable business remain the same: authentication of the users, authorization of resources, and security of the data and access. Browser protocols are changing. Multiple authentication strategies keep coming. How do we implement authentication and security best practices for my specific business use case? We're going to learn so much more in this talk. Security is so important and often overlooked. Over to you.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me. It's a really huge pleasure for me to be here talking to you about authentication, authorization, and security for modern client-side applications. My name is Kati Friends, and you can find me anywhere on the internet with my handle at badcoder, and I'm currently the core maintainer of a really amazing project called CityJS. And I'm also an Auth0 ambassador, and I'm really passionate about authentication, security, authorization of web applications. So we are just going to jump right straight into the reason why we are having this talk. The reason why this conversation came to mind is because we have new frameworks, new ways of building applications every single day coming up on the internet, but the real requirements for authentication, security on the internet do not change. We need security. Our applications need to be more secure. The more time we spend on the internet, the more security risks there are. And every single year, we have the same types of security breaches, the same types of security reports. And that's why we want to address them. How do you keep having same old, strong and secure applications while building with the most advanced tools out there? That's why we want to have this conversation. Now, to know about security vulnerabilities, we are going to be talking about the most popular ones reported by the OWASP organization, which is a non-profit organization that is specialized in talking about web applications and security, authentication, authorization, the best practices to actually build a successful software business on the internet. So we'll pick up the most popular vulnerabilities pointed out by OWASP in the past year, which is 2020, and we'll look at them and actually talk about how we can secure applications against those. So the first part of this conversation is going to be focused on security, which I think you're going to love. So first of all, there's broken authentication, and we'll talk exactly about what this is. Basically, anytime there is a security breach as pertaining to authentication in your application, that's grouped under broken authentication. For example, a user's password is hacked, or a user loses their session or their session is stolen, that's going to be under broken authentication. There's cross-site scripting attacks, and this is when malicious code is executed on your website without your intent. So you build your really shiny React application and you thought you're done, but now a hacker can execute some code on your website, get some credentials, perform some actions without your user knowing, without the original intending user knowing. So that's cross-site scripting attacks. We'll talk about them. And we also have components with known vulnerabilities. And this is when you use a library, popular library that has a known vulnerability, and this causes an attacker to use that knowledge to kind of, get into your application, do some bad things. So we'll take one of these, each of these, and actually analyze, break them down, and understand exactly what's going on with these vulnerabilities. So the first one is broken authentication, and we are going to take a practical example of how broken authentication plays in real applications. So let's say you work at Stripe and it's your first time at Stripe. It's a real fun time, and you build the bank account withdrawal functionality. So when people receive their funds, when merchants receive their funds, which are Stripe customers, they can add their bank account and then withdraw all of their money to their bank account. All right. So a Stripe customer walks into a cafe with her laptop, and she places down her laptop, opens it up, and wants to start working. And she's like, "Oh, I need to place an order. So she goes to order a pizza, and do not ask me which cafes order pizzas, and she forgets her laptop screen open. Okay, so what happens? Doflamingo, who is a hacker, has been following her around for days. And this is something very surprising about security in web applications. I find many startups that come to me for consulting, and they're like, how do we make sure refresh token authentication is working correctly? How do we make sure the application cannot be hacked using this and that? And that's actually not the most insecure parts of applications. The most insecure parts are just the daily security best practices that your customers might not implement, or your employees might not implement, that will give room for an attacker to get access into the platform. And that's the main source of authentication breaches. So in this case, Doflamingo goes up to her laptop, and since her laptop is open, what does he do? He adds his bank account and withdraws. And it only takes seconds for that to happen. And the withdrawal has been activated. She doesn't know, she's not expecting to withdraw anytime soon. So after about 3 days, her money is out of her account, and now there's a problem. So how can we remedy such a broken authentication system? Now, first of all, you have to enforce more secure passwords, and we'll talk about this, but most importantly, re-authentication for high-value actions. For example, you're building a web app such as Stripe, like we mentioned. Make sure that you have re-authentication set in place as a front-end engineer. No matter how modern your application is, you want to make sure that when there's a high-value action about to happen, you re-authenticate the user. Even Stripe does it right now. If you go to your Stripe dashboard and you try to add a bank account or withdraw, it's going to pop up and ask you for your password again. Doesn't matter if you just logged in 2 seconds ago, it would ask you for your password. Why? Because if someone opened their laptop in a cafe and a hacker was trying to get in, then that hacker would have a hard time because it's asking for the password. And now that's what takes us to our first point: ensure more secure passwords, so that no matter how easy it is for someone to hijack another user's session, because this is called session hijacking, then it's going to be more difficult if the password is difficult to guess or to think about. And this also cues into the sign-in process. If you're a front-end engineer, no matter how complicated it might be for the user to choose a really secure password, enforce that password registration security. Make sure that the user chooses a secure password. And there's OWASP actually makes a recommendation on how secure the password should be: at least maybe 10 to 12 characters, capital letters and small case letters, special characters, and things like that. Enforce that in your applications, no matter how boring they may be. All right, then inactivity timeouts to automate logouts is also a really good way to remedy broken authentication. If a user leaves their computer open and it's just open, what you can do is you can have a timer for inactivity. So you make sure that if the user does not interact with your website after a certain number of minutes, depending on how crucial your application is, this timeout might be a little lower. And if there's no inactivity, then you automatically close the user's session. These are some ways that you can make sure, number one, there's no session hijacking and things like that. And now we'll talk about the other parts of broken authentication, such as stolen credentials or stolen session IDs and things like that, in the next slides. But yeah, so this is the things that, no matter how simple they look, these are one of the top reasons why accounts are hacked, applications are insecure, as reported by the OWASP organization 2020. All right, so take this serious. Make sure that you're implementing all of these things. The more crucial your application is, the more of these you should implement. All right, so let's talk about cross-site scripting attacks, and I'll be showing you some practical examples so you kind of understand exactly what we're talking about. So you have a website and someone else runs code on that website intentionally to perform an action on that website, and we'll give a practical example of that. So this is dangerously executing user-provided data. This is one of the most popular ways for cross-site scripting attacks to occur. So I'm going to be showing an example, a practical example, and if you want to follow along, you can get the code from badcoder/xss attacks example on GitHub. That's the GitHub repository. So I'm going to open up my text editor here, kind of bomb this up so you can see, and I'm going to open the XSS attacks example, and this is just an index.html file, but just to show you around what exactly this is a React application, and I'm just using Babel inline so we don't have to worry about tooling. And basically what it does is, I'm just going to scroll right here. First we have an app component, and this app component has some search value, and that's in state, and the initial value is pulled from the URL. You can see we are getting windows.location.search right here. Then the use effect checks if there's search, and then it fetches products from the database. And then we have a nav bar here with an input search, and I will show you exactly how this looks. And the most important part, we want to show the results for, and we are dangerously setting inner HTML and displaying the search. Now let me just open this. I'm just going to copy the path of this file and visit the browser. If I could find the browser, minimize this. Now I would open this up in the browser, and if we look at our website, it's just Amazon hacked. So these are the results, and we have a search, and this is built okay, right? You can just search for something and then hit enter, and it shows you the result. That's the intent for this website. But now when we want to show the results, so there's this thing, dangerously set inner HTML, and this is going to be most popular in applications, for example a commenting system where someone can comment with Markdown, and now you have to transform that Markdown from the database into HTML, and then dangerously set the HTML, or dangerously set the inner HTML into the page so that it can display the images and things like that. So this is normal. I've seen many applications built like this, and that's okay. But now, how is this susceptible to what we call a cross-site scripting attack? Let's take an example. So let's say just to show you one more thing that this application can do. Let's say I send you a link with search equals beans. Maybe I'm searching for beans. You can see that it autofills here, and then it shows beans right here. Okay, so this is functionality that is built into the application for a better user experience. Now I can send this link to my friend, and my friend can see the search results for what I sent. So the first malicious example that we have here is an image, and look at this image. It does not have a source, and it has on error, and on error is a function that the browser will automatically execute if you are trying to display an image with a wrong source, or if there's an error displaying that image. So this is default automated browser behavior. So a malicious user is going to copy this code and then place it in the search. I'll just paste it right there. Okay, and then they would take this link and they would send to a bunch, maybe they have 100,000 Amazon customers in their email list. They would send it and make sure their email looks as legit as possible to Amazon, and then they would require users to click on it. All right, so now when the user clicks on it, it's going to take them to Amazon website, then Amazon, our demo application, and then it's going to populate the search. I'll hit enter, and if you can see, it populates the search, and then since we are setting the search, no matter what it is, into the DOM, we have this alert that says code has been run, and that means that we've executed malicious code from a hacker that just sent an email to a bunch of customers from our application, and now there's an alert on the page. But now, how dangerous can this get? Now I'm just going to copy the malicious sample version 2, and this is the same image, right? And the on error is going to be triggered by the browser. But now look at what it does. It fetches, it calls fetch, and fetch is supported by most modern browsers, and it's going to JSON stringify local storage and make an API request with it and send it to a domain, in this case example.com. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my developer tools, and then I'm going to paste that in, or kind of expand this more so you can see, then open up my network, clear this up, and then I would paste in that image directly there. So this is the link that maybe you click on the link in your email, it's going to take you here, you hit enter, and it looks like nothing is wrong. But now in the developer tools, if we check this out, you will notice, let's check out this request. You will notice the headers, And if we scroll down, you will notice that it makes a JSON request. You can see the content of that request, sending something that it looks like the JWT right there. So it gets everything from local storage, and that includes a JWT, and it takes that and it sends it to the website example.com. But this would be the malicious user's website. And now he has the JWT, and then they might have an automated system there that tries to perform requests on the user's account using this JWT to see if they can get access, right? So that's what XSS is, and that's how risky it is for your application. All right, so how can you remedy this situation? Number one, don't dangerously set HTML. So that's something that you have to be very careful about in your applications. You want to make sure that you are only setting content that you can trust. Very important. If you are going to render HTML on the page, have a scanner on your backend that can filter out all of these executable scripts and clean them up. You can do that on the backend. It's almost always preferable on the backend because the backend has maybe a larger variety of tools. You're not worried about bundle size and performance issues, but just make sure that you're very, very conscious about this. Once you begin to understand the vulnerabilities, you begin to know that, hey, every time I'm going to render some HTML on the page, I need to be careful, then it's going to come to mind. All right, then there's the second type of XSS attacks that we are going to talk about, and I'm just going to continue my presentation. And the second type that we're going to talk about is content security policy. Now, this is the first one we talked about, is when the user is going to send you a piece of code and then it would execute, right? Now, the second one is when the user tries to execute a link, a script. So the script is going to be in a link. So for example, a CDN link with the user's malicious code, and it's just going to look like maybe bootstrap.com, maybe the Bootstrap.js package, but now it's not Bootstrap. It's probably Bootstrap with double P, but you wouldn't see it at first glance, and that would be the malicious user's code, right? So I want to show you how content security policy is used by Google and Facebook and how important it is to include it in your application. So I'm just going to escape and go into the browser again. Then I'm going to inspect. I'll probably start with GitHub, and I'll go to github.com. And the network, I'm just gonna check the all, and what I'm looking for is the first request. This is github.com, and if I scroll down, the first request that gets the GitHub page, you will notice the response headers has a content security policy. Now, this policy is a policy that instructs the browser on which JavaScript is executable on the page, which JavaScript origin to trust. For example, now if you include bootstrap.com, jQuery, all the CDN links, the browser would just agree or assume that all of these are not malicious code, right? But this gives you an opportunity to control what the browser renders or what the browser executes. So you can see the default source is known, which means don't assume. Make sure you check out the list of all possible or all accepted scripts right here. So you can see it says, hey, you can allow scripts from self, which means if those scripts are from github.com directly, you can also allow scripts from githubapp.com. You can allow scripts from Amazon. This is the link. So you can see a bunch of links that are actually permitted to execute scripts. And this is very, 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 very important for your modern web applications. You want to make sure that you restrict the sources of scripts, because if a malicious user succeeds in executing a script on your computer or on your user's application, then that would have been avoided if you had a content security policy. So I'm just going to open up Facebook again just for another practical example. So you see that this is something that the top companies are actually using to make sure their applications are secure. I'm just going to scroll right to the top. This is facebook.com. And if you check out their response headers, I don't think I have the right one. Okay, this is the right one. So you can see their content security policy. You can see they allow scripts from virtualearth.net, google.com, facebook.com. fbcdn.net. These are the links that they allow through their content security policy. And now if the browser sees any of the links trying to be executed on this page without being in this content security policy list, it's going to block it. And that's really helpful. So you want to make sure that to avoid cross-site scripting attacks, you make sure that your application is not vulnerable. If there is a search or an input that collects data from the user and executes, then you want to make sure that those are clean. And also, if there is a way for users to inject default values, just like you saw the search, you want to make sure that the default values are clean. So you can pass those to the backend, make sure that you clean them up before you use them in your browser. Very important. All right, so that's how you can make sure that your application is not vulnerable to cross-site scripting attacks. All right, so because of time, we're just going to jump into the third one, which is components with known vulnerabilities. Now, very, very important right here. I think 2 years ago, there was an event and everybody was screaming, yada, yada, yada. Why? Because Lodash, a really popular package, had a vulnerability. And this vulnerability was almost going to expose every application using Lodash to a specific type of attack, right? And it's very important. If this is still one of the top 10 most popular ways for applications to be insecure on the internet. This is really modern stuff. So you want to make sure that you take this seriously. So number one, analyze and choose components and packages wisely for your applications. I've been in a couple of situations where someone asked, hey, why did you choose this package over this one? And my reason, number one, this one is maintained by a top company. It has a good number of GitHub stars. It has a good number of issues that are resolved every day. It has active engineers maintaining this package. It has the best security practices implemented for the specific use case. These are the things that you want to check before you actually choose a package to use in any of your applications, because as it could be just vulnerable and probably no one knows about it, but it would be exploited once you include it in your application. This is one of the most popular ways applications are hacked nowadays. All right, so second thing you want to make sure is cross-site scripting attacks. This is not something you want to. Cross-site scripting attacks are also something you do not want to allow these components to do in your application. For example, you might include a component, and then this component includes a link that is malicious, and you do not want that. Or maybe that component does not include a link that is malicious, but the component has a link that can now include a malicious link into your application. You want to make sure that you don't permit that. So also use a third-party dependency monitor, and the one I use for most of my open source projects is called Snyk. And what is this for? Is to make sure that every time you push to GitHub, it scans your packages, and then it scans its database of most recent vulnerability reports and make sure that you're not using any packages that are vulnerable. Really, really important. All right, so that's it for security best practices. We're just gonna jump straight into authentication because I'm running out of time. But authentication on web apps is a huge deal. It's a big deal, and that's what we want to look at today. So how do you authenticate your web applications, most especially single page applications? It's a huge question, and that's what we want to try and answer. So first of all, your traditional web application would have a browser. A user visits the web page, and secondly, the user would make a request on the login page to the backend. So your application would say login, and the backend is going to respond with one of two things. Either it's going to return a JWT, which is the first most popular way for authenticating single page applications today, or the second one, which is cookies. The backend is going to return a cookie and then set that on the user's browser, and that's how we would know if the user is authenticated. So which one of these should we be using? What are the advantages and what are the disadvantages? So first of all, let's look at cookies. The user logs in on the browser, it makes a request to the backend, and the backend sets an HTTP only cookie on the browser. Now this is different from a normal cookie, and we'll talk about why. But before we dive in to talk about why, I want to demo an application to you so that you understand exactly what is going on. Remember, we talked about cross-site scripting attacks. Now I want to demo to you an application that uses HTTP only cookies for authentication and how this might improve security in your applications. So first I'm going to open up my editor, and this is HTTP only cookies. I have a project specifically for this. So I'm gonna open up my editor and I'm going to cd into the folder, and in here what I want to do is run yarn dev. It's going to start my application, and this is using CityJS behind the scenes. CityJS just makes it absolutely easy to get started with any web applications that you need for the backend, CMS, authentication, everything you need. So I'm going to visit the application, and at the moment it's just a blank application. It has a login button, and I'm going to inspect to show you what's happening behind the scenes. So when I hit the login button, I'm just going to preserve logs, clear this up, hit login, and what it's going to do is it's going to make a login request to the backend, and this is going to send the email and the password. Right now, if we check out the request headers, you would notice that there's I think there was an old cookie, but the response headers has the set cookie, and this is the HTTP only cookie that is sent from the backend. Right, and this HTTP only cookie, remember when you set a cookie, you can do document.cookie to get the cookie, right? So if we do document.cookie, you can see that it has just an XCSRF token. This is something old on my computer, but the cookie that was set by the login, which is connect.sid, is not available on the client side. And this is probably the most secure way to build your applications, even when it's client-side applications. For example, right now, this is a Next.js application, and it's using TensorJS behind the scenes, and TensorJS just handles the authentication cleanly. So you can see what we are doing in the application. If I just open up the index.js, you will notice we are just making the request. And now, for any future request that we need to make, the cookie is set. It's a cookie is going to be sent to the backend for our API, and our API would automatically resolve the authenticated user. Now, the caveats, the reason why this is not very popular is because of the cross-domain problem. If you are going to host your application front end on maybe app.sas.com and host the backend on Heroku, then there's going to be a problem because the Heroku domain cannot set a cookie for the client-side SaaS application. There's no cross-domain support. Safari wouldn't let you do it. Maybe Chrome in some situations, but most likely not, right? So this is the way modern browsers have decided to go. So this is how this is the situation. If you are going to compromise on your security, if you're not able to control your domain, then you would have to you can't use the HTTP only cookies we are talking about, and this is the most secure practice for setting up authentication in your applications. Now let's look at alternatives, because at some point in your application building, you wouldn't have the luxury of a domain match, or using the same domain or subdomain in your applications. So what are you going to do in that situation? You are going to also, if you want to see the source code for this presentation for the cookies, you can visit my GitHub /HTTP only cookies, and the whole source code is going to be there for you to look at. All right, so what would you do? You would implement local storage authentication with refresh tokens and silent refreshes. We'll talk exactly about that, and I'm about to show you a bunch of more code, but please check out my GitHub to see the code /refresh token rotation. Okay, so let's talk about this. I'm just going to make sure that I start the right application. I would stop this one and then cd back into cd refresh token rotation, and I'm going to say yarn dev to start the server, and I'm going to cd into refresh token rotation app, and this app is a Vue.js app because we've talked a lot about React, and I'm going to run yarn serve, I think. And this should start up the client-side application, the Vue application. I'll click that. Okay, so this is our Vue application, and this is actually the practice or the best way to implement, we'll talk about the practice or the implementation strategy, and this is recommended by the Web Application Security Protocol Organization. Hold on, let me find it for you. So it's an organization that is specific to the best practices for authentication for your applications, making sure that you they provide the best recommendations that you can implement, and it's completely open for you to read. So I think this is going to be refresh token rotation. There should be a link in this really nice article by Auth0 about it. So I highly recommend taking out time to read this article. But here, somewhere down in this article, there's going to be specific recommendations for implementing these strategies, and that's from the IETF. And this is a full guide that you can read at your convenience. It defines exactly refresh tokens rotation, which we are going to cover in a second. So what's this all about? Now, you can't afford to have your client and your server on the same domain. So what do you do in that situation? You're building a single page application. It's going to send you your JWT. Now, this is another scenario that I see most often. You just have your JWT, you save it to local storage, and then you use it to make your requests. And unfortunately, if you're going to have that token, then the token is going to be long-lived, which means probably 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And now if that token is hijacked by an attacker, which is a JWT, the attacker can use it as much as possible. Now, of course, you're going to make sure that your application is secure from such cross-site scripting vulnerabilities that can steal your token. But the attacker, if he ever gets his hands on it or her hands on it, is going to abuse that token until the JWT expiry, and there's nothing you can do about it. So refresh tokens is a much better way because you make sure that your access tokens are very short-lived. In this application right now, the access token is probably going to be about 10 to 15 minutes old. So which means that your JWT is going to expire in 15 minutes. And if it's stolen, then you can be rest assured that in 15 minutes, they'll be locked out of the system automatically. All right. So let's see how this works. First, I hit login. And 1 second. I think this account is temporarily disabled. Just 1 second. I'll make sure that this account is available for us to test with. We can manage our Tensei, CMS, France.com. Make sure I'm logged into the CMS, check out the user, and I'm just going to edit and make sure the user is not blocked, right? The user is automatically blocked when malicious activity is detected. Okay, so I think now we can refresh and try to log in again. Okay, so now we have a successful login. This is the login. What happens is it sends the email and the password. And now if we go to the application local storage, you would notice that there is a refresh token, but not an access token saved in the local storage. Now, the refresh token cannot be used to access information such as perform transactions on the user's accounts, but the refresh token can be used to get a new access token for the user. Now, if an attacker steals the refresh token, they can request a new access token from the user, and that access token is going to expire in 15 minutes. But now we have anomaly detection, and if this refresh token is used twice, that's why it's called refresh token rotation. If this refresh token is used twice, then the backend is going to block the user's account, just like we saw the account blocked right now. Now, this is very, very important because if the refresh token is stolen, then we know for sure that either your application is going to try to use it the second time, or the attacker is going to try to use it the second time, and it's going to block the user's account, which means keeping the user safe, at least until we figure out exactly what's going on. All right, so if we check out the network, you will notice that just as we had our application here, there's been about a couple of refresh token requests made to the server, and this request goes to the server and it refreshes to get a new access token every time we need one. And basically, what does this do? The access token is needed to perform authenticated request, And when you make a request to refresh a token, it's going to give you a brand new refresh token and a brand new access token. And that access token is going to expire in maybe 10 minutes. The refresh token, you save it again to local storage, and then you silently perform some refreshes. Now, this is a technique that is used by really popular services such as Amazon, AWS Cognito, and Auth0, and it's going to make sure that no matter how critical the situation is, if the worst case scenario is the user loses their account for about 10 minutes and the attacker can do anything in those 10 minutes, but it's better than the attacker having access to that account for 3 weeks or 6 months, depending on how long your JWT is. So that's why we have this practice. And I'm going to leave links so that you can learn more about this. We don't have a lot of time for me to explain exactly how it works, but also you have the source code so that you can learn more about this practice or how best to implement this. And this is a recommendation coming from the IETF. And they're saying, hey, if you're going to use access tokens and refresh tokens in your client-side based applications, make sure you use refresh tokens and refresh token rotation. All right, and Tensei just does this out of the box for you. Now remember, using JWTs and just having a JWT sent to your front end, and then your front end just has it for about 6 months, is not secure. That token can be stolen, and if it's stolen, you would have to probably reset the JWT token, the JWT secret for all users of your application in order to get rid of that attacker, and that is not ideal. So you make sure you want to have a system where those tokens are more secure, such as refresh tokens and refresh token rotation. Now, another thing that some people have talked about is blacklist for JWT, and that's also a possibility. But it comes with some caveats, which we do not have time to talk about, but I'm willing to have a conversation if you want to reach out. Okay, so we've talked about a lot of things. I'm so happy that you followed me on this journey. My name is Cathy France. Thank you so much for following me on this journey talking about authentication. I'm always willing to have or answer your questions. You can definitely ask me any questions you have right now. I'll be willing to answer. All right, so thank you so much for your attention.
Cathy, that was absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much for being part of this year's conference. I just wanted to pop up and prompt our audience to give you a huge round the world round of applause.
Hello everyone and welcome to CityJS 2021. My name is Aris and I'm the organizer and founder of CityJS. CityJS is London JS Community Conference and it's organized by 3 meetup groups in London. This is a pure developer conference and it's organized by developers and for developers. This year we have expanded and we are bringing you 50 speakers across all continents of the world. This is countries including Australia, India, Singapore, East and West Africa, Europe, US, and Canada and Brazil. We are trying to make our conference as interactive as possible, bringing you new technologies, and we are trying to make everyone feel comfortable from the comfort of their home. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant conference.
Hi everyone, and welcome to CityJS Conference 2021. My name is Lucy Nora Ernest, and I'm one of the organizers for CityJS. We would like to thank our sponsors for their kind contribution to our community event. Thanks to them, we have given free tickets and made our event free to stream to everyone. Platinum sponsor, AWS. Gold sponsor, Vonage, Trilio, Contentful, Dozen. Silver sponsor, Cloudinary, Storyblock, and PsychoCI. Diversity sponsor, Author0, Neo4j, and Funding Cycle. Bronze sponsor, GatherTown, Arcis Architect, Cooper Press, and JS Weekly. And the 16 partners across the world, countries and town, including Kenya, Tanzania, Madrid, and Barcelona. Our publication sponsor offer free ebooks. Welcome everyone and enjoy the virtual community event. Enjoy.
Hello everyone and welcome to CityJS 2021. I'm Dimitra and I'm the event organizer and speaker advocate manager at CityJS. This year we offer 2 ways for you to watch our virtual community conference, which is happening this March. When you visit our website at cityjsconf.org, you will find the live option at the menu bar on the very top of the web page and also on the right hand side of your screen. By clicking on the live option, you will be able to see the 2 options that you have to watch a virtual community conference. Thanks to generous contributions from our sponsors, we are proud to announce that we have covered the production costs. What this means for you essentially is that you are now offering free access to CityJS 2021 to non-ticket holders. On the right side of your screen, you can see the free stream option and information including our privacy policy. By clicking on Get to the Free Stream area, you can watch a virtual conference irrespective of whether you've purchased a ticket or not. We've made it really quick and simple for you, so all you need to do the first time is sign up via email, Google, GitHub or Twitter, while next time you can skip this step by automatically logging in. You're all set now to watch CityJS 2021 from the comfort of your own home. Moving on to the ticket holders, we would like to thank you for supporting our community conference. We have prepared a virtual interactive in-person event for you using the virtual platform GatherTown. On the left side, you can find the all access option for ticket holders. On top of the public YouTube live stream, you also have the opportunity to visit our private virtual space in GatherTown. Let me explain what we have prepared for you. Certain talks and workshops will be exclusive to watch via our private live stream in GatherTown. Finally, ticket holders will have prioritized access to the conference videos. By clicking on All Access Ticket Holders, you will be redirected to our very own customized CityJS virtual Gather space. We recommend accessing GatherTown via the Google Chrome browser. Feel free to first edit your character and your camera, microphone and audio input settings, or you can choose to do this afterwards too. You're all set now to click Join the Gathering. The first time you join, there is a tutorial for you. When first entering our CityJS virtual event space in GatherTown, your avatar will appear outside the CityJS conference building. The entrance is one of the many rooms in a virtual space which you will probably visit the least during our conference. To navigate, you can move in 4 directions using your keyboard arrows or the WASD keys. The blue panels at the bottom center and on the left-hand side include various options or actions. You can find all the information you need in the CityJS Gather Manual. You will find the Gather Manual text stands in every room by the entrance. Click on the minimap option of the control panel to view your current location and a minimap of the virtual room you're in. Click on chat if you wish to communicate with others. You can choose to message everyone or only the people who are nearby, or chat with someone privately. Click on participants if you wish to view a list of all the users who are currently in the virtual space. To find other users rather than hopelessly looking for them, you can click on their name and then click follow. Your avatar will automatically move to find them without any need to manually move your avatar using your keyboard. So now let's move on to the next room, the lobby. Here you can find the sponsor booths. As you can see in the minimap, the main stage is located north with 2 gardens on each side. The expo and workshops are located east and the cafe west. There is signage on the floor to guide you. You can zoom in and zoom out using your keyboard command control keys and +- respectively. When you can interact with objects, you will get a message at the bottom center of your screen. To interact, press X. At the info points, you can find our schedule. Press Escape or click X when you're ready. Please also make use of our feedback forms to help us improve your experience during the conference. In the lobby, you can meet our sponsors and see what they have prepared for you. You can watch videos and demos, read information, take a look at the website, and participate in the raffles. The main stage hosts the speaker talks. We know you might want to explore the virtual space during the conference, so we've got you covered. Our live screens are streaming the conference talks in the lobby. Press X to watch the live stream. Private spaces are indicated by colored circles. Move on the circles to join the private space. You will notice your screen will turn a bit darker. Private spaces can host private conversations, meaning other users outside the private space cannot hear you and vice versa, you cannot hear them. Please use the private spaces during the talks as you would if you were in an in-person event. The Expo and Workshop room will be hosting the Speaker Expo talks and workshops. If at any point you want to be taken back to the entrance, click Reset Position. You will notice many games placed in the lobby. The cafe is specifically designed for you to interact with other users and play games individually, but also in groups. You will be able to catch up with the talks while being in the cafe by pressing X. This was a quick tutorial for you to see the entrance, the lobby, the main stage, the expo and workshop room, and the cafe. But we've got more rooms for you to explore. Don't forget to visit our garden and our secret stage, and see you all in Gather.
Hello everyone, welcome to CityJS 2021. I'm Vasia, I'm from Thessaloniki, Greece, and I'm the social media manager at CityJS. You can follow us on our social media accounts, Facebook, Instagram, and of course Twitter. If you have any question or if you need any information, you can send us a DM. I hope you enjoy CityJS conference, learn things, and have fun. And don't forget to use our official hashtag on social media, #CityJS 2021. Let's show to everyone that we are a large community.
CityJS has always prided itself on its efforts of being inclusive and supportive. In the past years, we reached out to a number of communities around the globe and offered tickets to those in developing countries. This year, we have offered a total of 199 tickets to our partner communities. Communities in economically developing nations such as Angular Kenya, Young African Devs in Kenya, FOSS Universe in Ghana, Ellipsis in Tanzania, and Lux Kenya received a total of 100 tickets. One of our aims is to attract as many women attendees as possible, which is why we have offered tickets to our partner communities, Women Who Code London, Ladies of Code London, and Coding Back Females. We connected with 19 tech communities around the world in order to expand into one global tech community and facilitate networking and communication through our virtual conference. Our diversity sponsors Neo4j, Auth0, Funding Circle, and Contentful have offered a total of 75 tickets worth £2,500. This means that our March 2021 conference has become our most financially accessible conference to date, something that is highly appreciated in dire times like these. For this, we are truly grateful to all of our 14 sponsors.
Hi, I'm James. In the last few months, I've been helping to organize the 2021 CityJS conference. We managed to interview some of our guest speakers, and you can check all of them in the CityJS Medium channel. And now I'm passing you over to our MC, who has returned back after a successful 2020 virtual event. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tony Edwards.
Wow, James, thank you for managing to contain your excitement there. Yes, folks, my name is Tony Edwards, and I am going to be your host for the 2021 online CityJS conference. Over the next 3 days, we are going to be broadcasting to you live from sunny West Cornwall in the UK, where we will be drawing in some of the top tech talent from around the world for your entertainment, your education, and your viewing delights. Now, if you attended the previous online CityJS conference, you probably have one burning question. Will the Round the World round of applause be making a return for this outing? You're just going to have to stay tuned to find out. Now, you're probably going to be fed up by my voice and fed up with my face by the end of it, so I'm going to keep this brief and say welcome to this year's conference. I hope you enjoy it.
Hi there, I'm Eddie, and our community is called Eddie Hub. We believe that collaboration comes first and code comes second. We are an inclusive open source community that focuses on supporting each other, no matter where you are in your journey. Remember, even if you only have 1 month experience, there's someone where you were 1 month ago. Helping others is a great way to learn and grow your network. We have my YouTube channel where you'll find lots of tutorials about open source and GitHub. I also do live streams, getting you involved in open source and finding you the green squares. Also, I bring awesome guests on there to hang out with us. We also have a GitHub organization that you can join. Just raise an issue on our support repo with a type, invite me to the organization, and the GitHub action will do all the magic and do all the rest and send you an invitation. Remember, if you would like other people to see that you're part of our organization, you have to make it public on your profile. Only you can do that. We have many projects in our GitHub organization, from Discord bots written in TypeScript to React front ends and everything in between. If you want to get involved, our community will help you. You can also get your open source projects reviewed by the community and by me. And you guessed it, by raising an issue on our support repo with the issue type review my open source project. If you want to chat between YouTube videos, live streams, and your open source green squares, we also have a Discord where you can come and join the conversation. With many exciting things going on and so much more to come, if you want to learn more about open source, collaborate, improve your technical and your communication skills, join our community to accelerate your career. Look forward to chatting with you soon.
Women Who Code primarily works with career-aged women. Our programs are built specifically targeting women who are in the tech industry, getting them the skills and opportunities they need to stay in their career and make it to the top.
I'm a developer and I love what I do. I want to be able to communicate with the whole world. I hope that I can empower other people around the world through technology.
Women Who Code inspired me to grow along and amongst other great women. I don't want the industry to be distinguished as men and women engineers and just engineers.
Tech is fresh, innovative. You're always trying to create something new. Without Women Who Code, I don't think I would have gone into tech. It's that support structure that makes Women Who Code so unique.
If you're thinking about transitioning into a technical career, Women Who Code is a great place to start. While our programs are targeted at women who are in industry, you're welcome to come to our events. They're free. You can meet great women. You can figure out what you want to learn, and we'll help you find the next step on your path to becoming a software engineer.
I've been able to go from junior to mid-level software engineer. I've become a leader in the tech industry, contributed to open source projects, inspired other women, and I've been inspired.
I created the New York City Network of Women Who Code so that women of New York don't have to be alone.
This is a movement. It's happening around the world, so join us. Check out the code review, come to one of our events, or donate at womenwhocode.com.
Funding Circle is the world's leading marketplace for business loans. We connect established businesses looking for finance with a range of investors who want to earn attractive returns by lending to them. Here's how it works. A business applies for a loan at Funding Circle, which takes as little as 10 minutes to complete online. Our experienced credit team assess their application and give all creditworthy businesses a wristband. Loans are funded by thousands of investors, big and small. There are many types of investors, including individuals, like you and me, local councils, the UK government, and a range of large financial organisations too. Borrowers pay off their loan by making a monthly repayment to Funding Circle with interest, which we distribute to the investors who lent to them. This is how investors earn their return. They can hold on to their loan part until they've been repaid, but if they want to access their money early, they can offer other investors the chance to buy them. Lending small amounts to lots of different businesses is the best way to manage risk, as some borrowers will be unable to repay their loans in full. By cutting out the costs and complexity of dealing with banks, investors can earn attractive returns, whilst businesses can access the finance they need to grow and prosper.
Welcome, folks, to day 3 of the 2021 CityJS conference. We've just had 2 days filled with top tech talks, and today is gonna be no different. Fantastic stuff. Let's not waste too much time and move straight on to our first speaker of the day. Taken to the stage for your education, your entertainment, and your viewing delight is Mandy from Perth in Western Australia. Mandy is a senior developer at Hired Up, and in this talk Mandy is going to be looking at how we can use a combination of sensors in today's modern technological devices in order to kidnap cats. Wait, hold up. Kidnap cats? Let me check my notes. No, it does say kidnap cats. Fair enough, Mandy. I am just keeping you well away from my cat. Thankfully, we are on opposite sides of the planet. Mandy's talk is going to be looking at sensors on our modern devices, as well as inspiring you, giving you some ideas for projects, some tooling tips, and a whole host of other things so that you can walk away and make some pretty amazing visualizations based off of the data they provide. I've been looking forward to this talk all conference long. If you have any questions for Mandy that pop up during this talk, please do not just shout them out in your room. Hold back and deliver them to us as part of the Q&A session, which will be starting immediately after this talk. If you're watching along on YouTube, do let us know what you plan to do with the sensors on your devices after watching this talk in the comment section, as well as keep posting along on social media using the hashtag CityJS2021. Without further ado, Mandy, it is my pleasure and honor to hand the stage over to you.
Hi everyone, and welcome to Fun with Sensors and Browser APIs. Today we are going to have some fun with some JavaScript and some cool APIs, and it's going to be a blast. Well, at least it will be for me. My name is Mandy Michael. I am a senior software engineer at Higher Up Australia. Previously, I was dev manager at a news organisation in Western Australia. I love Twitter. I'm on Twitter as Mandy_Kerr. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. A bunch of my demos are up on CodePen under Mandy Michael. What I guess is important to know about me is that I love experimenting with front-end technologies. I like to see how we can combine different techniques, perhaps ones that we're already used to using, to create new and exciting experiences in our web projects or web apps. So that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be looking at some fun sensors, some cool experiments that I did, and hopefully it will inspire you to do some fun and exciting stuff. Importantly, this is my dog Jello. He is in here for two reasons. One, I think he's very cute because he's my dog. But also, I use the word Jello in a lot of my demos, or words that rhyme with Jello. So I just like to let people know where that came from because he's such a good boy. Alrighty, let's dive in and get started. So, like I said, we're going to be using some JavaScript today with some browser and sensor APIs. We're going to focus on three specifically: the web speech API, the device orientation API, and the ambient light sensor. Ambient light sensor is my favorite, so we'll look at that at the end because it's the one I enjoy the most. Save the best for last. Now, I do want to stress that this talk is called Fun with Browser and Sensor APIs because I like to play and tinker. So that's what my examples are going to be. None of them are particularly practical, but they're really experiments to kind of get you thinking about how you might use these in your projects or your side projects or in your workplace. A lot of them are really just things that I wanted to do with the APIs, but don't let that limit your thinking. Just because it can't be done right now doesn't mean it's not something that can be done in the future. Now, some have really good browser support and some are very experimental, but remember everything was experimental at some point, right? So let's see what maybe the future of APIs and sensors look like on the web. And one more piece of housekeeping, the support legend. At the beginning of each section, I'll have some logos. If it's a full logo, it's full support. If there's no logo, it's not supported. If it's behind a flag, it'll have a little flag next to it. So with that all out of the way, let's look at some code. We'll start with the web speech APIs because they're super duper fun. They're also quite well supported. Basically, what the web speech API is going to do is enable us to incorporate voice data into our websites and web apps. And web speech API is split up into two separate interfaces. The first one is speech recognition, which is for understanding human voice and turning it into text, which is what we're going to focus on today. And then the second is speech synthesis, which reads out text in a computer-generated voice. So, like I said, we're going to look at speech recognition. Before I show you the code, I might actually show you a quick demo of what it might look like. So I'll just click here in my browser and I'll say some things like hello. Now that was pretty close to what I said. Not quite right. Shall we try again? What should I say? Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Now what it's doing is, you see how it was changing? Basically, it's listening to what I was saying, and then as it gets more information, it adjusts itself to try and get a more accurate reading of the text. Now you can either in Chrome have it print out like this as you're talking, or you can wait until it's finished and then it'll give the best possible result at the end. Sometimes with my accent, it doesn't quite get all of the words right, but it's pretty good. Like, this is not too bad. So now that you've seen a demo, let's look at the code. Now we're going to need a few things, and the first thing is the speech recognition constructor, and that allows us to create a new speech recognition object instance, which will give us access to all the APIs, methods, and properties. Now there are quite a few, so I'm only going to show you the ones that we need in order to get a demo like that going. You can go and check out the others yourself. Some of the others are really just for like erroring and stuff like that. So the next thing that we're going to need is two methods, the recognition.start and recognition.stop methods. And they pretty much do what you'd expect. Start starts the speech recognition service and stop stops the speech recognition service. In addition to that, stop will also attempt to return a result from the audio that it captured. But they pretty much do what you would expect, which is great. We also are going to need some event handlers. Now, most of them basically listen to changes in recognition status. And this is probably where there's a bunch of error stuff that you might be interested in when you're logging or debugging things. But the two main ones that we're going to need are onResult and onSpeechEnd. Now, onResult is a property that will run when the service returns a result. This is special because it's executed every time the user speaks a word or several words one after another. onSpeechEnd basically will run when the speech recognition service has stopped being detected. So again, pretty much what you would expect. Now the last thing, and this is a little bit, how should I say, clunky, is actually getting the results from the speech recognition service. So we do this by getting access to the speech recognition's results list object, which is basically a collection of information about the result, and it's a bit of a mouthful. Now, it's a little convoluted and it's a little bit annoying, and there are reasons, but I won't go into it in too much detail. But basically, what we need is the speech recognition result list object, and then from that, we need the first speech recognition result object, and then we need the results first speech recognition alternative object. Again, it's a bit of a mouthful, so if we look at this a slightly different way, basically we get the list object of all of the results, and then we want to get the first result from that, and then the first alternative, and then the transcript, which is the text content. So it sounds complicated, but it's actually not too bad, and you always want to do this. There is, well, for all of the demos that I'm going to show you, you want to do this. This is how you get the actual content that you need. And if we put that all together, this will create that demo that I showed you just before. The only main difference here is that at the top, I'm looking for speech recognition, but I've got speech recognition or WebKit speech recognition. You do need the prefix in order for this to work in WebKit browsers, so make sure that you do that. Otherwise, it won't work and you'll get errors. And that's basically it. In addition to those things that I've just shown you, I just have like a text box on the page that will print out the text with some CSS for styling, and that's pretty much how you get everything going. You start it, you get the result, do something with it, and then when the speech is ended, you can stop the service. I mean, you definitely want to stop it, otherwise the browser will keep going, it'll have a sad time. So that's it. And once you've done that, you can do a bunch of stuff. So I won't show you that other demo again, but what I'll do is I'll show you Marshmallow. Marshmallow is my dragon. This is him. And what we're going to do is we're going to say a word, and he's going to breathe that word in fire. So I'm just going to go down to my button here. Fire. Oh, that worked. Okay, let's try something else. Maybe like hot. Oh, that didn't work. See, it didn't quite understand what I was saying. We'll try again. Hot. Ah, it worked that time. I'm going to try another word that speech recognition does not understand from me, but I'm going to overpronounce it in the hope that it will work perfectly, and then I'll say it in the way I normally would. Burn. Ah, it worked. It worked. Okay, let's just say it the way I normally would. Burn. Ah, see, it really does not understand me, and I think it's my accent, but, you know, we'll say something else like, light. White. Ah, see, so it doesn't always interpret things quite the right way, but when it does, it's very happy. I totally pressed the button too soon, and that's why it now says very happy, and it doesn't look very good. I should modify this so it grows to multi-line text, right? Fire. So I guess with this demo, what I wanted to show is that you can combine it with text. This is real text. You can copy and paste it using a variable font called Decovar. It's got SVGs, the speech recognition, but it's not that difficult to get this going. You can create something fun and interactive with very minimal effort. You can also create something like this. This is entirely an SVG. This is Mello. He's a good boy. And we're going to say some commands to him and he's going to respond. So we'll try Who's a good boy? Oh, Mello's a good boy. Okay, what's the other one? It's, where's the ball? And now he's looking for it. And this is cool, right? Because you can give the user the ability to change different things within a scene based on the input that they're saying. And all I'm really doing here is detecting certain phrases and doing things based on the detection of those phrases. I was printing them out at the top so that you can kind of see what text it receives. If I said something that it didn't recognize, it wouldn't obviously do anything. Right. So those are a couple of like cool demos, and I guess what it does is it allows us to create these more interactive and maybe more accessible experiences. Like maybe you give your users the opportunity to control the interface with their voice rather than having to use a traditional input device like a keyboard or a mouse. And I think that's a potentially very exciting area to look into, both for, depending on what your app is, maybe using a mouse and a keyboard isn't the best way to do it. Maybe speech recognition would be a good alternative for people. Or maybe you're making something fun like Mello, and you're creating a game and you want the user to drive the story that is going on. I think it's really fun, and the support's pretty good for it. So you can have a lot of fun experiences with speech recognition. I'll show you a little example of speech synthesis at the end, where I've combined it with some stuff, but it's very similar approach. So on that note, let's look at the orientation sensors. So this is probably something you're most familiar with of all of the browser and sensor APIs I'll talk about today. And that's the accelerometer, right? It's in many of our web-enabled devices, like a mobile phone. So, for example, your mobile phone might detect the orientation of the screen and put it the correct way up, or, if you rotate, you get YouTube videos full width horizontally, stuff like that. So, basically, all it's doing is detecting the orientation of your device, and less common in laptops, more useful for your mobiles or tablet devices, and the support is pretty good. So, again, there's a couple of things we're going to need. First, we're going to need the device orientation event, and this provides us with information on the physical orientation of the device that we're using. And today, we're going to look at the three properties, alpha, beta, and gamma. And they represent different values depending on the device orientation. So the way you might look at this, this is alpha, and it's kind of like a level. So it's the rotation of the device on a flat surface. It can be a number from 0 to 360. And then you've got beta, which is tilting forwards and backwards. And that's a range of minus 180 to 180. It's, I guess, the front to back motion that you would normally expect. And then finally is gamma, which is like tilting left or right. And that represents a range from minus 90 to 90. And this is the one that I use the most. I think it's the most natural, thing for a user to change on a device. So we'll have a look at some code. First, we need to check to see if the device orientation event exists. And that's just to make sure that we have access to the information so we don't get a bunch of errors. Then if we have access to the event, we can add the device orientation event listener to the window and pass in a function that does some code. So for example, that might be something as simple as this, like we want to get the gamma value, so event.gamma. If it's less than a certain value or more than a certain value, then we would do something. Much like speech recognition, we don't need a lot of code to do this. Like most of the code you're going to write is the stuff that you're going to do as a result of these values. So changing the screen, moving something, rotating something, changing the color, making the SVGs move. Like a lot of the effort comes from whatever the end result you want to be is, not the actual detection. So it's a little bit hard to demo the device stuff. So I filmed some videos. They're not that awesome, I'm afraid, but you get the picture. As you can see, I use the gamma value a lot to do left or right because, like I said, I think it's the most natural. I really like this one. This is rotating the UFO. I've actually got a really good example of this later as well, like an extension of it. So keep an eye out for it. And then next we've got a text effect. So as it rotates, the text will slam into the side of the screen. Ironically, my phone is smashed in this, which I think kind of builds upon the effect, although it was definitely not intentional. I do think it's funny that it goes with the actual demo itself. This one is one of my favorite demos, and I really like it because it's quite subtle. And I like that on a desktop, you wouldn't sort of get the effect of the rotation, but as soon as you rotate the device, you would see a different experience. It's cool. And then we've got this one here, which again is using a variable font that changes the weight and transform based on the device orientation, and it works it out based on the number of letters in the word. They're super cool. I had fun making them. So, with that in mind, what I like about orientation is that we can move away from these kind of static, predetermined animations, right? And allow the user to shape that experience instead. You see a lot of orientation and motion stuff in games or augmented reality, maybe for map with turn-by-turn navigation, and some subtle UI effects like parallax, very common. And I think while people are making more use of those, I would like to see people take more advantage of the opportunity to add like an additional dimension to our experiences on the web. Like I said, there's a lot of predetermined stuff like hover states or animations where you hit a certain point in the page and it does a thing that you've defined. But with device orientation, speech recognition, and ambient light, we can take information from the user, from the environment that they're in, and we can use that to help tell the story. And to me, that's really amazing because we can create an immersive, engaging story that allows the user to be a part of that experience. But not only that, create an experience which is unique to them and nobody else, because it depends on how they use something, what environment is, what they say. And I think that is so exciting to me. I love that idea, and I'd love to see more of that on the web. And with that in mind, let's talk about light sensors, because I think that is especially relevant to the ambient light sensor. So, what is an ambient light sensor is something, like, it's not something most people are familiar with, but it's actually quite common in our devices. Basically, it's just a photo detector that's used to sense the amount of ambient light that's present in the environment. And it's found in all sorts of devices, like mobile phones or laptops, TVs. So like, if you're in a dark room, your screen will dim so that you're not being blinded by the light. Blinded by the light. Sorry, distracted. Laptops as well, like if you're in a dark room, your keyboard light is brighter than if you're in a light room where it dims. So it basically just senses ambient light. Now, this sensor is not very well supported. You need to enable flags, and it's the most difficult to get going, but I really love it, and I'd really love to see it being used more. I think a lot of people dismiss it as being frivolous and not very useful, but I strongly disagree, and I'll talk a little bit about that when I show you some demos. So first of all, much like the other ones, we need a few things. First, we need to create a new instance, which gives us access to the ambient light sensor. So we do that with new ambient light sensor to create a new object. And then we need an event handler, so we're going to use onReading. This is not specifically for ambient light sensor. It's actually part of the sensor interface, which contains a bunch of different properties, event handlers, and methods that any sensor can use. So it's kind of cool that you can learn how to do this, and then you're kind of able to pick up using the other sensors as well once you do that. So as you would expect, on reading, the event handler is called when a reading is taken. So it's pretty straightforward in that regard. The second thing we need is a luminance, which is the only property attached to the ambient light sensor, and it will return the current light level in a lux value. Now, you don't really need to know a whole lot in depth about lux, but you can get tables which kind of tell you what the average lux value for an office or a bedroom or outside, that kind of thing is. So you can use that to make your calculations. All of my demos, I've done the extreme for demo purposes, but if you wanted to get more specific, the information is quite easy to come across. So putting it all together, I've put this in a try catch just to, catch any errors if it's not supported in the browsers. But as you can see, again, it's like super duper straightforward. There's not a lot that you need to do. Again, all of the work is done by whatever it is you want to do with this code. So with that in mind, I'm going to show you a few demos. So let's jump over into Chrome. Now you see here, I've got my little moon man and he's currently sleeping. But if I add some light, we get the sun. Now, I really like this one. It's one of my favorite demos. I've taken the light away. I actually had to adjust this for demo purposes because, I normally have it set quite low. So, it's based on the darkness of the room. But I think this is really cute and I really love it. And I'd love to see this kind of thing. Like, imagine changing your personal portfolio website based on how dark it is in the room. Like, if somebody came to you when they were looking at it, in their bed on their mobile phone, it might look different to someone who's like in an office like this. I love this demo. It's super duper cute. Now, we've also got this one. This uses a variable font, and what it does is it changes the font weight based on the amount of light that's in the room. Now, this is one of the reasons that I think the ambient light sensor would be extremely useful. So imagine if you have a web app or a website that is used a lot by people on tablets who are going from maybe a dark room to outside. When the light changes in a room, it actually changes how legible text can be. Like, you might have something be quite thin when there's a lot of light, but then when it's dark, it's a bit harder to read, so you want to make the weight thicker. Now, I chose this font because it's a good demo to see how things change, but from a practical perspective, the UX of this and the legibility of the text to make this better for our users could be really beneficial. I think there's a lot of practical applications for the ambient light sensor if we want to start creating experiences which suit our users' needs in the moment that they're in right there and then. So this is another one that I made. So if I make it darker, I'm just covering up the sensor now. The moon moves up. But if I add some light, you see how it sort of changes based on the amount of light that's there. And if we go to the extreme, right? Oh, it's the daytime. You can kind of see it do its thing. I really like this. I'm still experimenting with it. I want to put a bunch of things in here. But again, I just love the idea of changing the experience based on what's happening to you or me right at this moment. Create something that's unique for my user rather than the same thing for everybody. And that might not be good for your corporate website, but it is great for storytelling and unique experiences and games and that kind of stuff. And the web can do so much things. We don't need to limit it to just what a corporate website might be able to do. Same with this one. When there's lots of light, you get some beautiful flowers because flowers need light to bloom. Well, most of them do. This is a variable font called Blooming GX by Typature, and Arthur makes the best variable fonts. You should totally check them out. He's a genius. So yeah, there's some cool demos with ambient light that I really like. And, just remember that we can do a lot with this, right? We can improve accessibility and user experience and legibility, and we can do creative things as well. There's a lot of benefits here, not just in one way or the other. And I guess what I would say is don't be limited by what we can already do. The web is still really young and technology is still developing, and there's so much for us to create. And just because it can't be done right now doesn't mean it's not something that you can't figure out to do in the future. You could create puzzles or other interactive experiences that require multiple inputs in order to complete them, like this secret message, which is extremely popular with children who, when I demoed it to them, they went on CodePen and they changed the text. and then sent secret messages to their friends, which I thought was extremely cute, and not a way that I'd intended it to work in the first place. Or we can do something with Smello. This is Smello, the Grumpy Wizard. And this one uses speech synthesis, so keep an eye out for that. Now, I'm just going to cover up the sensor with my finger here. So it's dark now, right? And I'm going to ask Smello to do some magic. Do some magic, Smello.
What did you say?
Oh, he doesn't understand. Maybe I'll say, show me magic.
Ask me nicely.
Oh, okay, he's grumpy. I say please. Okay. Please show me magic.
If I must.
So what I'm doing here is using ambient light, speech recognition, and speech synthesis to create an experience that I can create based on the environment that I'm in, that I can ask for something, but also have the website and Smello, in this case, talk back to me to tell me something if he doesn't understand, which I think is really, really fun. And this last one, I will show a video, but I'll quickly demo the ambient light. If I put my phone up, you'll see that it has this beam. Let's go to the video because it's a little bit easier to demo in the video. All right, with my cool Batman torch. So this actually uses a gyroscope as well, but it's very difficult to film, do motion and ambient light all at the same time.
Commence abduction.
So we can finish my presentation by abducting a cat. And I love this because, you know, if you don't have the beam on, so no ambient light that's bright enough, you don't have it over the cat, and you ask to commence the abduction, it will fail and it will call you a fool, which I thought was super duper fun. So, you know, think about the experiences that you can make, think about what you can do, and have a little fun with it. And then maybe you'll figure out a way to do something that's hugely practical for our users for, you know, maybe your day job. And on that note, I hope you all had fun. I hope you go and experiment. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. And if you're looking for any documentation, honestly, the Mozilla Docs are the best place to go. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Mandy, what a fantastic talk. I think that might possibly be the perfect way to start off day 3 of this year's conference. Everybody watching along at home, please do join me in giving Mandy our customary round the world round of applause. Now, if Mandy's talk has left you with more questions than answers, you are in luck, folks. The Q&A session will be starting any moment now, so head on over to GatherTown and join us for that, and have your questions at the ready. If you are watching along at home somewhere other than GatherTown, please do keep those comments rolling in, as well as the social media posts using the hashtag CityJS2021. Once again, Mandy, thank you very much for that amazing talk.
Amplify Auth lets you quickly set up secure authentication flows and user management powered by Amazon Cognito. You can use the Amplify CLI or Admin UI to add and configure an authentication workflow in minutes. Now, we'll show you how to configure authentication to your application in just a few clicks with the Amplify Admin UI. Configure authentication. You can add different login mechanisms, including Facebook, Google, and Amazon. You can enable multi-factor authentication and make it mandatory. And you can add attributes that are required from your users. You can also add security rules to your password, such as their length and what types of characters they require. User management. In the Admin UI, you can create users and audit their login activity. You can also add your users to groups. Add authorization rules. Then you can add authorization rules to your data. For example, I can make it so that anyone can read comments, but only signed-in users can create, update, and delete them. Add to your app. You can then use the Amplify libraries to add login and sign-up functionality to your application.
When I interviewed here and I met some of the engineering team, I was really excited by the approach and the tech stack.
It's the opportunity to work with really cutting-edge technology.
We actually get involved when the product people are coming up with new ideas. We come up with the initial designs and make sure it's going to work with all the rest of the system.
Within each team, we have a lot of freedom over our technical roadmap and decisions we make.
We're really encouraged to make bold choices, to go out there and push technology to its limit.
Amplify Data Store is an on-device storage engine that makes working with distributed cross-user data as simple as working with local-only data. You can use the Amplify CLI or Admin UI to configure your app backend in minutes. Now we'll show you how to create a database with real-time and offline functionality in the Admin UI without needing to learn database concepts. Model your data. Let's create the schema for a blog. We'd have a post with titles and content, and we'd have comments with text and an author. Connect to your app. You can then test your data locally without an AWS account in just a few commands and a few lines of code. This will work on iOS, web, and Android. For example, here's a React app I built on top of the data model that I just created. Deploy your app. You can then deploy in a few more clicks. You'll get access to the same power of AWS services as Netflix, Expedia, and Twitch without needing to be a cloud expert. Manage your app. After you deploy your app, you can add data directly in the admin UI. There's even a Markdown preview tool. You can also give your team members access to the admin UI to manage applications content and data via email. No AWS account needed.
If
If you're building an app that does communication via WhatsApp, you may want to do more than just send text messages. Image messaging is a way to allow your users to capture more information than they might be able to send via text. The Vonage Messages API allows you to send images from anywhere. They can be static images stored on your own servers, or they can be uploaded by your users or taken via a webcam using native browser tools. Things on your Note server don't look that much different than if you were sending a basic text message. You get your image all ready to go, and then you can use channel.send. You'll provide a WhatsApp client number to send to, the number you're sending from, and then your content. The type is going to be image, and then the image itself is going to be basically just the URL. You can get information about all these parameters in the Messages API docs. To see an overview of the whole workflow, you can go to the Vonage Developer Center, or you can just check the link below. And that's it. Upload an image, change one property, and you can send image messages with the Vonage Messages API.
Here's a question for you folks. Can we say we've really had a JavaScript conference if we don't include some live coding in the lineup? I don't think we can. But thankfully, our next speaker is here to tick that box with some style. Taking to the stage, next up at the 2021 CityJS conference is Natalia, all the way from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. Natalia is a staff front-end engineer at GitLab as well as a core team member of Vue.js. In this talk, Natalia is going to be showcasing the composition API, which is part of Vue 3, and Natalia will be doing so by live coding against a set of APIs, looking to match them based upon those which are selected by a spinning wheel. Very fancy stuff, Natalia. If you have any questions for Natalia which crop up over this talk, please do make sure you join us for the Q&A session, which will be starting straight after the talk finishes, as well as post along on Twitter using the hashtag CityJS2021 and keep those comments rolling in on YouTube, folks. But for now, Natalia, it is my honor, privilege and pleasure to hand the stage over to you.
Hello everyone. Happy to see you at CityJS conference. Today here I'm representing Vue.js core team and I'm going to speak about one of the main features of Vue 3, which is a composition API. And this talk is built upon a famous quote of Linus Torvalds, who said, "Talks are cheap. Show me the code." That's why a very short part of this presentation gonna be slides with some introductory explanation of what composition API is, and then we're going to dive into a long and painful live coding, demonstrating how we can use and why we can use a composition API. And when I'm speaking about why, this is a really important problem because I've seen multiple times people asking the same question. Why do we need this new API at all? We were happy with Vue 2 and Options API, which was a previously main one. What problem are we going to solve with a new API? And I will try to answer this in this talk. My name is Natalia Diplukhina and I'm Vue.js core team member. I'm responsible for writing Vue.js documentation. I work as staff front-end engineer at GitLab, and there we're using Vue as our front-end framework. So I definitely have some experiences with complicated code base where some specific solutions are needed. And I'm also a Google developer expert in web technologies. So if you happen never hear about what Vue Composition API is. In a nutshell, this is a new API that allows us to create a standalone reactive state of properties outside of Vue components, because previously any reactive state was baked into Vue components or instances. With a composition API, we can create it outside in a simple JavaScript files, using methods such as ref here, which creates a reactive object with a single property value, and this value is reactive, which means when we change it, our application is going to render anything depending on this property. And obviously we can use this standalone reactive state in our Vue components. So we can call them in a specific function called setup, and we can use this in the Vue component template. We can abstract reactive state, which means that we can have a pieces of logic with reactive properties somewhere in the JavaScript file, and then we can expose it as a composition function or composable, which we will be building in the live coding part of the talk. We can export them there, then import them to the Vue component and use there. This is still not an explanation of why this API is useful and why we need it as an addition to the previously existing Options API in the Vue. And the answer is we need it for flexible and universal logic composition. First, let's take a look at flexible. In Vue 2, we had a tool for abstracting a logic and separating it, which was mixins. And mixin is just an object that contains the same properties that Vue component can contain. So here, for example, we have login and password as a reactive state of the component in the mixin, and we have a method to submit a form. But there is an issue. Mixin is not as flexible. What if I want to have a dynamic property here? What if I want also to pass a form ID somehow to the mixin? This wouldn't be possible. I would need to create this property in the Vue component. And mixin itself is not flexible at all. This is not a function we can pass parameters to. So mixin is not matching a flexible criteria. Speaking about universal, in Vue 2, we can also leverage renderless components with scope slot. What is this in a nutshell? Basically, we create a form wrapper component here that contains a slot. And via this slot, we can expose the properties of form wrapper back to the parent component where we're using it. So this is the only way in Vue you can communicate child component properties back to parent. Because Vue has unidirectional data flow. Usually all the properties are passed from parent to the child. Scope slot allows us to have them in vice versa in an opposite direction. So here, for example, we have a child component that exposes 3 different properties back to the parent. And in the parent, in the slot of this component, we can use our form that leverages login, password, and submit form. And this is definitely more flexible than mixin because I can pass a prop to this child component. And this will be a parameter. So it's flexible, but is it universal? For example, what if I need to use the login exposed by form wrapper outside of it? Unfortunately, this is not possible because template is runtime based. So login, password, and submit form are only available inside of form wrapper, not the outside. I cannot expose login anywhere in the template. I cannot use login in the different reactive options of the component, not in data, not in computed, not anywhere. That's why the composition API was created as a good way to have a flexible, universal logic abstraction. And right now we will try to build an example where we're using composition API from scratch to see how we can reuse this logic for different cases. To demonstrate this, I'm going to build a composable that will be working with different APIs. And as a first one, we're going to use cat API because why not? I like cats, so let's just use them. And for the rest of the APIs, we are going to have a wheel that will give us 2 more random APIs, and I'm going to spin it right now. So the first API we're going to use here is dog API. Nice, because we have cats, why not having dogs as well? And the second one will be Rick and Morty API. This one is REST and GraphQL, and I'm going to use a GraphQL version of it, just because it's more fun, and it will show that our composable is flexible enough to consume both REST and GraphQL APIs. So let's start with our application. Let me run the server. And here we have nothing fancy. Right now it's just an input field and search button. So let's start building our application with Cats API. First thing I want to have is a query, which will be a search term for our API. So there will be const query, which is equal to ref, and initial value of this ref is an empty string. And of course, we need to import ref from view. And important thing that we need to return everything from setup function to use it in the template. I'm going to add vModel here, which creates two-way binding for the query property and input field. And next step, I need some result that will be returned from the API call. And again, this is an initial value of an empty string. And finally, we are going to have a method call API, which will perform an Axios call. That's why I'm uncommenting Axios. So this will be Axios get, and let's go and copy paste the URL. This is displaying an image of a certain cat breed. And instead of breed ID here, I'm going to have query value. And this is an important moment because ref, as I already said, creates an object from the primitive. This object contains a single property called value. That's why we're accessing query value here. However, Vue is smart enough to make an automatic unwrapping. That's why here in the template, we don't need value anymore. But within the setup function, we will still be operating with value. So let's make this function async. And we will have const res is equal awaiting for the call. Let's console log the rest to see what we have. And let's return result here, even though it's empty right now. So in the browser, oh yeah, I need also to return a call API. And I will call it on button click. So let's search for Bengal cat. And you can see that we have some result where it's data, which is an array. And I want to show an image, which is a URL. So res data 0 URL. Okay, let's search again. Good, I have a URL now and I can start displaying it. So I will add a div here with an image where source is result and alt is some random image. And instead of consoling log, I will say that result value is equal to res data 0 URL. And also, I only want to show this div if we have a result. Okay, search. Nice, we have Bengal cat. So currently we have a very simple logic. Let's make it complex a bit more to be more real life. And in real life, when you have an API calls, most likely you're going to have some error handling and you're going to display some loading state. So let's make it a bit more complicated. So we will have a loading, which is false by default. And we will have an error, which is false by default as well. I just want to show a generic error message every single time something goes wrong. And to handle this, we will need a try-catch block. So try-catch, please. And also there will be finally. So in try, I'm going to have my API call. In catch, I will display an error, but also I want to handle my loading state here. So here loading value is true, and error, if we had any previous error, we need to nullify it here, is false. In the catch hook, we say that error value is true. And then finally, we want to set our loading value back to false. And let's display it somehow in our template. So here, if we have an error, and this will simply make the text red, we'll say, oops, something went wrong. And here I want also to have a block that shows us a message about loading. And if loading is false, we will show a result. And of course, we need to return loading and error from our setup function. Okay, let's try to see what's going on here. So there is a loading state and it shows us a cat. But what if something goes wrong? Let's add one here. Something went definitely wrong because we have this error with the wrong API. So here we have a piece of logic to handle an API call. And you can see that even with the simplest options, just loading error and result, it already is bloated a bit. And I definitely don't want to write it every single time I'm doing API calls anywhere, and especially if I'm doing different APIs. I want it to be abstracted somehow, but I want it also to keep reactive state. So I will create a composable for this. Let's call it useAPI.js. And we want to import ref here for sure. And export a function, useAPI. Let's just copy paste everything we have from here and try to modify it a bit. So I want my composable to be responsible for all this reactive state for sure, but I don't want it to only fetch data from the cat API. Maybe I'm not even going to use Axios. What I want is my composable will call a function called getResults, the function that I will pass from the component. So the way of fetching data is unknown to my composable. It only cares of getting some results with a method provided by parent and handling the loading, error, and result values in sync. So for this, I will pass getResults. And instead of doing this, I will just call my getResults. But getResults should rely on my reactive state. So getResults function should accept a parameter that it will use in the URL for the API call. And I can simplify this a bit because I just want to assign whatever getResults return to my result. Because different APIs can shape the response differently, so this is not a responsibility of my composable. Let's go back to the component and remove things we don't need here. We don't need refs anymore. We will still need to return everything to use it in the template. So I want to have all these data to be returned by use API. And I need to import use API, of course. Use API from composables, use API. And here, I need to pass an async function that you remember should have one argument. I will call it query. So I remember this should be a query. And here I will be awaiting for the response from the API. And I remove value here because we already passed query value. We don't need to do it one more time. We have already unwrapped this in the composable. And I will return my res data 0 URL. And I can remove all the call API from here. So let's go back and check if this works. Again, cat, everything is fine. So you can say that component code shrinked a lot. It's way shorter and everything is happening in the composable. All the magic is here. So, okay, we have done this for the cat API. So let's make it visible. So this is cat API. But what if I want to use a different API? Will my composable still work with two APIs we got on the wheel? I will comment my cat API and go check the next one, which is dog API. And here we are going to check the breeds list. So we will again be fetching a picture of a certain dog breed. And I will copy paste the URL string because this is what I want to do. And actually I will copy paste this piece of code first. So here we are going to have dog API. I will add the same piece of code and comment this one. And again, where is my URL? Here we go. So here we'll go the dog breed. It's often pincher, but in our case, it's just a query. And I'm not sure what this URL is going to return. So I will go again with console log driven development and just make a console log res. And I'm going to search for husky. Something went wrong, obviously, because response is shaped differently. So we have data and we have message, and that's it. So instead of returning res data 0 URL, we will just return res data message. And let's try our luck again with husky. Okay, this works. This gives us an image of husky, or I don't know, Shiba. So dog API is working as well. Let's copy paste this again. And let's go with Rick and Morty API. And this one is going to be more complex. I'll comment dog API as well. And let's go check Rick and Morty. So closing dogs, closing cats, going for Rick and Morty API. And this one is GraphQL API, which might sound a bit more complicated because most of people associate GraphQL API with a dedicated GraphQL client, for example, Apollo. But in fact, we can simply fetch data from GraphQL API using POST requests, and it's not any kind specific. It's just a simple POST request that has a proper body. And here, as you can see, I'm already fetching a list of characters that have a name Rick. So I'm going to simply copy paste the GraphQL query and work with it in my component. So for Rick and Morty API, I will need to have one more constant. I will call it characters query. And this is a string. And you can see that currently we have a filter with name Rick. So here instead, I want to pass a parameter, name, which is a string, and here I will be using it. This weird syntax, if you never worked with GraphQL, means that I want to pass a dynamic variable to my query in the post request body, and GraphQL will adjust it. So whatever we pass as a name will be added here as a dynamic variable. And I need to change my code slightly, because currently we're going to go with GraphQL, and this will be Axios post. And as a URL, we will use Rick and Morty GraphQL URL. And here we're going to specify the body. And in the body, we will have a query, which is characters query. And we need to pass variables where name is our query we will type in the input. And let's make a console log res to see what is going to go wrong. So Rick, I'm searching, and as you can see, my API call was successful enough. I have some data, and data contains an array of characters. It contains results. So data, characters, results, 0, image. Okay, data, characters, results, 0, image. Let's hope everything gonna be fine. Rick, search, something went wrong. Again, oh, so it's data, data, characters, results. Okay. Rick, search. And we have Rick and Morty. And we have Morty as well. So even though it required a bit more work here with characters query and shaping the response differently, you can see that our composable was universal enough to handle this case for us. And unfortunately, with all the previous forms of logic abstractions in Vue, which would be mixins or renderless components, this would be definitely more complicated to do. And I really like how short and clear the thing here is. The only thing you need to learn is how to create reactive properties with Vue, and rest is pretty much intuitive. Thank you so much for listening to the talk.
Natalia, thank you very much for that super interesting talk on the Vue 3 Composition API. I'm sure everybody at home took a hell of a lot away from that talk. If you enjoyed that session, or even if you didn't, please do join me in giving Natalia a huge round the world round of applause. If that talk has left your head spinning with more questions and answers, please do join us for the Q&A session on GatherTown, which will be starting any moment now. Natalia will be attempting to put the pin in the wheel that is your spinning brain. Don't forget, let us know what you thought of that talk and how you are using the Vue 3 Composition API over on Twitter using the hashtag CityJS2021, as well as keep those comments rolling in on YouTube.
CircleCI is an industry-leading continuous integration and deployment platform that allows engineering teams to build, test, and deploy software confidently and at scale. Here's how our platform works. CircleCI integrates directly with your version control system like GitHub or Bitbucket and validates code changes in real time. In the CircleCI UI, you'll see a dashboard with the status for pipelines across all of your projects. You can filter this view to see just the pipelines that you've run, by project, and also by branch within that project. When pipelines are running, you can see the status for the pipeline updated in real time, along with the status for the workflows within that pipeline and the jobs within those workflows. In this example for the CircleCI CLI project, there's just one workflow that's called CI. On the workflow view, I can see all of the jobs that run as part of that workflow and see the status of each of those jobs. On the job detail page, you can see the status of an individual job in real time. You can also see important information about the job, such as the steps that were run as part of the job, the duration, the execution environment for the job, and other details such as the branch, the PR, and commit information. CircleCI offers first-class support for Docker and every major operating system including Linux, macOS, and Windows. We support every language and framework, and developers have the flexibility to specify various resource classes at the job level, enabling more flexible and powerful pipeline orchestration. This job uses the Docker Medium resource class, but I could use other resource classes such as macOS or Windows. You can also use our robust CLI, which we're actually testing here, to run an individual job in a local container, or to validate your config file. We show you if any of your tests fail and automatically expose those failures in the UI. If you need to fix something, CircleCI lets you rerun jobs with SSH so that you can debug from your own command line. Everything that happens inside your pipeline is configured with a declarative YAML file that lives inside your repository with the rest of the code for your project. You'll notice that there are a few main components of the configuration file. At the top, we've defined our orbs, which are reusable packages of CircleCI configuration. These will allow us to easily accomplish common tasks within CircleCI. In this example, we have the CodeCov orb, the Spellcheck orb, the Slack orb, and the Windows orb. As an example, the Slack orb allows you to trigger Slack notifications from your CircleCI pipelines. Another main component of CircleCI config is the executor. The executor defines the environment in which a job will run and can be reused for any job within your configuration file. In this example, we have two executors, the Go executor and the Mac executor. The Go executor specifies a specific Docker image to use for the environment, and the Mac executor specifies a specific version of Xcode to use for the environment. We've also defined reusable commands, which can be used as steps in different jobs. Here we have a Slack notify on failure command, which pulls a command from the Slack orb, which allows us to send that Slack notification when something fails. Then we've defined our jobs, which below will be orchestrated within our workflow. All the way at the bottom, we have our workflow. Our workflow, as we saw before, is called CI and includes all of the jobs that we just listed above. Each of these jobs are orchestrated using different requires keys, so we can see that the docs job requires the deploy job, and the snap job also requires the deploy job. It's likely that some of your jobs, particularly things like integration tests or deployments, will require sensitive keys or other secrets to run successfully. CircleCI contexts offer the ability to securely and efficiently manage sensitive environment variables like these by encrypting them and injecting them into the runtime when required by a specific job. You can set up contexts within your organization settings, choosing a context name, and adding any environment variables that you want to be available as part of this context. And that is a brief overview of CircleCI's platform. CircleCI is the most powerful and scalable continuous integration and deployment platform, which allows developers to ship quality code faster with more confidence. If you have additional questions about how CircleCI can help improve your software delivery pipeline, feel free to visit our website or reach out to us. Until then, happy building.
Messenger is one of several messaging clients you can use to send and receive messages via the Vonage Messages API. However, Facebook Messenger works a little bit differently than the others, specifically because you have to first receive a message in order to be able to contact someone. As a business, your users can't just give you their number and have you contact them. They have to make the first move. If we're creating a node server to send and receive Facebook Messenger messages programmatically, the first thing we need is an endpoint for people to contact so that they can submit their number to us. We need to configure that as a webhook in the Vonage developer dashboard. Now when someone messages us on Facebook, the webhook forwards that message to our server. The server then can look at the request body and find the from ID property, and with that we can send a message back to the person who messaged us in response. We can also store our user's ID for later, allowing them to opt into Facebook Messenger messages from us. So working with Facebook Messenger messages via the Vonage Messages API is nearly as simple as working with SMS. You can check the links below for docs and examples.
Hi folks, it's great to see you here. My name's Nathaniel Akenwa and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a platform for developers like yourselves to integrate telecommunications into the applications that you are building. It's so straightforward, I can send an SMS message in the time it takes me to finish this video. You can use Twilio to send and reply to messages via SMS or WhatsApp, integrate video calls into your websites, and even verify emails and phone numbers. There are so many ways to supercharge your apps using Twilio's APIs and helpful SDKs. So, back to our code, I have imported the Twilio library and I have my credentials stored as environment variables. Now I can easily send an SMS with just one more command. If you'd like to find out more or watch an interactive 5-minute demo, check out this link. I'll be hanging around throughout the rest of this event, and like we always say in Twilio, we can't wait to see what you build.
Shodipo from Nigeria is a senior developer advocate, software engineer, program manager, and a teacher who contributes to lots of open source projects. This talk from Shodipo is developer experience, also known as DX. Developer experience is similar to how you see and understand the user experience, but the difference is DX is focused strictly on the developers who consume certain API services, SDKs, or other services owned by a company and organization. This talk today will explore developer experience, matters in a company, providing a technical service, what makes a great developer experience team, and the relationship between building a great developer experience flow in a company with the public. I can't wait to hear this because this is getting more and more important. Companies are realizing that community is important, and for the community to build and thrive, not only does it need to be inclusive, it needs to have great developer experience, great DX. Over to you.
Hi everyone. Hello. So yeah, thanks for having me on board this conference. I'm excited to be here. Yes. So I think so. I think I followed a couple of talks, and I followed a couple of them, and it's been fun. The last one was amazing. I saw a couple of them, and it's been great. So I'm happy to be here. So thanks for the organizers for having me on board. Yeah. So at this conference, I'm going to be talking about technical principles for developer experience, developer experience rather. So a little bit about me. So my name is Shodipo Ayomide. I'm from Lagos, Nigeria, all the way across the other side of the world in Africa. So yeah, so I work with Stack Overflow, and I'm also a GitHub star, Cloud9 media developer expert, and a community evangelist. So you can find me on Twitter at developer.io and also on GitHub. So let's get into the good stuff. Okay, this talk should be fun. I'm really excited about this talk, so I hope you're excited too. So what exactly is developer experience? This is the big question. This is the core of the talk. What exactly is DX, developer experience? Let's get right into this. So developer experience is similar to how you know and understand things like user experience, because when you think about like product design, you think about UI, user interface, and you think about UX, user experience. So it's similar to how you think about UX, which is user experience. But the difference is DX, which is developer experience, is strictly focused on developers, on how they consume your API service, your SDK, or any other service that you own as a company. This was most important when you talk about DX, developer experience. You're gonna see me using the DX experience, DX abbreviation throughout my talk. So DX means developer experience. So we help developers feel great. We help developers feel awesome. We help them feel good about their work. We just basically help them move forward from that point of reading your documentation to actually implementing your API, SDK, whichever service you offer in their project, if it's open source. Or if it's like something that you want people to like reuse, you want other developers to reuse, you need to have developer experience. You need to have a developer experience person on your team. That's overly too important. So we help developers feel great and feel awesome about their work. So the popular question here is, who is a developer advocate and what does developer advocates do? So I'm going to give 4 criteria here. So number 1 is a developer advocate is technically advanced. So notwithstanding the departments which a developer advocate is operating in, a developer advocate is always an engineer, notwithstanding the departments the developer advocate is in. So it can be marketing departments, it can be engineering, it can be under developer relations, so umbrella, it can be anywhere. Notwithstanding the departments, developer advocacy is an engineering role. So number 1 is you have to be technically advanced. Number 2, you have to know how to build communities. So developer advocacy is a mixture of being being technically advanced and you working with global communities and online communities at this point. So secondly, as I mentioned, you must be a community builder. Number 3, expert communicator of technicality. So you must be able to communicate technicalities, like really complicated technicalities in simplicity, so that the audience, the people who are going to utilize this project, this company you work for, the product, the services the company like you work for offers, people are going to use their developers. They need to understand how it works. That's too important. And number 4, you need to know how to sell software to developers, because salespeople wouldn't know how to sell software to developers because it's going to be hard based on the current conception that a lot of developers we know today that we don't really trust salespeople, as there's been a past track record of selling softwares for just selling sake, even though like it doesn't do what they said it does. So as a developer advocate, you must know how to sell software. You must not sell software to developers specifically. So that's why you must be technically advanced. Only a technically advanced person can sell like another software to a developer, because you have to explain in depthly how it works and how the implementation process is like. So the other developer is going to say, okay, this is what I'm using. So let's talk a bit about user experience. So user experience, again, which is UX, is how general users. Now, general users, exactly, they use your platform and the experience from loading up the first screen of your web page, that's the home page, to let's probably signing up to your dashboard, to resetting passwords, to account settings. All of these processes is which is what is called user experience. Now, developer experience in this case now is the flow where developers are trying to implement or configure your Dev SDK API or even package if it's open source. So the process, the flow by which you're trying to implement, this is the experience. How is the experience like when I'm getting your package installed in my project? Is it easy? I get it installed. How do I get to use it? What exactly are the parameters? What are the endpoints available? All of this, is it documented properly? These are the questions you need to ask yourself. And this is why a developer experience is needed in every company that basically offers this kind of service to developers. Because remember, I said when I was giving the criteria over here, you have to know how to sell software to developers. And if you're selling software to developers, there must be a documentation they would have to follow. So here is the difference in between UX and DX, which is developer experience and user experience. So developer experience is, sorry. Yeah. So developer experience is developer focused, as I said earlier. Then user experience is general user experience focused, including developers, including everyone. That's what UX is. Developer experience is, let's talk about value and time. So value is, I can reach my goals with this API and it has everything I need, every single thing I need, and even more. It has everything. That, like, it provides even more. Let's talk about time. Time is, I can reach my goal using this specific API in less time than using like another API that documentation is terrible. A lot of things are not defined, things are missing, things like that. So basically, these are the two important things that developer experience people focus on. Number one, how to provide enough value in whatever developer service you are offering to the people, to developers. Then the time it takes for them to go from implementation to actually configuring, rather documentation to implementation. So productivity of developers, basically in this case, is measured in DX, basically how fast they move, as I said before, from documentation to implementation. The first step is, for example, when we see an open source project on npm.js, we check it out. We basically read what this package covers, what this npm package covers. Then read, okay, you can do this, are the parameters, this are where you have to find this, these are what you have to import, you have to use the CDN, you have to use this. We read all of these processes before we implement, because on a regular basis, like sometimes I know I might want to work fast sometimes. So I just like, hey, this is the package, like boom, copy, install, and then like, I think I can figure this out myself, just try doing something yourself. Well, many times we always go to documentation to avoid mishaps where we get to have some things missing and we get to have like serious problems in our project. So we always go to the documentation. So productivity for developers, how you will measure it as a company is when your developers, people who use your service, can go from the documentation you have prepared for them to implementation. How fast they move between these two processes is the developer experience. And how do you get this data? By speaking to the people. And I'm going to talk more about that later in the talk. Let's talk a bit more about documentation. So no docs simply means I built this, I don't care, figure it out, do it yourself, I hate stress. So when you write zero documentation, this is exactly what you mean, that there is no documentation. I built this tool for you. It's totally for you. But then I don't really care if you understand or you don't understand. I hate stress. Just don't stress me. Figure it out yourself. That's basically what I'm saying when I don't write any documentation in a project that I'm trying to push to developers, because literally they don't know how to use it, because like they didn't write the code, I wrote the code. I have to explain how to use the project. But many times we always tend to assume people already know, developers already know what to do. And that's one of the things that we should stop doing. Even when it comes to article writing, now we always assume that the person reading the article, automatically they already have like certain prerequisites installed, or they have certain things done already. So we always assume that assumption, because the thing is, so the internet is a forever thing. It's an internet thing. Anyone has access to it. In 10 years time, 20 years time, they're all going to have access to data on the internet. And people who are newbies, people who are senior, people who are mid-level, they're all going to have access to your article. Then think about if someone from a junior developer sees your article and is like, hey, what exactly am I seeing? I don't understand this. So The person could have easily understood what you wrote if you started from scratch, if you gave the required prerequisites to even get the project started, notwithstanding the level of the project, level of the article you're writing. These things are important when you don't assume that your audience already has a certain level of expertise already. We shouldn't do that. The most important part of writing good documentation is structure. Everything should be tabled properly, super easy to find. And as we can see here, so when it comes to basically writing good documentation, everything must be tabled properly. You must label categories. You must label parts of it. So if you want to do a repository, this is what you do. If you want to install, this is what you do. If you want to start, this is what you do. When you're done with this, go here. It has to follow along properly. You can't tell me, okay, the first thing you would do is run npm run build. I don't know what. I have not even cloned the project. Okay, let's say you clone the project and like, okay, run npm start. I have not even installed dependencies. It has to follow like an order. It has to follow a structure. This is what's important. You define every single thing you can do with whatever project you're working on. You're going to define all of that and explain properly. Because remember, developer experience is measured how a developer can move from reading your documentation to actually implementing your project. This is how it's being measured. This is how it's being measured. So if it takes them, let's do an estimation of 5 minutes to go to reading your documentation and actually implementation, that's a problem. That's a problem. For senior developers, that will be a very big problem. At least I should be able to glance through your documentation. So because of the level of expertise that senior engineers have been doing this thing for, they can easily just glance through your documentation and automatically they know what to do almost instantly because they've done this process over and over and over again. So if a senior developer is taking him 5 minutes to go to your documentation and know what to do next, there's a problem. There's a problem. They should literally just glance through and like, okay, this. Okay, done. Let's get started. Like just like that. But if it takes a junior developer 5 minutes, that's totally fine because they're just trying to catch up. So the time in between documentation and implementation is how developer experience is being measured. And this is what's really important. Let's go next. Everyone loves a well-structured README. Every single person loves a well-structured README. When your README is well-structured, definitely everyone loves it. So this is basically what happens to every engineer in any company when there's no documentation. So you build a package and the company wants to utilize the package you built, but there's no documentation. Then their manager asks them, hey, how's that feature coming along? They're like, it's totally fine. All good. It's going well. It's going amazing. I'm doing a great job, but not knowing they're sitting in fire just because of you, that you didn't write a single documentation. This is basically what I've been in this scenario before, and trust me, and I'm pretty sure that some of us here have been in this scenario, and we both know and we all know this situation is not great. It's definitely not great. It's definitely not great. So yeah, everyone loves a well-structured README, as I said earlier. So your README should be well-structured. And okay, that's a duplicate. That's a problem. Okay, I see. Let's move forward. So developers need to understand how your API service works, what endpoints are available, as I said before, and how to implement them. All of this process, you're going to define every single endpoint, what they offer, and what exactly you can do with them, how you can implement them, all of these things. You're also going to even provide use cases, things like this. All these are great developer experience because it helps developers. Again, I keep on saying this thing, and this is the key. It helps developers move from basically that documentation to implementation, and even to getting their API keys and all of that from your website. Like we need to get developers from that point of documentation to implementation as fast as possible. If we can reduce that time from 5 minutes to 2 minutes, that's something big. Because then, see, we are providing value and we are at the same time giving that value in less time. This was really important. No developer wants to be slow. They want to overcome their tasks in less time. So our service provides value, but then we do it in such a long period of time. That's a very big problem because why? We have the value, but then we have a lot of time we're spending doing your project. This is a problem. This is a really big problem. Let me give an example of years ago, WordPress was really slow. When you click on a blog post, you wait probably like 5 to 10 years, then it loads up. Just kidding. So no, so you just probably wait for like on a slow internet, you wait for probably like 1 minute or 2 minutes, then it loads up. But right now, because of the adoption of new technologies like React and GraphQL, it's super fast. Think about React, think about Gatsby, think about Nuxt, think about Gridsom. All of these new frameworks coming out from JavaScript that are working around building static pages on top of React. That's amazing. That's amazing. I get to click a blog post and at the twinkle of an eye, boom, it's here. Speed is what's most important. Every company aims to provide value, but then the problem is how fast do you provide that value?
that value is important. It's always important, definitely important. And if that value is worth the time, that's also something to consider, because this is another angle to exactly what I'm saying. If the value you're providing is worth the time spent, that's different. There are some tools you can build because of the volume of data it's trying to fetch. Because the volume is going to have to take time. There's nothing you can do about that case. There's nothing you can do about that. And it's going to have to take all the time it has to take. But when the data comes back, it's definitely worth the wait. It's definitely not worth the wait. Not that you're going to get like this chunk of data when it gets back like this small thing. It took me all this time. Now I'm not going to do this. So you should provide value. And if you can provide a value in less time, please do. Provide the value in less time. It's definitely going to be worth it. Definitely going to be worth it. Let's talk about tools for helping with documentation. First, I'm going to mention Docusaurus by Facebook. So Docusaurus is for JavaScript developers. You want to document your JavaScript project, you can use Docusaurus. You can use documentation JS, also JavaScript, Go for Go, Slate for Ruby, and Codex2 for PHP. And there are others for different languages that you can use. You just have to go on Google and just like get this out there. Documentation is not just for the end user. This is what we need to understand. We need it also because why? We are humans and we get to forget things too. There are cases where I've encountered similar problems constantly, and at the end I'm like, okay, I think I've had this problem before. I'm pretty sure I've had this problem before, but then I cannot recall how I solved this problem. This is a problem. This is why we need to document. This is why we need to document our code. I've been in some cases where, so funny story, right? Let's go through this. So I wrote an article about the problem I had. Then I uploaded it to my blog, and for some reason, so some time back, I lost all the content I've written, everything. So a couple of years later, I had the same problem again, and I went on Google searching for like the error that I had. And funny story, yeah, my article popped up, and guess what? It was in another person's blog post, written by me. All my names are still there. It was like a copy and paste thing. I'm like, wait, what? So this is why we honestly need to write articles. We can forget things too. We're humans. It's not everything we can write in a notepad or something. There are things that we're going to need, like to be on the internet, that when we need them, we can just like go over there and see how we basically solve them. So documentation are not just for end users, they're also for us too. Let's talk about commit messages and how this improves developer experience. Commit messages are also part of your documentation also. Documenting your code, if we talk about documenting your code, it's not just writing a README file or beating out the documentation in either Gatsby documentation, documentation JS, Docusaurus, or any of this. Commit messages is also a part of documenting your code. So this helps also in improving the flow of onboarding new developers to the team. So imagine this, a developer comes to your company and begins to see something like this. It says, so we're revamping admin subscription pages. Here, this is what we're doing. Here, this is what we're doing. Think about if we had something like, fix this. I just did that. Weird fix. I'm thinking about a solution right now. Those are really weird. Commit messages are really weird. But then it gets people disordered. They don't. They're gonna have to click the commit message and read your code and see what exactly you changed. And remember, this is an open source project, so you have to actually commit your message properly so you can know what exactly you're committing. When you're onboarding new developers, they know exactly what you're doing. They don't have to click and take out time to read your code or anything like that. Let's talk more about developer experience feedback. So as I said before, one of the most important part here is feedback. When you're calculating the time spent in between documentation, getting API keys, getting API tokens, and implementation as a developer, you have to send out something probably like a developer survey to your developer audience and get them to fill in the survey and ask them this question so you can know how to basically improve their experience while using your product. So the funniest thing is many companies don't like to do this because they're gonna get tons of bad feedback. And I think personally, I'm pretty excited to get bad feedback. I'm excited about it. It means at least we're doing something good. At least we're getting some feedback. There are many companies out there, they send out feedback. You get like 2 people or 1 person filling out their feedback. But then you send out the feedback and you're getting like tons of bad requests. It means people are actually using your product and they want you to improve on your experience. So it's a good thing. So it can be hurtful sometimes, but then it helps you improve your product. This was most important, improvement of the product and retention of customers. And how you retain customers is by basically working on their recommendations, working on what they complain about, working on all of these tickets of the company. Don't just leave things at your backlog. Always go to your backlog, then like work on these things that are out there. Then get back to the community saying, hey, we've worked on this project and here is a preview. I would like you to take a look and tell us how it works. Any feedback is good feedback. So I'm done with my talk. So just a tool. So this is something I'm working on. It's called ImageHive.co. It helps you fetch colors from basically images. So as you can see, once you have to fetch colors from image as fast as possible. So this is something I'm working on. It's a small product that I'm terrible with colors, but then this is really helping me get better with colors. So I can fetch colors from images by URL or upload them locally. So you can check out ImageHive.co. And that's it. So thank you so much for coming to this talk. I'm really excited to be here. I'm trusting you learned so much from this talk, and I'm looking forward to the questions. You can follow me on Twitter at developer.io. That's developer.io, AYO. Also on GitHub, the same URL. If you want to check out my open source projects and some of my documentations. So yeah, thank you.
Shadipo, what a fantastic session. Thank you very much for being part of this year's conference once again. It was an honor to have you be part of our lineup. I'm sure everybody watching at home is going to be joining me in giving you a huge around the world round of applause. Shadipo will be linking up with Eddie any moment now for his Q&A session. Please do head on over to GatherTown and join in the fun there, where you can get your questions answered by the man himself. Please do keep those posts coming in on social media using the hashtag CityJS2021, as well as your comments rolling in wherever you are watching along at home. Once again, Shadipo, thank you very much for that amazing talk.
Hi everybody, I'm Brandon. I'm founder and CEO of DevPost. We're fortunate to power the vast majority of software competitions, hackathons, that happen around the globe. There are two kinds: in-person software competitions when we're not in a pandemic, and virtual software competitions that usually last 6 to 8 weeks. And the value behind them, it's all about learning and improving your craft. Anything that you build, the intellectual property stays with you. It is not transferred to the sponsor of the competition. And you can earn really big prizes, many hundreds of thousands of dollars often. And in addition to that, exposure, meeting people, and again, having a time-boxed period where you can learn, improve your craft, and build something that you've been wanting to build. So when you get a chance, hope you go to devpost.com, check around, see what you can find. I would say the vast majority of competitions encourage and allow JavaScript, so it's a great opportunity to mess around with that. Thanks a lot. Have a great conference.
With AWS Amplify, creating innovative mobile and web apps has never been faster or easier. From development to deployment, AWS Amplify offers a variety of tools for building secure, scalable, full-stack applications powered by AWS. As a mobile or front-end web developer, you're looking for simple ways to develop and add features to your app, like authentication, data, or AI ML. AWS Amplify's development framework enables the use cases you need, powered by AWS services. And Amplify works seamlessly with the tools you already use. You'll have the ability to automatically configure cloud backends with the Amplify CLI. Connect your backend to your app with Amplify libraries, and accelerate development for common workflows such as sign-up and sign-in with Amplify UI components. All of this with AWS best practices for security, reliability, and availability built in. Now, deploy your web app with AWS Amplify Console, a fully managed hosting service that serves content from Amazon's content delivery network with hundreds of points of presence globally. Amplify Console has built-in workflows that accelerate development. Simply connect your application's code repository and changes are deployed automatically. Get to market faster with innovative apps that scale as your business grows. Learn more about AWS Amplify at aws.amazon.com/amplify. With AWS Amplify, creating innovative mobile and web apps has never been faster or easier. From development to deployment, AWS Amplify offers a variety of tools for building secure, scalable, full-stack applications powered by AWS. As a mobile or front-end web developer, you're looking for simple ways to develop and add features to your app, like authentication, data, or AI ML. AWS Amplify's development framework enables the use cases you need, powered by AWS services. And Amplify works seamlessly with the tools you already use. You'll have the ability to automatically configure cloud backends with the Amplify CLI. Connect your backend to your app with Amplify libraries, and accelerate development for common workflows such as sign-up and sign-in with Amplify UI components. All of this with AWS best practices for security, reliability, and availability built in. Now, deploy your web app with AWS Amplify Console, a fully managed hosting service that serves content from Amazon's content delivery network with hundreds of points of presence globally. Amplify Console has built-in workflows that accelerate development. Simply connect your application's code repository and changes are deployed automatically. Get to market faster with innovative apps that scale as your business grows. Learn more about AWS Amplify at aws.amazon.com/amplify.
When I interviewed here and I met some of the engineering team, I was really excited by the approach and the tech stack.
It's the opportunity to work with really cutting edge technology.
We actually get involved when the product people are coming up with new ideas. We come up with the initial designs and make sure it's going to work with all the rest of the system.
Within each team, we have a lot of freedom over our technical roadmap and decisions we make.
We're really encouraged to make bold choices, to go out there and push technology to its limit.
Hi folks, it's great to see you here. My name's Nathaniel Akenwa and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a platform for developers like yourselves to integrate telecommunications into the applications that you are building. It's so straightforward, I can send an SMS message in the time it takes me to finish this video. You can use Twilio to send and reply to messages via SMS or WhatsApp, integrate video calls into your websites, and even verify emails and phone numbers. There are so many ways to supercharge your apps using Twilio's APIs and helpful SDKs. So, back to our code, I have imported the Twilio library and I have my credentials stored as environment variables. Now I can easily send an SMS with just one more command. If you'd like to find out more or watch an interactive 5-minute demo, check out this link. I'll be hanging around throughout the rest of this event. And like we always say in Twilio, we can't wait to see what you build.
If you're building an app that does communication via WhatsApp, you may want to do more than just send text messages. Image messaging is a way to allow your users to capture more information than they might be able to send via text. The Vonage Messages API allows you to send images from anywhere. They can be static images stored on your own servers, or they can be uploaded by your users or taken via a webcam using native browser tools. Things on your node server don't look that much different than if you were sending a basic text message. You get your image all ready to go, and then you can use channel.send. You'll provide a WhatsApp client number to send to, the number you're sending from, and then your content. The type is going to be image, and then the image itself is going to be basically just the URL. You can get information about all these parameters in the Messages API docs. To see an overview of the whole workflow, you can go to the Vonage Developer Center, or you can just check the link below. And that's it. Upload an image, change one property, and you can send image messages with the Vonage Messages API.
CircleCI is an industry-leading continuous integration and deployment platform that allows engineering teams to build, test, and deploy software confidently and at scale. Here's how our platform works. CircleCI integrates directly with your version control system like GitHub or Bitbucket and validates code changes in real time. In the CircleCI UI, you'll see a dashboard with the status for pipelines across all of your projects. You can filter this view to see just the pipelines that you've run, by project, and also by branch within that project. When pipelines are running, you can see the status for the pipeline updated in real time, along with the status for the workflows within that pipeline and the jobs within those workflows. In this example for the CircleCI CLI project, there's just one workflow that's called CI. On the workflow view, I can see all of the jobs that run as part of that workflow and see the status of each of those jobs. On the job detail page, you can see the status of an individual job in real time. You can also see important information about the job, such as the steps that were run as part of the job, the duration, the execution environment for the job, and other details such as the branch, the PR, and commit information. CircleCI offers first-class support for Docker and every major operating system including Linux, macOS, and Windows. We support every language and framework, and developers have the flexibility to specify various resource classes at the job level, enabling more flexible and powerful pipeline orchestration. This job uses the Docker Medium resource class, but I could use other resource classes such as macOS or Windows. You can also use our robust CLI, which we're actually testing here, to run an individual job in a local container or to validate your config file. We show you if any of your tests fail and automatically expose those failures in the UI. If you need to fix something, CircleCI lets you rerun jobs with SSH so that you can debug from your own command line. Everything that happens inside your pipeline is configured with a declarative YAML file that lives inside your repository with the rest of the code for your project. You'll notice that there are a few main components of the configuration file. At the top, we've defined our orbs, which are reusable packages of CircleCI configuration. These will allow us to easily accomplish common tasks within CircleCI. In this example, we have the CodeCov orb, the Spellcheck orb, the Slack orb, and the Windows orb. As an example, the Slack orb allows you to trigger Slack notifications from your CircleCI pipelines. Another main component of CircleCI config is the executor. The executor defines the environment in which a job will run and can be reused for any job within your configuration file. In this example, we have two executors, the Go executor and the Mac executor. The Go executor specifies a specific Docker image to use for the environment, and the Mac executor specifies a specific version of Xcode to use for the environment. We've also defined reusable commands, which can be used as steps in different jobs. Here we have a Slack notify on failure command, which pulls a command from the Slack orb, which allows us to send that Slack notification when something fails. Then we've defined our jobs, which below will be orchestrated within our workflow. All the way at the bottom, we have our workflow. Our workflow, as we saw before, is called CI and includes all of the jobs that we just listed above. Each of these jobs are orchestrated using different requires keys, so we can see that the docs job requires the deploy job, and the snap job also requires the deploy job. It's likely that some of your jobs, particularly things like integration tests or deployments, will require sensitive keys or other secrets to run successfully. CircleCI contexts offer the ability to securely and efficiently manage sensitive environment variables like these by encrypting them and injecting them into the runtime when required by a specific job. You can set up contexts within your organization settings, choosing a context name, and adding any environment variables that you want to be available as part of this context. And that is a brief overview of CircleCI's platform. CircleCI is the most powerful and scalable continuous integration and deployment platform, which allows developers to ship quality code faster with more confidence. If you have additional questions about how Circle CI can help improve your software delivery pipeline, feel free to visit our website or reach out to us. Until then, happy building.
Hi everyone. Are you a developer that works with images or videos in your web app? Did you know there's a global community on Discord to network with other developers that shares knowledge and best practices when it comes to working with media? Come join us and chat. In our Discord, you can find interesting stuff such as developer events others are participating in, resources and tips, career advice, best practices, tools and plugins, paid opportunities, content sharing, or even hanging out and sharing your pet photos and talking about video games while getting to know other developers. We will be raffling out weekly prizes for being an active community member. Join the server by going to this URL. See you there!
Funding Circle is the world's leading marketplace for business loans. We connect established businesses looking for finance with a range of investors who want to earn attractive returns by lending to them. Here's how it works. A business applies for a loan at Funding Circle, which takes as little as 10 minutes to complete online. Our experienced credit team assess their application and give all creditworthy businesses a risk band. Loans are funded by thousands of investors, big and small. There are many types of investors, including individuals, like you and me, local councils, the UK government, and a range of large financial organisations too. Borrowers pay off their loan by making a monthly repayment to Funding Circle with interest, which we distribute to the investors who lent to them. This is how investors earn their return. They can hold on to their loan part until they've been repaid, but if they want to access their money early, they can offer other investors the chance to buy them. Lending small amounts to lots of different businesses is the best way to manage risk, as some borrowers will be unable to repay their loans in full. By cutting out the costs and complexity of dealing with banks, investors can earn attractive returns, whilst businesses can access the finance they need to grow and prosper.
There are many types of databases today. The tried and tested relational database, the new and popular document DB, and many others. And all of these have their strengths. But one place they all fall short is in handling complex connections between your data. Sure, any database may be able to return friend of a friend queries of 3 or 4 degrees, but what if you need 20 degrees and need it quickly? That's where Neo4j comes in. Unlike other databases, Neo4j Graph Database doesn't need to compute the relationships between your data at query time. The connections are already there, stored right in the database. Because of this, queries of deeply connected data are orders of magnitude faster. We get used to the limitations of the tools we work with. Neo4j blows those limits wide open, enabling queries never before imagined at speeds never thought possible. That's why Neo4j has become a key technology driving business-critical applications for hundreds of Fortune 500 companies, government agencies, and NGOs. Learn more at neo4j.com.
Amplify Auth lets you quickly set up secure authentication flows and user management powered by Amazon Cognito. You can use the Amplify CLI or Admin UI to add and configure an authentication workflow in minutes. Now, we'll show you how to configure authentication to your application in just a few clicks with the Amplify Admin UI. Configure authentication. You can add different login mechanisms, including Facebook, Google, and Amazon. You can enable multi-factor authentication and make it mandatory. And you can add attributes that are required from your users. You can also add security rules to your password, such as their length and what types of characters they require. User management. In the Admin UI, you can create users and audit their login activity. You can also add your users to groups. Add authorization rules. Then you can add authorization rules to your data. For example, I can make it so that anyone can read comments, but only signed-in users can create, update, and delete them. Add to your app. You can then use the Amplify libraries to add login and sign-up functionality to your application.
Hi, and welcome to the Auth0 booth.
Hey everybody! If you've never heard about Auth0 before, we're an identity as a service provider, which basically means that we try to make it as easy as possible for anybody to implement a secure authentication flow so you can focus on building your actual products. And remember, it's Auth0, not Auth0.
That's a good one. We do get asked a lot. So yeah, if you want to ask us any questions about Auth0, or you just want to come and say hi, feel free to reach out to us during the coffee breaks or the lunch breaks. We'll be here at the booth.
And while we're not here, feel free to participate in our login challenge. This will allow you to implement Auth0 in a few minutes so you can experience what we're like firsthand, and you'll have a chance to win one pair of 3 headphones.
Yeah, I heard they're really good headphones too. So definitely try that out. And then during the coffee breaks in the afternoons, we're going to be hosting a few happy hours, so feel free to come along and bring your drinks and say hi and have a great time. So we hope to see you there.
See you.
Here's a question for you folks. What have you done to lower the carbon footprint of your websites? If you've not been doing anything, have no fear. Our next speaker is here to help. taken to the stage. Next up at the 2021 CityJS conference is Tim from Paris in France. Tim is a Nuxt.js ambassador, and in this talk, Tim is going to be doing one thing and one thing only: helping you make more sustainable choices in your choice of technologies to build websites with. Simple. Personally speaking, I think this is possibly the most important talk of the day, so please do pay attention, perk up your ears, and give this one your full attention. If you have any questions for Tim which crop up over the course of this talk, please do save them up for our Q&A session, which will be starting on GatherTown immediately after this talk, as well as post along on social media using the hashtag CityJS2021 and keep those comments rolling in wherever you are watching along at home. For now though, Tim, it is my pleasure, honour and privilege to hand the stage over to you.
Hello and welcome to my talk at the CityJS Conf of 2021. In this talk, we will be talking about, I said talk a lot there. We will be talking about how you can build a website that has a low carbon emissions output, right? So low carbon websites. And so in fancy terms, it's like how to make more sustainable choices in the production of web technology. Because you might think this is not that big of a deal, right? But actually the internet is a huge consumer of electricity and energy, and therefore is emitting a whole bunch of CO2. And this video is really, or this talk is really a guide for you, the developer, to figure out what you can do within the constraints of your job to actually be better for the environment. And then unagi. You will most likely get unagi. This is Ross from France, who feels like he has unagi, the state of awareness of everything. He obviously doesn't have that, but for that you'll have to watch the episode. But I thought that was fitting for this talk. Anyways, my name is Tim. You can find me on Twitter on this handle. I am Dutch, but I live in France. And so if you hear a weird accent mix, that's where that comes from. I am a principal developer advocate at Uniform. I literally just started, so I'm really excited about that. And then next to that, I am also a media developer expert at Cloudinary, and I am an ambassador at Nuxt. And I've worked with those companies, both of them, for many years, and I'm really happy I get to represent them here. So if you're interested in that, have a look at their websites. They do cool stuff. I also like to do a bunch of conference talking, such as this talk. I wish we could do it on bigger stages or actually with people, but right now we'll just stick with this, which is fun as well. You know, I get to buy a nice microphone and a good light and stuff like that. I also make videos. So if what you hear in this talk is in any shape or form interesting to you, please consider subscribing. Of course, you don't have to. It would be nice for me and maybe also for you for future content that you might be interested in. So let's get this train on the road or on the train tracks. I butchered that. Anyways, let's look at some statistics, because it might not seem at this point in time in this talk that the internet consumes too much and that you don't know what to do with it. But let's look at some numbers, because they are staggering. Right? So if the internet was a country, it would be the world's 6th biggest polluter.
Oh my God!
So when I did a bit of research for this talk and, you know, the bigger subject of this, that was my reaction as well, because that's huge, right? So the internet consumes 466 terawatt hours per year. And these are numbers from a couple of years ago. So I'm assuming it's actually more now. And this number might not mean that much to you right now, but let's compare it to the UK. That only consumes 300 terawatt hours per year. Imagine how big that is, right? So at the moment, and this is already way better than years ago, the average website produces 1.76 grams of CO2 per page view. And how this is calculated, we will talk about a little bit later. So you get a bit more of a grasp on how these numbers actually came to be. But if you have these numbers for a website with 10,000 visitors each month, that's 211 kilograms of CO2 per year. That's a whole bunch of trees. And then think about how many websites there are. These are staggering numbers, as I said before. But don't worry, we can do a bunch of stuff about that for you as a developer. I have some tips and tricks that you can actually make this way better. Because like my website is way lower than this. I'll show you in a sec. Right, so let's kick it off for real now. This is kind of how websitecarbon.com is calculating it. Afterwards, if you want to know more, actually go to that URL below. I don't know where they'll edit this in, but you'll find the URL. So they look at data transfer over the wire per page load. They look at the energy intensity of web data. If you want to actually know more about what that means, just go to that link and actually read it. They look at the energy sources used by the data centers, like is it green or not, things like that. Then, of course, they had to figure out the carbon intensity of electricity itself, because there's all these different ways of creating electricity. So what is the carbon intensity of it to make an average rounding number? And then, of course, how busy is your website? And that's actually it, really short. And go to the URL and to actually figure out more about that. So now let's talk about what you as a web developer can actually do to make your website much better for the environment. And we have 3 areas of interest. Number 1 is UX and design. So I won't go too deep into this subject because this is a JavaScript conference, right? But there's a pretty big chunk of what you can do as a developer in UX and design and accessibility and things like that to make the website consume less. And I'll talk about why, of course, when we start the chapter. Then we have front-end development best practices, and those are mainly to do with performance and how much data goes over the wire. And then we have the digital experience platform architecture. Wow, that's a mouthful, right? So a DXP, we'll talk about what that is. And if you don't know now, just wait for it. But in average, it's more a DXP is kind of an architecture that has a bunch of tools together that makes the platform that is a website. And you can have many different types of architectures of different tools together that actually are much better for the environment. So we'll get there as well. So that's for your full stack people. All right, first things first. How is your website? Like you probably have your own website or some projects, right? So how would they impact the planet? So when this talk is done, go to websitecarbon.com and put it in and just check yourself, right? So don't do that now. Stay here because we're going to do mine at the moment, right? So let's have a look. Here it goes. So it's loading. I did it before, so it's pretty fast. So my site is faster than 85%. It only has 0.21 grams of CO2. But as you can see above a little bit, it had bad energy for my hosting. So I kind of have to fix that. But so my website needs 2 trees per year to absorb the energy. And mine is actually pretty good. But imagine if it's not, how many trees you would need. That's pretty bad. So let's talk about the things you can actually do.
I drew a sketch of how we're going to do it, okay? Rach, that's you. That's the couch.
Ooh, what's that?
Oh, that's me.
Well, that's actually how a lot of designers and UX people are kind of, and then with developers, of course, looking at how to build a website and structure its content and things like that. And I thought that this moment was actually kind of fun. And you know what? The scene after this, where they shout pivot, is probably the best scene of Friends, like in the whole series. Anyways, I could talk about that for a while. I'm not gonna. So you know what? Shitty accessibility and UX are actually a huge offender for websites with a high carbon footprint. And so if you use them well, you can really lower that carbon footprint, right? Because imagine if your page is really easy to find and it's really too easy to understand how to get from point A to point B once you're on the website, people really just use their device a lot less. Servers are pinged a lot less. Screens are open a lot less, right? So you will get a lower carbon footprint by having great SEO, great usability, great accessibility, because the flow is much shorter, right? In the end, what you want to do on an e-commerce is sell something. if you put all the right things in place, you can lower your carbon footprint by a bunch, right? So convey the message in as little content as possible.
You know, whipped. Whoop-a! It's not whipped. Whipped is whoosh. That's what I did. Whoop-a!
This actually might rival the previous scene, because this one is also really fun. And I put that in because we kind of, as developers, when we have all this information I'm going to talk about, we kind of have to whip in place our colleagues to also understand this and figure out the best UX and, you know, user flows. And so that's where the whipping comes from. Anyways, but you always hear this one, but I want to engage my users as long as possible. So are you Facebook? Not likely, right? And if you are not Facebook, I'll just let Joey explain to you why it's just not that important, right? To keep people long.
Right? Because if he doesn't like you, this is all a moot point.
Huh. A moo point?
Yeah. It's like a cow's opinion. You know, it just doesn't matter. It's moo.
Right? If you are not Facebook and you want to sell something, just do good UX. You don't need to keep people, right? And I know your boss likely gave you this goal, or, you know, the business opportunities or the business goals that we have generally are like that. I know we have to start changing at one point, but for now that's not true. So I understand. I've been working at agencies my whole career. I've been there. I know. So at least if this is the case, let's follow the best practices for development that we're going to talk about now, because that will really, even though it doesn't get you the most benefit, but it gets you a very, very long way, right? So a rough tool to cover the basics to figure out where you stand with your website is just running Lighthouse, because it gives you a bunch of best practices, accessibility stuff, performance goals. It's not as refined and super specific of what you need, but this will cover like 95%. So it's all good. Just run an audit and see where you are, right? So let's talk about accessibility for a bit. What you can do about accessibility as a web developer that really makes the website easier to navigate for everybody is to actually just make sure that you practice inclusive design. And even if you don't have the opportunity to talk to your UX people, to the design people, you can do a lot yourself to make that website more accessible for everybody. And therefore, it takes less time to use it and people don't get frustrated and have to try 4 more times, right? So make sure that if you cannot be compliant to the actual rules with the design also and contrast ratios and things like that, just make sure you're code compliant. Run tests and make sure that you're A or AA, right? And make sure, that's another one, to have everything relative. And so this means EMs, REMs, percentages, things like that. And you might not think about this, but a lot of users that use Firefox that need assistance actually scale the interface to, let's say, 300%. But Firefox doesn't always scale everything if it's pixels, because it's so specific and cool to do stuff for people with accessibility needs, that sometimes out of the box it doesn't do exactly what you need. And so to make sure that everything zooms properly, use EM values or RAM values, because if your media queries are not with percentages or RAMs, but the rest is, you're going to have a pretty bad time, right? So make sure everything is like that. So you probably don't realize that so many people use your website as a mobile interface because they zoom to 300% and use their keyboard. That's like a really often used system, right? So be aware of that. Okay, that was really short because the biggest accessibility stuff is more in the UX and the user flow for this case, right? For low carbon emissions. So let's talk SEO. So there's all these basics, and I know a lot of you will probably just know them. So I'm just going to run over them relatively fast. So make sure you have a canonical URL. Make sure you have, of course, proper title and description. Make sure your sitemap is correct. Have schema.org rich data. Use the proper OG tags for when you share something, that you can actually know exactly what's shared. Because if that tells the user exactly what you need to do or what that page does, you click and you buy, right? That's what you want to be doing. Correct information. Don't have errors, right? Use secure connections. Use correct HTML, and that goes with the correct page outline. And you know what? These sound like such basic things, but I see them go wrong. Basically, every website that goes live that I've worked on has an issue with one of those. What if we didn't have those issues and Google would always find exactly what we want, right? Because we have good content and we have good tech. Because this is not about the content. This is about technology. This is you guys. You can solve this. What if you solved this and you didn't have any of those headaches, right? That's what we're here for. So let's look at more like web dev best practices, not just SEO kind of KPI kind of stuff, right? So actually performance has a huge impact also on the carbon footprint, because less data over the wire generally gives you better performance. If the browser has to load less things, even if you have HTTP2 with multiplexing, header compressions, things like that, more to load is still more energy consumed by the device, even if the browser is really efficient at it. And, like I said before, about 3 years ago, one normal page had an average of 4 grams of CO2 emissions. And nowadays it's 1.75, which is already way better, because we all understood that performance leads to better click-through rates, conversions, things like that. But it's actually also really good for carbon emissions, or less carbon emissions. So what are the biggest offenders here? And I already hear your brains spring, like going and spinning, and like, oh yeah, it's probably like observer things, or like scroll behavior and listeners and things like that. You know what? I wish it was that easy, because those things are relatively simple for us devs to actually go into and change those scroll listeners and things like that. But you know what? The biggest offenders are actually the things we cannot really control a lot. It's actually the third-party libraries, the embeds, the media assets, the JavaScript old-school personalization files with like all variations in a JS file loading on the page, changing your DOM, third-party libraries that actually embed themselves but do that very slowly. Like, this is the stuff we cannot really control because, the business needs them. That's the hardest bit, right? So generally those third parties are poorly optimized. Nowadays it's a bit better, but a lot of those bigger third parties that everybody has to use aren't as optimized, right? They might actually not use green hosting. They might have their own hosting platform that you cannot control, right? So the biggest thing you can do is eliminate bloat. We'll have that in the top, right? This is one of the subjects. So remove as many third-party dependencies as possible. And if you cannot do that, lazy load them, but we'll talk about that in a sec, right? So do you actually need all of Lodash or jQuery or Modernizer or Moment.js? And I know I spoke about some old stuff and some new stuff in there, or relatively new stuff, because if you are a third-party video player, you might not need React to render that video player. It's not likely that you need that, right? So it goes for a whole bunch of different scopes of that. You probably don't need these tools. If you're just a good developer, most of those tools are not needed, right? So, but what if you have to use a library? Just make sure it supports like the ES6 imports and exports, right? Because Webpack and tree shaking and hoisting of variables, that's pure magic. That's what we need. And to a lot of this audience, you'll be like, dude, obviously. But you know what? A lot of those third-party libraries are just not like that, because they were built, let's say, 3 years ago for an enterprise client. And they just kept on slamming features in, but not thinking about just the things you see on the slide here, even though for us that's pretty normal, right? But just make sure you're aware of those differences, right? And kind of fun is that Google Tag Manager and those really old school JavaScript personalization engines, they are by far the worst. And for Google, Tag Manager itself is pretty optimized because it's on so many websites, they have to. But what actually happens is that Google Tag Manager hosts a whole bunch of other systems that make everything slow. And then for the JS personalization, not the fancy new stuff. For example, where I work at Uniform, that's super fast. But the old stuff, where you basically get a file that's loaded on every page that has like 500 kilobytes of DOM in it, and it finds a gap in the DOM where to attach itself, and it just injects something based on your persona. Why would you load those 500 kilobytes plus an extra library to manipulate DOM, right? Those still exist. There's a lot of them, and they're terrible. And so those kind of things are something you have to try to eliminate, if not.
I'm wearing everything you own.
Right? That's what those personalization engines do, or what Google Tag Manager does. You don't need all those clothes, but it puts them all on because it can, right? And so generally, I'm not here to badmouth marketing people, but it's their job to add features to their digital experience platform stack to do marketing-like things like personalization, like A/B testing, like analytics, like all that kind of stuff, right? But without actually knowing, they are bloating your website and making it really bad for low carbon emissions or high carbon emissions, whatever.
All right, I don't want to alarm anybody, but Monica's hair is twice as big as it was when we landed.
This is a nice one because we always used to deliver a website and it was like super fast, slick, exactly what we wanted. And then 3 months later, through Google Tag Manager, a whole bunch of things were added. And then you get Monica's hair. That's what you get. So, controversial opinion, here we go. I feel like I get to say this because I have a bunch of experience building websites, but let's see. Right, so most brands only use about 5% of those Google Tag Manager analytics. So is it worth the bloat in the bigger scope of things? Likely not. So, try to not have this stuff. On to the next, progressive enhancement. And so progressive enhancement is something that fits in a whole different array of work. It can be from CSS to JavaScript to content. And the point with progressive enhancement is that you start very simple, right? A website or an app that you build works everywhere. And as simple as internet is a feature, touch is a feature, JavaScript is a feature. What if you didn't have those because you're a refrigerator? Your app still needs to work. And then each time there's a new feature that you detect, you add a new bunch of code for that can leverage that feature, right? That way, your app will work anywhere. And based on the features that it finds on the device that it's using, more stuff happens. And at the end, when you're on Google Chrome on your fancy Android phone, suddenly everything works. Right, so that's kind of the approach that I think you should be having, because you also have graceful degradation, which is basically you build your blue sky fish and everything is amazing. You build everything in and then you realize, oh, this browser doesn't do that properly or this phone doesn't have that. So let's add some code to make it not happen. And you probably know where I'm going with this, right? Because progressive enhancement just has less code and therefore has a lower carbon footprint. And this is also just a best practice, like mobile first, start like that, content first. Now, content first actually thinks about having no internet or no touch or things like that. And if you do that properly, you just need less code to get where you want to be. So this is a hard one because it's not easy to build this kind of stuff, but keep it in mind. And then another one that's also huge, right? Optimize your media. But we all know, or we might think we know, but managing images and videos is not that easy, right? It's not just slapping a PNG on a page and call it a day. That's no longer sufficient because those files are huge and that costs a lot of energy and download time, so more time over the wire, right? So the concept of managing it is fairly simple, right? So we optimize an asset to have the smallest file size, to the correct file type, and the correct resolution. And of course, you do this for each context the image is used in, because at one point it can be a big hero banner. And another point, it might be a little product tile where it's also there. That might be the same image, but it's a different context. So it needs to have a different file type maybe, or different resolution, things like that. And file type, I mean an AFIF or a WebP or something like that based on the device of the user, right? That's also context because an iPhone is a different context than my desktop that I'm recording this on right now. So it seems like in reality, we almost are incapable of just delivering images properly. But if you compare this to the fact that Google can do Google Stadia, even though it might be dying, we don't know. If you can pull off Google Stadia 4K video stream with low input lag, but we cannot just put a simple image on an e-commerce website, like, why is it so hard? And we kind of have to deal with this stuff, because if there's only one thing you can do to make your website a lower carbon emission website, it is to optimize your image assets. Because nobody will notice if the quality remains the same, but the images are less heavy, you have less carbon emissions. So if there's one thing you do this one, right? So you can try to DIY, your own pipeline, like, oh, this is a JPEG, and what can I do for optimization? What are my standard policies for quality and bit depth and things like that? You can do it. I've been there. I have worked on those things, but it's really, really hard. It's expensive, time consuming. So just use a platform that already has done all its homework, right? There are all these third-party SaaS platforms out there. Even CDNs just give this to you out of the box, right? So look around you and use the right tool, and they're not that expensive. And it's much less expensive than doing your own tooling. Next, lazy load all the things. And why would you load something if a user doesn't need it? That all costs bandwidth. It costs energy, right? You have to render something on the screen that the user thinks is useless, right? So don't waste resources. Things like if you have a big mega menu, right, on your desktop website, and if you open it, there's a bunch of images or videos in the mega menu. This happens with all these fancy luxury websites that I work on. That happens all the time. It's not very likely that a user will open that mega menu, because generally they do a Google search, or they're on Facebook or Instagram. They click on a link because they knew what they wanted to find. They go to the product page and click buy. That's the average way people come in as a user journey. So if you then start to load all those 55 images in your mega menu that they will never open, that's just wasteful, right? And that makes your carbon emissions go sky high.
Do we dare?
We dare.
The only relevance of this clip to what we're just talking about is that these chairs are called lazy boys. And anyways, so lazy load all the things. So I'm not just talking images, right? You can lazy load an image. It's relatively easy now. You even have lazy equals true, or loading equals lazy. I'm sorry. You can do that for videos and iframes and stuff, but you can do it with way more things. Like imagine you have a ratings and reviews third-party embed, right? So you have your product, you scroll down, and suddenly you have ratings and reviews or comment section, things like that. Why don't you just load that third-party library the moment the user scrolls down? Because most likely they won't scroll down, and then you don't have to load that whole huge third-party library that starts rendering stuff in your DOM and using your processor and such. If you don't need that, don't load it, right? So those are excellent examples. Or another one, like, why would you embed a YouTube video if people might not click on that play button? Just use an image with a play button on it, and when they click, only then embed it. That's also lazy loading. And those things are not hard to do, and they're very interesting to work with. So these are things you as a developer can just do without nobody knowing, right? You don't have to talk to your business analyst about this. You just do it because you're a good developer, right? However, be aware of GDPR, because sometimes you need to have something in some JSON object before you send it to Google, for example. You cannot just lazy load Google Tag Manager or there's all these kind of rules around GDPR where lazy loading is not always good, because those cookies need to be on the page so to accept them, or there's a bunch of stuff you should figure out if you start doing this.
All right, check out this bad boy. 12 megabytes of RAM, 500 megabyte hard drive, built-in spreadsheet capabilities, and a modem that transmits at over 28,000 BPS.
So he just listed out his fancy architecture, but then, of course, in his 1993 laptop. So let's talk about digital experience platform architecture and making the right choices to be in a low carbon field, let's say, right? So our current model is pretty bad for the environment, right? So before we talk about why, let's talk about what a digital experience platform actually is, because it's such a fancy term. And basically, DXPs have been around for quite a while. They combine multiple tools to create a platform, right? So, and generally they provide context for the user, but also for the content editor or the marketer for the full platform. So a DXP is much more than just your website. It's also other things. And generally, those other things are chosen by marketers, right? So marketers really like stuff like, of course, content management, newsletters and services around that, digital asset management for campaigns and videos, and of course, personalization, A/B testing, CRM stuff, analytics, a whole bunch of stuff that marketers like, but are not actually just your headless CMS and your Jamstack website or your normal website. There's a bunch more stuff that makes this a thing that works, right? Your full digital experience platform. And traditionally, those systems are created by one suite of tools, right? Adobe AEM or Acquia with Drupal or WordPress. They do all these things for you, right? So a bit like this. There's a user with a website and everything is one big box. And there are some issues with this because they are expensive. Performance is not as good as having like best of breed tools. You have, for security, there's a bunch of issues because there's so much surface area to attack. But actually what we should talk about is scalability and power consumption, because the thing is, those monolithical systems, those big systems are always on because they are not decoupled, right? So if you have your wish list and your search and your homepage and all of that in one tool and you want to scale your wish list a lot, you have to scale everything, which means more power consumption, not so good for the environment, right? So we kind of have like this Jamstack to the rescue here. And you don't do Jamstack for all websites, but for a lot of them, right? And so this is a very simple, like I like Vue.js, so I have put Nuxt in here. But the whole thing is that on the build step, like nowadays we kind of know Jamstack, right? But I'll go over it very quickly. In the build step, we do everything dynamic. We fetch all the stuff we need. We create one static website and put that on the CDN edge. And from there, the user interacts with that. And so most websites that we build can just run on that, even if they're dynamic, because you can just add some SaaS providers, like some other components to your DXP where you do AJAX calls to, or use them on build level, right? The headless CMS, the identity providers, things like that. And so when you look at the Jamstack DXP that I have in mind, you don't need like Adobe AEM to do all the things you see on the screen here. We can actually just keep going, and we have Cloudflare. We can use Azure pipelines, Lambda functions. We can use Next.js or Nuxt, or we can use Edge workers if we want for on-the-fly server-side generation of your static files. We can use Contentful as a CMS and personalization with Uniform and on, right? So all of this combined lives behind that stuff that you render on the edge. So there is no origin, which means there's no always on servers anymore. If something is on, it's because it's doing something. But if you don't use it, it turns itself off, or you pay less, or right. So kind of this is my favorite slide of the deck, where we have traditional DXP and modern Jamstack DXP. It grew hair. How about that? Right. So what is super important is to orchestrate that Jamstack DXP. You should use maybe serverless functions or microservices and make them stateless and stupid, which means if they are stateless and stupid, they have one input and one output. So when you call them, they turn on, do something, turn off. If you never use them, you don't pay for them, they don't consume energy. And where I work at Uniform, we actually deal with the orchestration of all of that. So if you're interested, you go to uniform.dev to figure that out and see what we're doing. And, connect everything up and profit, basically. But as a last bit, because I know I can see that we're at 34 minutes. We're almost too far. There is a big elephant in the room here. Of course, all those server parks where those CDNs live, right? They have a lot of servers. They all consume power. They all need cooling. They need security. They need backups. There's so much stuff going on, right? And so what you need to be doing is choose a hosting partner and a CDN that is actively trying to have a low carbon footprint. And I know that's not always possible because there are servers consuming stuff. So what a bunch of those companies do is that, like in other areas of their company, they try to go carbon negative, so they balance out. That is kind of how they do it, right? So I would try, and this is hard, but as a developer, persuade your clients to actually try and find green hosting. So let's conclude. It wasn't that hard, right? I kind of took all the open doors that I could find and put them in one slide deck. There we go. So follow general UX and SEO guidelines for best practices. Follow performance guidelines, right? Reduce your bloat. Deal with media assets correctly and choose the right architecture that is at the most low carbon that you can get. And then, of course, all of that combined with a green host will get you really far. And you can probably not do all of those in your current project, but if you just did one, you did a really good thing for our green earth, right? So I really want to thank you for watching those 36 minutes, pretty long. You can find me on Twitter and of course also on YouTube. So if you enjoyed this and if you enjoy similar content, please visit my channel and subscribe. Anyways, that's it for now. Thank you very much for watching and I'll enjoy the conference. Cheers.
Wow, Tim, that was a brilliant talk. Thank you very much for delivering it as part of this year's conference. Personally speaking, I don't think there's anything more important than this topic as a developer community for us to tackle and do our best to reduce our CO2 footprint. And speaking of which, I think it's only fair that we challenge the CityJS Conf web development team to reduce their CO2 output for every single page load to below 1 gram of CO2. We'll see at the next event whether they manage to pass that challenge or not. Anyway, please join me in giving Tim a huge round the world round of applause. If you've got any questions for Tim about his talk and about how we as developers can reduce our impact on the environment through our day-to-day work, why not join our Q&A session in GatherTown right now, or post on Twitter your questions for Tim using the hashtag CityJS2021, and as always, keep your comments rolling in on YouTube.
Hi, and welcome to the Auth0 booth.
Hey everybody! If you've never heard about Auth0 before, we're an identity as a service provider, which basically means that we try to make it as easy as possible for anybody to implement a secure authentication flow so you can focus on building your actual products. And remember, it's Auth0, not Auth0.
That's a good one. We do get asked a lot. So yeah, if you want to ask us any questions about Auth0, or you just want to come and say hi, feel free to reach out to us during the coffee breaks or the lunch breaks. We'll be here at the booth.
And while we're not here, feel free to participate in our login challenge. This will allow you to implement Auth0 in a few minutes so you can experience what we're like firsthand, and you'll have a chance to win one pair of 3 headphones.
Yeah, I had the really good headphones too. So definitely try that out. And then during the coffee breaks in the afternoons, we're going to be hosting a few happy hours, so feel free to come along and bring your drinks and say hi and have a great time. So we hope to see you there.
See you.
Amplify Auth lets you quickly set up secure authentication flows and user management powered by Amazon Cognito. You can use the Amplify CLI or Admin UI to add and configure an authentication workflow in minutes. Now, we'll show you how to configure authentication to your application in just a few clicks with the Amplify Admin UI. Configure authentication. You can add different login mechanisms, including Facebook, Google, and Amazon. You can enable multi-factor authentication and make it mandatory. And you can add attributes that are required from your users. You can also add security rules to your password, such as their length and what types of characters they require. User management. In the Admin UI, you can create users and audit their login activity. You can also add your users to groups. Add authorization rules. Then you can add authorization rules to your data. For example, I can make it so that anyone can read comments, but only signed-in users can create, update, and delete them. Add to your app. You can then use the Amplify libraries to add login and sign-up functionality to your application.
CircleCI is an industry-leading continuous integration and deployment platform that allows engineering teams to build, test, and deploy software confidently and at scale. Here's how our platform works. CircleCI integrates directly with your version control system like GitHub or Bitbucket and validates code changes in real time. In the CircleCI UI, you'll see a dashboard with the status for pipelines across all of your projects. You can filter this view to see just the pipelines that you've run, by project, and also by branch within that project. When pipelines are running, you can see the status for the pipeline updated in real time, along with the status for the workflows within that pipeline and the jobs within those workflows. In this example for the CircleCI CLI project, there's just one workflow that's called CI. On the workflow view, I can see all of the jobs that run as part of that workflow and see the status of each of those jobs. On the job detail page, you can see the status of an individual job in real time. You can also see important information about the job, such as the steps that were run as part of the job, the duration, the execution environment for the job, and other details such as the branch, the PR, and commit information. CircleCI offers first-class support for Docker and every major operating system including Linux, macOS, and Windows. We support every language and framework, and developers have the flexibility to specify various resource classes at the job level, enabling more flexible and powerful pipeline orchestration. This job uses the Docker Medium resource class, but I could use other resource classes such as macOS or Windows. You can also use our robust CLI, which we're actually testing here, to run an individual job in a local container, or to validate your config file. We show you if any of your tests fail and automatically expose those failures in the UI. If you need to fix something, CircleCI lets you rerun jobs with SSH so that you can debug from your own command line. Everything that happens inside your pipeline is configured with a declarative YAML file that lives inside your repository with the rest of the code for your project. You'll notice that there are a few main components of the configuration file. At the top, we've defined our orbs, which are reusable packages of CircleCI configuration. These will allow us to easily accomplish common tasks within CircleCI. In this example, we have the CodeCov orb, the Spellcheck orb, the Slack orb, and the Windows orb. As an example, the Slack orb allows you to trigger Slack notifications from your CircleCI pipelines. Another main component of CircleCI config is the executor. The executor defines the environment in which a job will run and can be reused for any job within your configuration file. In this example, we have two executors, the Go executor and the Mac executor. The Go executor specifies a specific Docker image to use for the environment, and the Mac executor specifies a specific version of Xcode to use for the environment. We've also defined reusable commands, which can be used as steps in different jobs. Here we have a Slack notify on failure command, which pulls a command from the Slack orb, which allows us to send that Slack notification when something fails. Then we've defined our jobs, which below will be orchestrated within our workflow. All the way at the bottom, we have our workflow. Our workflow, as we saw before, is called CI and includes all of the jobs that we just listed above. Each of these jobs are orchestrated using different requires keys, so we can see that the docs job requires the deploy job, and the snap job also requires the deploy job. It's likely that some of your jobs, particularly things like integration tests or deployments, will require sensitive keys or other secrets to run successfully. CircleCI contexts offer the ability to securely and efficiently manage sensitive environment variables like these by encrypting them and injecting them into the runtime when required by a specific job. You can set up contexts within your organization settings, choosing a context name, and adding any environment variables that you want to be available as part of this context. And that is a brief overview of CircleCI's platform. CircleCI is the most powerful and scalable continuous integration and deployment platform, which allows developers to ship quality code faster with more confidence. If you have additional questions about how CircleCI can help improve your software delivery pipeline, feel free to visit our website or reach out to us. Until then, happy building.
Liran from Israel is an application security activist and a long-term proponent of open source software, a member of the Node.js security working group, and also an OWASP project lead. The talk today is super interesting. Liran's going to talk about the secret life of developer advocacy. We're going to get a peek at what the secret life of developer advocates are, and maybe you'll find that developer advocacy is for you and is your next career move. I love this topic, such a hot topic at the moment. It really ties into the previous talks, and I think everyone is kind of scratching the surface of being a developer advocate, maybe for themselves or a project that they love, and it could be your next career move. So over to you, Liran.
Hi everyone, and thank you for coming to my talk. My name is Liran Tal, and I'm a developer advocate at Snyk, where we build developer-first security platforms to help developers build securely using open source software. Today I want to talk to you about the field of developer relations, and also known as DevRel in short. You might have seen or interacted with many of us taking different titles and roles, such as developer advocates, developer experience, or developer relations. There may be developer evangelists. But unlike software engineering, where we can all imagine how a typical day looks like, a bit of debugging, design meetings, getting into the zone and writing code. Yep. The day-to-day in developer relations is a bit different. It will vary between different roles, different companies, and likely vary depending on the department you report to, whether that is marketing, product, or engineering. If we need to define what developer relations is all about, what its goal and what role it plays in a community, then I choose to use the following quote by Jennifer Riggins to define it. As you can imagine, getting developers excited with your product happens in many different mediums, whether they are blog posts because maybe you want to write about something. Maybe it's a different way of how you share the demo and other things. So thinking about it in terms of the most helpful ways you had experienced the product, you found demos, an example code of how to use a library, you used a proof of concept application that someone put for you as a starting point. You interacted with an API documentation that found it tremendously helpful. Maybe you found a friendly and helpful advice on GitHub issue for library you're using. All of these are really good examples of meaningful interactions that DevRels have put out to engage with you as a developer. As another perspective of developer relations, we can refer to the developer engagement model suggested by Amir Shevat, a seasoned DevRel in this space. This model suggests an iterative process of engagement from education to enabling users, collecting feedback, and inspiring them to follow through on a vision. Management, however, likes to quantify and ROI everything, as management usually is. So if executives who ask you about DevRel, you can always tell them the following, right? Developer relations is like the force. You can't see it, you can't feel it. You just have to believe it. Well, anyway, do you actually know what DevRel people do all day? It seems that except for our peers in the DevRel community and community managers, this isn't really much of a common knowledge, perhaps except for people viewing traveling and speaking as the primary part of DevRels is all they do. And for some, it is true. So I want to give you a glimpse of what my first year being a developer advocate at a security and a dev first tooling company looked like in terms of activities that I took part of. Well, here's what my developer friends think I do, and my colleagues what they think I do. Not very much different from what my wife thinks I do all the time. Except, what I actually do is, I do a bit of conference travel, and it seems, harder than it's a bit harder than it seems, right? All the talks preparation require a lot of, time to build a story, to build an engaging and motivating model for people to actually look up, inspire, and walk out of a talk with. And all of this happens, within an ecosystem that we're active with. And we always do this, from unconventional places, right? We're always kind of on the road. And, COVID has actually managed to change this a little bit with all the virtual going on. So, we used to do this from plane rides, and train rides and coffee places. Well, now we're doing this from our living rooms with kids maybe bunching around all the time. Anyway, we often don't talk about the transition to DevRel, which can be a confusing experience. I came from an engineering background, very tech savvy before taking on this role at Sneak, and I was leading teams in the 8 years prior to that, building web products based, but as a DevRel, what should I do now? There is no user story titled, connect with the community, or what does it even mean? Luckily, for me at least, I've been involved with open source communities prior to joining Sneak, so I gave talks and conferences and meetups. I was actively involved in communities such as being, a member of the Node Foundation and big projects like the Min.js JavaScript framework. Still, given all that, my first couple of months as a developer advocate still felt a bit weird. I attribute the confusion I felt to the fact that as an engineer and a manager, I'm used to work in a structure and patterns, and DevRel, or at least starting it, provided no such structure for me. For a lot of developers or people in DevRel, it's probably synonym with travel. So let's get that out of the way really fast, really quick. There is some travel. We do it quite a bit. It has used to be a thing before everything went virtual. So it is pretty common in general for DevRel teams to be distributed across regions in the world. It is for allowing us to basically have easy reach to activities and conferences and meetups and basically communities all over the places. So most of the work can be done, as expected, remotely or on the road due to travel. And nowadays, most of these activities have indeed gone completely virtual, allowing us to engage even more often and connect with worldwide communities which we may have missed out on before. So if your company have set its mission to drive open source security as an accessible asset to each and every developer in the world, my life mission is basically to make that possible. But what really is thought leadership, actually, right? When developers chat about maybe dependency management and one of those, one of them tell the others, hey, I think I read a Sneak blog about log file security, right? When a developer chats with another developer about Lodash, and one of them remembers and says to the other, it's that prototype pollution security issue that I found on the Sneak blog. Well, this is the way that I see it. We build thought leadership by pioneering, innovating, inspiring, and providing valuable insights and information to the community, to the developers, that they can take it forward. Let's explore an example of thought leadership and how it impacts the community. One of Sneak's key activities is its annual State of Open Source Security, serving how open source maintainers may adapt security processes. So the status of language-based ecosystems such as NPM.js, Ruby gems, containers, and others, how did that actually evolve? So back in 2019, when I joined the company, I started building out this report as one of my first DevRel activities. This key activity that DevRel do is collaborating with their peers and partners and in different companies is really what some of this is all about. So pushing out an article on the GitHub blog, for example, was a really good way to share the news and help amplify this message of what's the state of open source security really is to developers who actually care about this, and this is where they are. These are the blogs that they read. It was actually further incredible to see how this kind of thought leadership work goes beyond just helping the community and actually taps into positioning the company as a recognized brand leader in this field, seeing that my work has direct impact on the business by genuinely inspiring and helping customers realize the importance of the work we do really provide a lot of deep satisfaction. To show you how far this resonated, how important this report has been, this is a tweet from Erica Brescia, GitHub COO, and Yvonne Wasner's Puppet's COO, both tweeting and citing key takeaways from that report from Yvonne's keynote at the Open Source Summit Europe 2019. These are all examples of the power of thought leadership a brand can have in an ecosystem. For DevRels, there's always a sense of being connected, which is another point of DevRel and activities. Being connected with the latest news, with the current threads, being in the know with things happening with the community. For example, there's a new thing at GitHub like GitHub Actions. What does it actually enable? How can we leverage it to solve a particular pain point that developers have? As a DevRel, you'll often be a conduit that bridges communities. For example, breaking news to developers as soon as possible about security incidents to make sure everyone are aware and can seek upgrades as fast as possible. A malicious remote code execution backdoor discovered in the popular Bootstrap SaaS Ruby gem. Oftentimes, such a blog post isn't just about making an announcement. A lot of it actually requires research and depth as how a vulnerability comes to life, how it works, what are the ways to mitigate it. Of course, that blog post about malicious remote code execution is took happening when the time wasn't exactly fit for it. That security incident made the headlines while me and my teams were out the karaoke party, of course, the night out. And as you can see, everyone kind of like supported and liked doing this. So this went down fine. But really, it doesn't have to be just about travel and writing blogs and being on Twitter. As developers ourselves, we also can engage in engineering adventures to build tools that help developers in the ecosystem. And maybe in this field entirely that is relevant to us and where we work, one of the ways I chose to increase awareness for security concerns is to build a CLI tool called Is Website Vulnerable? Simple as that. It scans the website, detects the JavaScript libraries and versions, and compares that to vulnerabilities that we have in the Snyk's vulnerability database. To my surprise, this weekend project of a small tool can actually make a significant impact. The project received thousands of stars on GitHub. I could use this project as a platform to enable other developers to get involved in general about open source and of course about security and Node.js and participating in active development, fixing bugs and building new features. It's a great way for me to engage with developers and help them make those conversations, see what's important. But it's also about inspiring others. It's what I like most. Remember what we talked about and the importance of this? One person built a website based on Is Website Vulnerable CLI that allows you to scan pages. Yeah, this is awesome. Others have actually contributed a GitHub action for Is Website Vulnerable. And even further, I've seen people have actually used this CLI as a test phase in their NPM lifecycle scripts. That's amazing. Of course, another aspect of engineering is basically your ability to use your expertise in an ecosystem that you participate in and share insights and features. One example of this is the Node.js support for integrity policy that adds an allow list for a set of modules as trusted and mitigates security concerns of altering them by a third-party actor. This is a pretty cool feature, but it's been it's gone experimental for the time when it got released. So many users probably didn't know about it. So a good way to engage with developers is also to write an engineering blog about it, because who doesn't like a really cool engineering blog, right? For some really experimental feature you can try out. One of my other favorite activities as a DevRel has been this freedom to actually dive into research areas that would otherwise wouldn't be a core focus for me as a developer. And so a really inspiring example of that is actually Charlie Gerard, who always amazes me with new creative ideas that, she builds upon new technologies. Like, what a better way is to advocate for TensorFlow.js and the Web Audio API than to actually build a website that can listen to your microphone and detect which kind of activity you're actually doing based on just simply the sound that you're making. Maybe, are you brushing your teeth? Are you coughing? Are you typing the keyboard? Well, you can all read about it in Charlie's blog post. It's really cool. So, as we've seen, there are many different activities which DevRels engage in. Is it writing webinars, talks, workshops, engineering, and ultimately, the type of activities you as a DevRel will do will actually focus on what is the most dependent upon in terms of your goals, in terms of what your role is set out to do in the company. So far, we talked about how DevRels produce content, but it's really a two-way street. It's not just about producing, it's also about listening and doing what we should be doing that we're not doing yet. So, for example, I was curious at whether developers will be interested in learning about proper ways of building their Node.js applications on top of Docker. But there were already a lot of Node.js with Docker type of tutorials out there. Even though I found a lot of them to provide poor advice to an extent, I wasn't sure if developers will find another one useful, right? Just another one. So I tweeted this out, and I want to build a comprehensive one, which will be a step-by-step guide with particular examples of building Node.js applications on top of Docker. And to my surprise, this really resonated with a lot of developers who really wanted to see this, were eagerly waiting for this content and for us to basically produce this. So me and Yoni Goldberg collaborated, as we often do, and compiled these 10 best practices to containerize your Node.js web applications with Docker. It showed me how sometimes you may think that an educational content for a given topic seems saturated, but people actually really looking for it simply to be provided in a different way. Another example of being connected to users and their problem spaces, their pain points, is I've been following a small repository that recently integrated us and saw a pull request coming up for something related to our CLI tools, and something looked odd in that pull request. So this happened when my entire company was out in its annual all hands event, and it was related actually to a recent Lodash security patch which we released. So I had to scramble away, start looking at what is going on there. Our CLI gets downloaded by millions of developers, all the day. So I was thinking that a significant bug here could actually impact our user base. So turned up to my buddies, we worked it out and released the fix. Dropped it up in an hour, opened even a test case for it. Thank you, Anton. And this case showed how being connected to the community allowed us to react in time and save a great deal of headaches for our users. Listening to users to bring feedback internally is great, but an empowering way, an engaging one with developers, is doing it by showing empathy. Sympathizing with people shows them that you understand their pains, but showing empathy is a stronger way of proactively helping someone with their pain. Let's see a really small example of this. For example, maybe there's one way that what we want to do is user ask for PNPM.js support in Snyk. But we aren't supporting PNPM log file yet. So this is sympathizing with the person. However, what if we could help them? What if we could tell them, well, what use case are you actually interested in this? And maybe you could do it in a different way. Maybe there's some way that you could do there. So, summing up a bit, is DevRel a good thing for me? Is it a good fit for me? I don't know, ask yourself, do you like helping people? Is that something that fulfills you? Do you flourish when giving independence? Are you comfortable working remotely? Kind of. I guess everyone is today. Are you enjoying self-learning activities and exploring new things? One of the ways to capture how DevRel is different from other roles is this reversed comfort zone model. What does it actually entail? Well, everyone starts off in their comfort zone, but the real success comes in the growth zone. But how do we actually get there? So, you first need to overcome the fear zone. Instead of making excuses, you should be in a state of mind that allow for experimental and a bit of mistakes as well. Failures are okay, right? They should be a learning experience for you. as you move further out, you need to think about this is basically a path for acquiring new skills and expanding your knowledge base in that area. Then that leads you on a path to the growth zone where you can truly immerse yourself in a purpose and the goal you've actually set. Now the thing is, with DevRel, the part that for me gets really tough is that this process is basically an iterative cycle that we go through and can lead us potentially to burnout. That is why you should actually be very mindful for it. This iterative process of always going into different comfort zone, but then, breaking out of this comfort zone, learning new things. So watch out for that. How do you make an impact? Well, doing DevRel is a lot of time, and it is very chaotic and very interrupt based, which adds a lot of context switching, which is, not really easy to deal with. But if you even do just a bit consistently with great passion to your community and end users, this result can be amazing. Just little things every time really accumulate to a lot. So, that being said, I hope you're going to make a really great DevRel and even a greater engineer. Think about sharing, think about empathy and collaboration. All of these things will really form into an energetic, curious, innovating, optimistic, and inclusive mind for you. If that's the case, you're on the right path. Thank you so much. My name is Liran Tal. Hope you learned something and have a great day.
Liran, that was a fantastic talk. Thank you very much for delivering it as part of this year's conference. I'm sure everybody watching along at home will be joining me to give you a huge round the world round of applause. If Liran's talk has left you with more questions and answers, please do join us for the Q&A session, which will be starting any moment now over on GatherTown. Keep those comments rolling in on social media using the hashtag CityJS2021, as well as everything that you've been doing already on YouTube and GatherTown. You know what to do. Keep those comments rolling in. Liran, once again, thank you very much for that superb talk.
There are many types of databases today. The tried and tested relational database, the new and popular document DB, and many others. And all of these have their strengths. But one place they all fall short is in handling complex connections between your data. Sure, any database may be able to return friend of a friend queries of 3 or 4 degrees, but what if you need 20 degrees and need it quickly? That's where Neo4j comes in. Unlike other databases, Neo4j Graph Database doesn't need to compute the relationships between your data at query time. The connections are already there, stored right in the database. Because of this, queries of deeply connected data are orders of magnitude faster. We get used to the limitations of the tools we work with. Neo4j blows those limits wide open, enabling queries never before imagined at speeds never thought possible. That's why Neo4j has become a key technology driving business-critical applications for hundreds of Fortune 500 companies, government agencies, and NGOs. Learn more at neo4j.com.
Visual experiences connect people all around the world through our favorite websites and apps. Let's explore how this world works. From PhotoShoot, we can now quickly make updates, like changing backgrounds, hair color, and apparel color. The image is then instantly available on the website for users across the world. Want a closer look at that shoe? With 360-degree rotation technology, you can zoom in on all angles for a hands-on experience. The way we consume content has also changed. Real-time events are constantly at our fingertips. And now you can experience them perfectly for each screen. And the world is more connected with more personalized experiences. A couple can post a photo to a brand's website, and that experience can be transported from country to country. Digital technology is bringing us together, helping us all unleash the power of visual experiences. That's the power of Cloudinary.
The world is redeployed all the time. Who makes it happen? Developers. Experts who consistently take us from must-have to feature-shipped. It's a tall order, and they need more than some all-in-one option to build the stuff of our dreams. You want to build great things? Give your developers the best tool for every job. Don't box in the future. Build it with Circle CI.
Bell from Philadelphia, USA, started his career as a US Air Force Space Systems Operations Specialist. And experience includes military space lift operations, technical writing, software development, SRE, DevOps engineering, and so much more. The talk today is on securing JavaScript and CI/CD pipelines. That's continuous integration and continuous delivery. Most CI/CD pipelines use DevOps teams, utilize integration with services such as APIs, databases, and other critical systems to complete their workflows. These integrations usually require the use of extremely sensitive data like secrets such as passwords, tokens, certificates, and so on. But they must be stored securely and protected at all times. Unauthorized access of these pipeline secrets open these systems to threats from bad actors and illegal access of data. In this talk, Anhil will discuss common pain points in properly securing your application and the CI and CD pipeline. You will all learn the strategies to secure your application, sensitive data, pipeline integration points, and so much more. Enough from me. Let's head over to Anhil. I really look forward to hearing more about this talk because it is so important and something that often gets overlooked. Over to you.
Okay, thanks, Eddie, for that intro. And I want to welcome everyone to this talk today. But I do want to caveat this talk, although, it's a JavaScript conference, this talk is going to focus mainly on how to secure pipelines, regardless of stack, right? Since this is a JavaScript conference, just wanted to kind of clarify that for folks. So here's a quick agenda into what I'm going to be talking about today. Quick introduction to who I am, what I do at CircleCI, and then talking about software development life cycles as they relate to continuous integration, continuous delivery, and also talking about DevSecOps and pipeline integrations, and finally just discussing how you can secure your pipelines. So before we get started, my name is Angel Rivera. I'm a developer advocate for CircleCI, and I essentially engage with the community, ensure that I understand how people are using technology and some of the struggles that they're having with said technologies. And what I also do is bring that information back to our teams at CircleCI so that we can build features that bring value to our developers. So in a nutshell, that's what I do. Pretty much a lot of gripping and grinning pre-COVID, attended a lot of conferences, probably met a few of you in person, and hopefully post-COVID, we'll be able to do that all again in the future. So if anyone wants to get in touch with me, post-conference or during the conference, feedback on this talk, just hit me up on Twitter is the best way to get a hold of me these days. And my Twitter handle is @punkdata. So let's get started. Before I begin, talking about DevSecOps, security, pipelines, I kind of want to do a little bit of a time travel, a little bit of time travel back into history, right? So, and I want to talk about a very, very brief history of software development, at least the way I experienced it when I was coming up in the industry. So I'm going to focus in on software development practices, right? The way that we build software. And when I started building software, many, many years ago, I kind of came into the industry when we were practicing, or when waterfall software development processes or methodologies were pretty much dominating, right? The way we built software. And if you don't know what waterfall really is, it's essentially a software development methodology or practice where things are tied together, right? They're dependent on each other. So when you're developing software in a waterfall environment, you're going to basically get a big block of tasks to do. And a lot of the times, people on your teams will also get the similar tasks, right? The problem is with waterfall is it's a cascading kind of process. So let's say myself and someone else is working on a project. If my teammate has some processes or software they need to develop that that are kind of precursors to what I'm doing, there's a dependency there, right? So immediately I have already been blocked by these tasks that need to be, created or completed before I can begin development. So as you can see from this diagram, right, if you look in that box there, right, you have some low-level design requirements, and then those are doled out into tasks, and then they follow up, right, with the process of coding. So all of these processes basically are dependent upon each other, and obviously the previous steps or tasks have to be completed before we can continue on. As you could imagine, this is pretty inefficient, right? But at the time, that was kind of all people had at the, and we also recognize that it was inefficient. So moving forward, we're engineers, right? We figured out that, hey, this is not optimal. So we made it optimal, right? Folks had, basically created a new way of doing things, more efficient way of developing software. And we named it Agile development. So if you look at the Agile diagram, you can see there's a lot of movement, right? There's no kind of blocking, cascading kind of effect with this process. If you look in the center of this diagram, you can see there's a couple of icons of people, right? And that's pretty instrumental to the way software is developed under this methodology. And the main point with Agile development is you can basically break those large tasks from waterfall methodologies into smaller, more manageable tasks, right? And when you break them into smaller tasks, you're able to give them, basically assign them to different people, and they can be completed at the same time. So what you're doing is breaking those dependencies, right, that existed in the waterfall development. Now, of course, right, there's going to be dependencies. I'm not saying get rid of all of them, but get rid of the ones that you can get rid of, right, and break those tasks out into more manageable, smaller chunks. And then, as you can see, right, there's a lot of movement here. If you see the arrows, there's a lot of sprint planning on the side. There's some daily scrum, so people are getting updated and sending that code, status of the code to the team. So pretty much, again, everything's broken out into more of a cascading way of building software, or a parallel concurrency, right? We're building things at the same time, and obviously that's going to create some speed and velocity in completing those tasks and delivering that code faster. So we actually learned, after implementing this Agile development, there's patterns, right? So after the Agile development process was adopted, we actually realized that same concurrency pattern, right, that was formed can be applied to the way we also automate our builds and deliver our software. And that's where kind of continuous delivery was born, right? Same kind of process where you're building pipelines to essentially automate the delivery of your software. And from continuous delivery, we formed even more, deeper patterns and practices and principles in the form of CI/CD, or continuous integration and continuous deployment. So this actually ties, CI/CD actually ties really, really nicely with DevOps. So if you're not kind of DevOps was coined, if you developed any software probably in the past 10 years, you've probably experienced where the development shop has to do their work. And then once they compile, finish updating their code, it kind of gets thrown over the wall to the operations teams, and they handle deploying it and releasing it to the public, right? So with DevOps, the concept here is, you are a developer, there's operations teams, but you should be working in tandem. And that's where this kind of DevOps, I call this the DevOps infinity loop, starts, right? But if we jump into the continuous integration principles, right? Again, these are just principles. What I'm talking about here is, these are some of the key elements to the principles. Developers are writing and committing code as often as possible, and they're committing to a shared repository, which in turn should be tested, right? That code should be tested on every commit. And the benefits or the results that you get from continuous integration is a fast feedback loop, right? So you know what's going on with your code in incremental changes. This is very useful for developers so that they can manage their time better, understand what's happening with their code before there's some huge problems down the road. So again, it's just basically checking in on your code, at very short intervals. Now, when we're talking about the principles of continuous deployment, what you're doing essentially is creating these release artifacts, right, for your deployment processes. And obviously, you're going to deploy those artifacts, right, to resources. This gives you the opportunity to validate the applications and services and ensure that they're functioning in the target environments that you're deploying to. It's very important that we understand that when you're deploying software, just because you deployed it successfully to an environment doesn't mean it's actually functioning the way you intended. And then obviously, right, you can leverage observability tools or to monitor and verify the state of your application once it's deployed. And there could be some recovery type processes as well that you can implement. So what I talked about previous to this slide is all about practices and principles, right? And when you have practices and principles, you have to bring those things to life. And the only way you can really do that in software is by leveraging automation, right? You have to automate those processes. With the automation though, right, that's where kind of CI/CD pipelines come into play. And what I'm showing you here is an example of a CI/CD pipeline that exists from one of my projects on Circle CI. Circle CI is a CI/CD platform, which again brings your CI/CD principles and pipelines to life, right? It actually executes code based off of your CI/CD defined pipelines. So as you can see here, right, there's a lot of things happening. And take note, on the left-hand side of the screen, you have like 3 blocks of jobs, right? These are just things that need to be executed in a pipeline. And they're being executed concurrently, right? Again, kind of with that agile flow. I just wanted to call that out because the way that you are agile and you gain speed in your release cycles is by performing things and getting your automation to perform things optimally. So I just wanted to kind of call that out. All right, so kind of covered practices and principles, DevOps, CI/CD. Let's talk about DevSecOps and pipeline integrations. So with DevSecOps, right, when I started developing software, I started where, like, this is kind of where the pipeline looked like, right? So if the automation, take a snapshot of something maybe in, I don't know, 2000, year 2000, Y2K, right? You had this kind of pipeline. And if you notice here, we have this concept, right, of shifting security left. I don't know if you've heard that term thrown around, or if you have, if you don't understand it. But basically what happens is, again, look at disregard. Wow. All right, let's start over. Gotta love these live shows. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. All right, so shifting left with security. Let's go ahead and focus in on the scan for vulnerabilities, right? So this is an automated job in the pipeline that essentially does some sort of security scan. Now, that position where it was previously in the pipeline, right, is where it created problems, because as developers, right, and pre the DevOps kind of movement, security teams would wait to the end, right, to kind of scan the software and ensure that there's no vulnerabilities. And if there were vulnerabilities, then the issue would be they would mitigate, right? So if it was a dependency problem, we didn't really have, as developers, I would say the knowledge or the tooling, right, to help fix those issues. The tooling generally remained with the security teams because it was their responsibility. With DevSecOps, right, and the shift security left concept, you're basically wiring up your security practices with automation tools, right? So that gives you, the developer, the ability to be more involved in the security of the software. So that's why I kind of shifted that security scan left for you, so that you could understand that just basically a movement from where things are sitting towards the end of your pipeline, and it's moved to the front of your pipeline, and that gives the ability for more people to get involved in those processes. And again, this is all made possible because of a really, really cool tooling, security type tooling that it's focusing on developers and empowering them to actually take part in the security aspects of their software. So you're basically, empowering your engineers and your software developers to, take care of security type issues ahead of time before the security team even gets to them. So the idea there would be the security team just validates that the artifact that you're deploying is nice and clean, vulnerability free, or as vulnerability free as possible. So I hope that was a pretty informative explanation of shifting security left. But let's go ahead and jump into how that relates to integrating security actions into your pipelines. Because, right, we're talking about pipelines. So again, talking about developers being able to, implement security scans within their pipelines and in the context of their actual, responsibilities within that pipeline. We have the ability now to, scan the applications using for vulnerabilities using tooling. And it's easy to use tooling that's kind of developer centric. There's a couple of companies out there. I think a person gave a talk before me. His company is really, really cool. And they're actually doing the good work that I'm talking about here. And that gives you the ability, again, to perform some static analysis on your applications. And also, when you're building containers, right? So a lot of folks are now deploying applications using Docker containers or cloud type technologies and using Kubernetes. You definitely want to ensure that those containers are not, deployed with some severe or critical vulnerabilities, right? You want to take care of those. So again, right, we have the tooling and the ability to implement all of that kind of security scanning, vulnerability scanning type execution within the pipeline. And the developers are more, they're empowered and more vested in that process. So let's talk about securing pipelines now. I kind of touched on how, we can add execution, security type vulnerability execution to our pipelines, and why we should do that, and why developers should be involved in that process. But, we do have obstacles, no matter what you do with CI/CD, especially in platforms, right? It's still software, it's still a tool, and there's always going to be struggles, right? Especially in and around security. With our pipelines, we're generally, I would say, 90% of the pipelines I've touched or viewed or seen or know of, they require some form of integration, right? So, we have integrations into different services. Could be a database, could be an API service, it could be, I don't know, banking system, whatever that integration is. We have different types of integrations. And here's a nice list, right? So maybe your application and your pipeline has some form of code coverage tool, right? Ensuring that your applications conform to a certain standard. You're, again, right, running vulnerability scans within your pipelines. Maybe your pipeline is integrating with an API, database, cloud providers, right? There's all kinds of forms, and this is just a very small subset of things, but they're the more common ones regarding pipeline integrations, especially when you're like deploying, your software using this CI/CD automation. Infrastructure as code is really, really huge, and has a huge role in playing and helping with that automation and making it as easy as possible to not only provision infrastructure, but also to manage that infrastructure once it's deployed. So with all those integrations, right, within our pipelines, they require access, right? There's no way to kind of, unless you control the service, even then though, you still have to, gate those services or gate those resources with basically, credentials, access credentials, right? And those credentials come in many, many forms, right? So we have obviously OAuth, and this is a JavaScript group. So the JWT, right, JSON Web Tokens. Those are really important, I'm sure, as you deal with them often. But right, this access, credentials can range in many, they come in many different forms, right? You know, from OAuth all the way down to like common username and password. But the issue with these access credentials, right, is I call them, the issue is that, you know, we have different names for everything, but I usually generally call them secrets when I'm talking about them in a general sense. So moving forward, I'm going to be talking about secrets. And basically, right, we understand that these secrets provide access, right? They provide the entry, the gateway to whatever service you're trying to use or to whatever data you're trying to access. And we have to protect those secrets, right? This is really important. This is, again, obvious stuff. But I can tell you when you're integrating within pipelines, those secrets are generally not as protected as you would think, right? And if you have exposed pipelines and exposed secrets within your pipelines, then that equals, right, a potential for an exploited pipeline, meaning someone can gain access to that pipeline and perform some malicious acts. Or someone can gain access to those pipelines and unintentionally perform some damaging, right, acts or execute some damaging processes within your pipelines, which could impact your code and your releases. So one of the main problems that I see with you know, pipeline integrations within the CI/CD platforms, and by the way, this kind of plagues a lot of platforms. Not you know, there's a wide range of platforms, CI/CD platforms and tooling out there, and they all kind of suffer from the same issues that I'm describing here. But basically, right, we're humans. We tend to try to you know, understand and remember secrets, right? Like passwords or some kind of token or something. Obviously, if it's a token, it's a little bit more difficult. But in any case, right, the issue with secrets and CI/CD pipelines is they're weak or they're stale, they're old. I spoke with a customer a couple months back. You know, they haven't changed a secret. He told me he hasn't changed a secret for a service that he manages in 5 years since he started. So he's been working there 5 years. The issue with that is, right, you have this old, stale, probably weak secret. And when I asked him why that was, he said, well, he didn't know what that would break if he changed the secret, right? So he doesn't even, so he has a bigger problem than just weak, stale secrets. He has to he has a bigger problem in the sense that he doesn't understand his infrastructure quite yet, right? Because it was a legacy system that he kind of inherited when he started. Obviously, there's another problem though with secrets within the pipelines, right? They can be unmasked, and you know, the data is sitting there, or the secret's sitting there, you know, in clear text. Obviously, unencrypted secrets is a problem, especially when you have you know, bad actors that can gain access again, right, to your pipelines or your CI/CD platforms while they're running the pipelines, right? That could be a problem, and it could be a situation where, you know, it could get really nasty for an organization if any of this stuff ever gets out. So what I'm proposing here to solve this is basically implementing some form of policy within your organizations called, you know, I call it secrets management, right? So this isn't anything new. Obviously, to ensure that you're managing your secrets, I propose that, you know, you implement some sort of secrets management tools, right? These tools can sit in between in between your pipelines and the gated services, right? So when we're talking about secrets management tooling, these tools give you the ability to, you know, create strong random secrets, right? They generate this stuff for you. And then it also has the ability to auto-rotate secrets. So you can set policies up within this automation to go ahead, or this secrets management tool, to go ahead and, you know, create a policy that says, let's say, yeah, I want to change the secret to my API, maybe an API endpoint that you have, you know, which is gated, change that secret every 15 minutes, right? So you only have a time to live for a specific set of tokens for 15 minutes, right? And again, the secrets management tool can perform all of this for you, as long as you wire it up and create that connection within your pipeline. So your pipelines will call out, grab these new secrets and then update the data store within the CI/CD platform. So with having a secrets management tool implemented and being used within your pipelines, you can also create granular access controls, which are really important for doling out privileges to users. And you could also dole out privileges to services, right? So if you have a service account with your secrets management tool, you can actually, say XYZ service has access to only, right, a really focused set of privileges, so that if anything ever happened, maybe a token got exposed or compromised, number one, if you set up a 15-minute policy, your time to live is 15 minutes. So you only have a 15-minute window for and it's a lot of time. I get it, especially when you're being exploited with automated tools. But you have a time to live for 15 minutes, and then you also, the damage is or the blast radius for that damage or that exposure is very limited, right, and controlled to a specific service. So again, right, when you're implementing these tools and you're doling out credentials, you're able to put a fine granular filter into what those services have access to, which again shortens or minimizes the impact of an exposure or over an incident. It also gives you the ability to have auditability. So what I mean by that is, most of us are dealing with companies, or we're under regulatory type conditions where we have to provide information to regulatory organizations that have oversight over our software. And when you have that situation, these tools can actually help you, control, again, who has access, but it also can tell you what actually occurred, right? What kind of credentials were doled out, and when, and to who. And that's a really important piece of this, because now you have a record or a log of what was kind of being what transpired with those credentials and by who, right? So this is a really, really important piece to securing things, as well as not only controlling the resources, but also understanding how those resources were provisioned and used, right? So there's two pieces to that puzzle when you're talking about security. And that's basically it regarding securing your pipelines. So let's go ahead and do a quick recap. So with CI/CD principles, right? Again, write and commit code often to a shared repository, and if you can, test your code on every commit. And of course, the benefits of this is that you get fast feedback loops on what you're doing with your work, especially when you're updating code, right? You want to understand what's going on as quickly as possible. So if you have issues, you can fix them. With continuous deployment principles, right? We're just creating release artifacts and deploying those to the target environments. We're also validating the applications and services to ensure that they're functioning. And then, of course, implementing a monitor type process so that you can understand the state of the application. And some of us are actually have implemented some resiliency type functionality, which helps us recover those services if they begin to fail. Now, DevSecOps, shifting security left, right? As I talked about, moving that process from like the very end of your pipeline all the way to the front, so that developers have eyes on the things that they need to have eyes on, and enables the security team to also just, lend their expertise when they need to, which is hopefully later on down in the pipeline, right before maybe a deployment, right? So it's kind of a little confirmation there. Implement app scanning and container scanning within your pipelines. Really, really important to ensure that you're releasing as bug-free code as possible, or as less vulnerable code as possible. Not all the times, right, that we're going to be able to release software with like 0 vulnerabilities, but they are different levels, right? So you have critical, severe, medium, low kind of statuses to those vulnerabilities. And occasionally, some of us release software with some higher severity type vulnerabilities. But the good thing is your security team may be okay with it because they have some way to mitigate against that in a different process. Also, with DevSecOps, the intention there is to eliminate these artificial domain barriers, right? Meaning get rid of the, hey, it's not my job excuse, and everyone kind of is empowered to, take a little bit of stake or ownership within the security realm. Securing pipelines, the best advice I can give you is implement secrets management policies and tooling, especially in that context, right, where we're integrating into things. We want to make sure that those secrets we're using to gain access are as secure as possible. Integrate that security management tool and process into your pipelines. And then, right, the benefits are that you're generating strong random secrets and credentials, and creating auto rotation policies that can replace those secrets used in pipelines based off of whatever timeline or process that you create for your organization. And that's basically the end of my talk. I'm glad to have been here. I wish everyone well, and I look forward to our Q&A session shortly. Thank you.
Angel, what a fantastic talk. Hopefully everybody watching along at home will now have a far more secure deployment pipeline. Everyone, please join me in giving Angel a huge round the world round of applause. Angel's Q&A session will be starting any moment now, and I am fairly sure that you will have some follow-up questions after that talk. So please do join us, where we will be broadcasting that session over onto GatherTown. If you're watching along on YouTube, please keep your comments rolling in and the posts coming in on social media using the hashtag CityJS2021. Again, Angel, thank you very much for that amazing talk.
Hello, everyone, and we have a special announcement at this point. I would like to thank Contentful for their support to our conference. As you know, they are our gold sponsors, one of the gold sponsors. I've been using Contentful for some of my personal work, and it has been quite exciting when they announced to me that they were going to sponsor my conference and our community conference. Part of their package, they get a lot of tickets, but they have decided to give the tickets for diversity. So a lot of tickets that we normally give to our sponsors, where they bring staff or friends. It was quite a nice surprise that they chosen to give those tickets to the community. And I would like to salute them and give them a nice clap for them. And also, Stefan is with us, and he would like to give a prize to a lucky one. I was watching this prize when they announced it to me, and I was like, I want this one so much. So, Stefan, can you let us know what is the prize and who is the winner?
Right. So over the last 3 days, whoever in Gathertown visited our booth might have noticed that we are raffling basically a home office makeover with the value of £500. That can be like a keyboard, maybe a pair of headphones, maybe a printout of your dog to look cool in all the Zoom calls that we're having all day, to have it in the background. And quite a few people submitted over the last 3 days. And I already prepared a random number generator with all the email addresses. And I'm going to press enter now. And I'm going to unveil the first 1, 2, 3, 4 characters of the email address. And I'm going to email you or the person that won right afterwards. All right. And the winner of the home office makeovers email starts with BHUV. And I think I met the person on the way. So I sent out the email. If that is your email address, then congratulations. You just won a home office makeover. And I reach out to you via email very, very soon. Back to Aris.
Thank you, Stefan. That person is very lucky. Not only had the full interactive experience through Gathertown, he also won a home office makeover.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And yes, we're going back to the full stream. You can watch more talks, and we have another 3-4 hours more of full entertainment. And then we're gonna reveal more prizes. Please head to the sponsor booths so you can find out more. And thank you very much, Stefan. It has been a quite exciting opportunity to have you as a sponsor. And we will do more stuff as we go along in the future. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks for having us.
I'm sure that my fellow eventaholics in the audience will agree that one of the most challenging things about this pandemic has been the complete change to the way that we enjoy and experience events. I suspect that online events are here to stay in one way, shape or form moving forward. Therefore, it is super important that we make them as inclusive as possible. Our next speaker is hoping to share some wisdom around this. Taking to the stage next up at the 2021 CityJS conference is Bhavina. Bhavina is joining us all the way from Salem in India, where she is a Mozilla rep. In this talk, Bhavina is looking at how we can craft inclusive event spaces for neurodiverse people using web technology such as WebXR. Fantastic stuff. I've really been looking forward to this talk all through the conference. If at the end of it you have any questions for Bhavina, please do join me in the Q&A session, which will be starting on Gathertown straight after this talk, as well as post along on Twitter using the hashtag CityJS2021 and keep those comments rolling in wherever you are watching along online. Bhavina, without further ado, it is my pleasure to hand the stage over to you.
Hello, awesome people. This is Bhuvna Meenakshi from India. I am a socio-technology researcher at the Self-Employed Women Association in India. I am also a budding entrepreneur and very much interested in exploring virtual, augmented, and the new applications of extended reality. And I'm also um, a self-diagnosed neurodivergent, whereby I have got more interest now towards understanding the accessibility in technology, and more that since I've been already into exploring virtual spaces and also more interested in making them, I have also thought about how, from a neurodivergent perspective, the virtual spaces can look like. So, yeah, thanks CityJS for giving me this opportunity, and let's hop into the immersive experience. So, welcome to my session on neurodiversity friendly virtual spaces using WebXR. So, we are currently inside um, virtual experience, immersive experience. I'll let you know what is this and how could this be built in furthermore steps. All right, so hope my avatar looks good. And yeah, so welcome to the session. And yeah, let's just start with a few introductions on what is WebXR. So, in first place, web VR and AR are some of the popular terms, and I think like few decades now, the um, amazing virtual reality and augmented reality have been like taking, I mean, like evolving uh, based upon the needs, and also a lot of awareness now has been established on the same. So uh, virtual reality is something that's of more like giving you a more inclusive environment where it's like really putting you into a virtual world and hinders from the real world where you are, and it's like you are surrounded totally by an alien space. So those are the virtual reality, and with web VR, it's even more easier because it's just going to be a browser. It's just like any other website that you would see. So this is like a browser and a link. You throw the link into the browser, the URL, and you'd be able to get a virtual reality experience like anywhere. And also the main reason to why the web VR started to evolve is because there were a lot of hardware constraints, and not many could afford it. And just that, even if someone wants to just develop and experience a particular application, um, the hardware constraint always existed. So that's where more web VR applications started to evolve. And web AR is also a similar kind of a concept. And I think a lot of giant technologies have tech companies have already started to explore on the web AR side, because web AR is such a handy and lovely concept where it can just integrate with the existing system. Like for example, if you're already seeing me into a virtual room, so the kind of like embedding with the reality. So that's where like augmented reality, um, like the applications and also the um, interest in augmented reality started to involve in industries. And of course, the Pokemon Go is one of the popular applications. And also, you'd be more familiar with the Google's 3D animals, where you can view in 3D in your own space. It's like very interesting to make the kids or anyone like understand in a more real way of how the animals could actually be assumed in a 3D model. And all of this now um, paved the way to the evolution of WebXR, which is like the extended reality, or XR is basically a term that's like, I mean, to represent any revolution um, with respect to virtual reality, augmented reality, or any of the sort. So this WebXR um, is like when WebXR is mostly like an API or device specification um, API that helps in creating experiences in a more in like a web-based environment, just like on browsers as like we have for WebVR and WebAR. So this the special case of a WebXR is mostly that you could you could mainly have both the experiences together, like you, because virtual reality on its own is like having you into one specific environment where you're not accessible to something that's outside. So a touch of the reality is needed every time. So to combine and to put this application together, WebXR got its place. And also this was released by the W3C, the Web Consortium, and I guess we would also be having Ada as a speaker at CityJS, who is also chairperson of the WebXR development team. And I've also got many inspirational references when I started to self learn about WebVR, AR, and XR. So yeah, this is like a very very interesting piece of um, exploration. The very reason to it is because um, everyone wanted to explore um, virtual and augmented reality based on because the cost and the other factors shouldn't really hinder the interest. So that's where there's like more interest in exploring paths on VR AR. And so now coming to A-frame. All right. So A-frame, I mean, when initially exploring on how WebVR works, A-frame is the most handy framework that comes with exciting and easier for people who may not even understand programming languages. If you just have the sense of what to do and how your end result wants to be shaped up, probably that's just enough to trigger the interest in you to make a web experience with virtual reality. So A-frame is a very specific framework for WebVR, and the reason why I like A-frame is because it's a very frictionless. Um, it has a very good system where it's not like too many installations or like any extra requirement to install the plugins or anything like that. It's a very very easier one to execute your outputs, and also it's very seamless, and also it doesn't have any kind of gatekeepers uh, where it's just simple. It doesn't require any complicated things on the web to install, like to make your experience just be um happening in a flow. It's just like a very good option to make your own WebVR applications just like that. And also that the special part of the A-frame is that it can enable WebGL rendering, which means it can help you in in all the 3 degrees and the 6 degrees of freedom, which means in a 3 degree of freedom where we usually talk about, how, like for instance, the degrees of freedom is nothing but when you have your mobile phone with your application and try to move the mobile phone because it's a virtual space, you may want the screen to move the way you're watching, like the camera needs to move the way you're looking at into the virtual space. So that's possible, as the uh, A-frame is very much good in handling such degrees of freedoms, like up to 6 degrees of freedom. And um, and also, let's say if you are making an application in like which is supported by 3.js, or um, or even like vue.js or react or anything of the sort, you can just use the components from A-frame and integrate and make it into a beautiful virtual reality application. So it's just flexible. And also, it's more about just the entity component based system. So if you just know like what's your object, you can create your own object, or like you can just use the objects that's like available on the registry, and uh, just add attributions to it, just make it more, uh, make the object more lively. So I think that's it. Like if you understand the basic concepts of the A-frame, it's super easy to create your own virtual reality spaces, or like virtual reality models, 3D models. So um, popularly A-frame, like before I knew what was A-frame, I think virtual reality applications were made in 3.js. So A-frame also uses 3.js, but it's made the work for us more simple, um, by giving us this system of entity component based. So it just makes it works more simpler, and we can just concentrate more on what application needs to be and how we can enhance them. So um and then let's then move forward um for our next piece about the spoke. So if you had have had a chance to look at, yeah, before that, let me tell you what is um, Mozilla Hubs. So Mozilla Hubs is just, I mean, we are already into the Mozilla Hubs. So this Mozilla Hubs is such a beautiful place where you can have synchronous conversations, conferences, meetups, and a lot more. So, for example, so okay, I'm into the Mozilla, so let me just try. Okay, so this is the website of the hubs, and this is like a cool tool for having, like if you want any formal events or just that for any informal hangouts, it's like best place. It's like because it has this features of three-dimensional ways of um, um, engaging the audience, and also like you can make cool avatars, and also have a lot of engaging elements. I think like hubs is like the I would say it gives like kind of inspiration to what you may call as the um, extended reality or like an immersive experience. So this is so let us just try to first enter into the building. So you can choose your own avatars. Like they're lovely avatars. So I'm just using a polar bear sweater. So it's going. Okay, so simple. So we just enter into this awesome building of architecture. Um, and if you see, it's like more seamless and just like easy to understand stuff. Um, and there's like I mean there are awesome number of screens that's like all the scenes, the background scenes that's like already available, so you can choose them. I just kind of like customize this with some avatars and I just try to make my presentation within the immersive experience, so you understand the immersive experience um, just as we go through the concepts. So it gives you very fine detail understanding of the buildings. So for example, if I would try to uh, move away from the rails here on the sides, it doesn't really allow you to do that because it has the boundaries, and you can basically set the boundaries to which the viewer can actually look into, and you can basically make it more realistic. And yeah, this has like awesome features in it. So you can place here another avatar or scene, or you can load any awesome um, gifs that you would really like to look there. Awesome, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, and like awesome number of features. You can also bring in your own customized pictures, or if you would like to also write or do anything, um basically, you know like there is also a very good feature here called art tilt brush, and that's like, you know that's also one of the uh, things which Mozilla had done with regard to creating a very artistic room, where you use a tilt brush and make it more like three-dimensional kind of a design, and this is very interesting. And also, like, if you're having a whole bunch of conversations and want to add any reacting icons, you can also give them, um, you know like claps or hearts or anything of the sort. And also this has like a awesome chat feature which you can use. It's like very interesting. And just that you need to hit the invite button to invite your friends. And there's like also you can share this you share your presentations or any of your live streaming videos and stuff here. um, and it has basically all the basic controls and all the things that you want to change with respect to the room, like any scenes that you want to change and stuff. There's like there are a bunch of scenes that you can choose from the very default. You can do that. Now coming to Spoke. So Spoke is something, um, is just like a very easier, you know, um, tool that's really going to help you, to make your own space. So, like you know, this particular virtual space, you can create your own one just without any uh, 3D design experience, or like without just using any other external softwares. I mean, um, any heavy loaded softwares, just not essential for you when you do in Spoke. And it's like super easy to create your own uh, virtual spaces, and the like extremely like the way you want it to. um, you can just customize spaces, and also Spoke has a feature to import the objects from Google, or like Sketchfab poly models. Um, the only part of the hubs which I felt of a little more of improvement is with regard to the bandwidth, and also like usage of the low poly models. Um, the reason to it is, if that um, um, you sharing, or like you're doing a more community space for people to cover from the countries who have like the regions who have like low bandwidth areas. That's like a more um you know challenging, but once that you get connected, and once that the frames load, it's superb interesting. And it's that kind of a immersive experience that everyone would like to have. So let's go further. All right. So, as I told already, I'm a self-diagnosed neurodivergent, and I've been like exploring to see how various spaces can be made neurodivergent friendly. And I've also I've explored on how physical spaces can be customized to the needs of for the needs of neurodivergent people. So before going to that, I'd like just to give a kind of um, an overview to what is neurodivergent, the terms, and what is neurodiversity. So neurodiversity is basically a collective term to represent a community of people who have various cognitive differences, and who have like unique thinking abilities, or like also you can say that it includes like people, um it comprises of people who have various learning disabilities. It also includes like people who have ADHD, autism, ASD, and so on. So neurodivergent is like a singular term that represents like a person who comes from the neurodiverse community. And so it's been this particular concept in Western countries has been like extremely popular, about creating workspaces, about creating um, about also like understanding NDs um, in common places, or like in the society itself. But I know it's like been quite challenging in the developing nations, and especially due to the lack of awareness, and also like the acceptance for it as well. So it still like needs like little more time for people uh, around us to make it understandable that being neurodivergent is unique in its own way, and it's not like something that needs to be um, you know actually treated, or like that needs a cure, or like a medical that can be like needs like a permanent cure or something. So I think that should shape up in few, like it should pick up in some time, and probably it's a way like um, people start trying and understanding things. Um, so I've like been very inspired with the BBC's concept of they have a checklist of understanding. You must visit their website to see how physical spaces and the needs of physical spaces for um, neurodivergent people in workspace, how how things can be made for them, and the specific reason why indies would require such uh, you know um, friendly spaces is because of their um, uh, because it's easy for them to sense distractions, and anything that's like a touch, a smell, or even um it's like a noisy place or like super crowded place can be easily distracting. Person cannot focus on on what they actually wanted to. So it's essential to consider on how NDs can have their um, friendly spaces in important gatherings and stuff. So that was about the physical space, and now let's see what I have. Okay, so I wanted to emphasize here about the virtual friendly space. So now that being in this pandemic, a lot of us have started to engage remotely, and also it's like a lot of conferences spaces have started to go more like virtually, and that it becomes now very essential for us to think how now the indies can be engaged in virtual environment, because it's easy to get distracted, and in the same time I mean it's not easier to have like at least even 50% of attention towards a particular subject in a virtual space, and in other contexts it's also like a little overwhelming when there's like a lot of people conversing in a conference, and that you may not know what, or like it's almost like now that in virtual space it's more like we deal with a lot of strange people. We do not know whom they are. It's like it's not even very close to how things are in a physical space. So it becomes highly challenging how to engage in a virtual friendly space, and it becomes even more challenging with regard to people who develop such technologies to make them more accessible for people who have cognitive differences. So coming to the point that um, what I was thinking for as a part of creating virtual space friendly spaces with regard to WebXR, because I've been like highly thoughtful about how how and what the complexity of dealing with a space in WebXR can be, because when a space when usually, I mean, the virtual space that you choose is like up to you. In a WebXR background screen, it can be a bigger place or like a smaller one. Depends on what type of place we want to choose and stuff. But then, um, there's some points that needs to be kept in mind, or like I just like to give a few sort of like recommendations. uh you know um if that one may plan to have a more of um like a realistic immersive space, uh and if that you just want to ensure that NDs are also made inclusive in the specific virtual space, then what could be the kind of setup that can be imagined? So um, I've also done a desk research on to understand, how virtual spaces can be a kind of made more friendly, and and what are the needs and requirements that NDs can basically kind of expect for in such like immersive spaces. Um, so the following are the few features that I've been thinking across in setting up for an accessible uh, immersive rooms. So first one is like kind of like a natural setup. Natural setup in a sense, like, I mean, this particular room, I took it for sample to show you that, it's like not having any kind of artificial lights. It's more like open and made with a lot of natural light and setup, um, maybe of a kind, or like, you can choose to also make it a more greenery place, because the natural reflections of light, if it's like too much, it may distract uh the person, or like, if it's too low, it's also not sufficient. So make sure when you create an when you create a space for specific to NDs, or like if you create a huge space and want to have like a small space for the NDs, just make sure there's like different types of lights that you can actually specify on the spoke. So the ambience light, and the there's also this spotlight. So you may need to be very careful in choosing the ratios of the light density, so that it's not like, and also these are like, these also are kind of stuff that has to go more compatible with the screen layers. So you're not like really into the space, but then it's like also the colors that come out of the screen. So make sure that they are highly composed, um, thoughtfully, and of course, there's like the silent rooms or the escape rooms is like best part of any physical conference. There's like a lot of silent rooms and stuff, which like basically for people who do not want to interact, or like probably uh, are not well, because a huge number of audience, like if you go to a more of like a gathering setup, it's like too many people talking and stuff, so it may not be easier for people to handle it. So there are silent rooms, like I mean, a few conferences that have seen specifically. Now that the same can be mimicked in a virtual friendly space, where entering into a particular room, like which is called as a silent room, like people can enter there only in a more muted state, um like with the microphones off, or like having like lesser accessibility to doing any other kind of distracted works. So that's a kind of a silent room. And also like a silent room can also disable the sounds from the external rooms, or like the rooms that's like attached near to it. um and also instructions or signboards at every place can really helpful, especially when these are the kind of you know I mean, when these are more of like a kind of spaces which are like I mean, of a 360 degree, they're more like confusing what and where you have to seek for, or like guidance, or like, even if I have to go beneath the staircase, I would prefer to see a signboard somewhere here. So kind of such I just saw a signboard downstairs, but couldn't find one on the top. All right. So such kind of you know specific signboards and stuff, like how you would mimic a physical space, can be of just like easier help to people to engage um, more smoothly. And also, as I said like earlier, choose of the like proper colors. They're not like very bright and dashing colors. Instead, it could be just light and warm, and very like, could be less distractive. um or like, where there's needs, like where there's a need for it to be bright, and like, for example, like giving a warning or something, so it's like brighter, super. So um it's up to the designer to um to understand what needs more importance and what needs less importance with making a kind of a virtual space. And also some indie friendly activities. So a lot of people love various kind of indie activities. So probably kind of, these kind of pens and stuff would also help in, you know making, like, just give the people a kind of a relaxation, like basically scratching somewhere, or um, doing a lot of some kind of indie friendly activities, could basically make the person feel more engaged to the space. And yeah, likewise, um they're like pretty more, cool things that which cannot be done in physical space can be used in a virtual space to engage, neurodivergent communities and make it more inclusive for them. So these part I mean these few suggestions which I gave is just that, I mean, for anyone who is going to make a virtual friendly space, or like a virtual space that could be more friendly for the indies, or or in otherwise, if that you're planning for a physical setup and wanted to give it a try, like a prayer, like a rehearsal with the your people, or like with the NDs in in your workspace, to see if that's going to work for them. Probably this can be like a simulation activity that can help in such cases as well. So let's go on further. And this is like best view, towards, like, it's almost like a horizon. And this is the beautiful setup architecture of the whole building. That's nice. So yeah, we're almost towards the end, and so hope your next virtual space, or like your next remote event, is ND friendly, that is like neurodivergent friendly, and hope this I would say like this traverse into the immersive experience of Mozilla hubs and WebXR was interesting. And thanks for attending my session, and thanks for being at CityJS. Thank you. Bye.
Bhavina, thank you very much for that super informative talk about crafting immersive spaces using WebXR, which are neurodiverse friendly. I'm sure that somebody in this audience will be inspired to create something awesome based off the back of that talk, and maybe, just maybe, we'll be having a future CityJS conference using WebXR thanks to this talk. Everyone watching along, please join me in giving Bhavina an amazing round the world round of applause. Now, if you have any questions for Bhavina, we will be having a Q&A session any moment now over on GatherTown. So head over there, get your questions at the ready and enjoy that Q&A. If you're not on GatherTown, please do keep posting along on Twitter using the hashtag CityJS2021, as well as keep the comments rolling in over on YouTube.
Two-factor authentication, or 2FA for short, gets its name from the fact that two things are required to verify your identity. Something you know, like a password, and something you have, like the verification code from your mobile device or physical token. Firstly, start off with a login page that asks your user for a mobile phone number. Upon submission, the user will be asked to input a verification code sent to that mobile phone number via SMS. Once the user is verified, they can access the application. This tutorial will cover how to implement a verification token system with the Vonage Verify API and Express.js. The application will have 3 pages: an initial page that asks for a mobile phone number, a page where users provide the code sent to them, and finally, a page which they'll see if their code was correct and the verification successful. For a full written or video tutorial that will take you through the process from scratch, or if you'd like the link to the GitHub repository containing all the code, check the description.
Immersive XR experiences have been a hot topic of this conference, and your next talk is the second one on the bounce based around this topic. It's almost as if we have a huge paradigm shift in the way in which we interact with computers coming our way. Our next speaker probably hopes so, and also is probably responsible for part of that shift. Taken to the stage for the 2021 CityJS conference is Ada from London in the UK. Ada is a developer advocate with the Samsung Internet web browser, and in this session, Ada is going to be looking at how we can craft immersive AR experiences using the WebXR technologies. I've been looking forward to this talk all throughout the conference, and I'm sure many of you watching along at home have been too. Don't forget to keep your questions to one side and join us for the Q&A session, which will be starting on GatherTown immediately after this talk, as well as keep those comments rolling in on social media using the hashtag CityJS2021 and the comment section in YouTube. Ada, it is my honor, privilege and pleasure to hand the stage over to you.
I'm Ada Rose Cannon. I'm a developer advocate for the web browser Samsung Internet, and I'm co-chair of the W3C Immersive Web Groups. I'm here to talk today about AR in the web, But before I begin, a little bit about Samsung Internet and what that does. So Samsung Internet is an Android web browser. It's maintained by Samsung, and it's a fork of Chromium. It has features aimed at power users and people who are privacy aware. It's got like ad blocking, tracking prevention. It's got a fully customizable user interface. Like, I really like it. Like, I use it as my default browser, and I probably would even if, Samsung weren't paying me to promote it. So yeah, I work for Samsung. You can download it from the Play Store on Android, and I really recommend trying it out. If you're a web developer and you don't already test on Samsung Internet, please download it and test your websites in there. We may be a fork of Chromium, but we are only a fork. We're not like just a wrapper around native Chromium. So there will be a few small changes, and we have a lot more users than you would expect. As a developer advocate, my role is to help developers deal with the latest features in the web platform, to build websites which make the most of everything the web browser can offer. If you have any questions about Samsung Internet or WebXR, please reach out to me through email or social media. WebXR, at its core, is an API designed to access the sensors and displays of virtual reality and augmented reality devices. The X in XR just stands for whatever you want. So it can be X for VR, X for AR, X for MR, like MR is mixed reality. Like any of these terms, they tend to fall under the umbrella of XR. So that's why it's just called WebXR. By knowing what the user is looking at, we can render a scene using WebGL from the user's point of view. It can also be like WebGL2 or WebGPU, like this kind of graphics thing on the web. We can send it to be displayed on the device, and by doing this at the frame rate of the device, it gives the illusion of being inside a virtual scene. Here is an example of augmented reality in real life running on Samsung Internet. It's launched from a normal web page. It's rendered using WebGL, and it uses the WebXR device API to detect the user's environment, such as the carpet, letting us place this cactus on the floor. It can also detect things like walls and stuff like that, so I can place the cactus on the wall. Places like images or this patterned carpet make excellent surfaces for augmented reality. Alright, so I said what WebXR is, but why WebXR? Why does it exist? Why do we need it? So as its name suggests, it combines the web technologies and the XR technologies. And there are huge benefits XR can gain from being on the web. And also vice versa, benefits the web can get by supporting XR devices. By supporting these new devices, which right now are very niche, but over the coming decade may very well integrate into our lives. Just like smartphones have today, like smartphones over a few years went from something that was very niche to something that you can expect most people to own. And I expect as devices get as XR devices get smaller and more common and cheaper and more available to consumers, we're going to see the same thing. WebXR can already support a wide range of devices. Today I'm going to be focusing more on the augmented reality devices. So typically this means handsets like mobile phones, which often have AR capabilities built in through their advanced camera systems. Most modern smartphones have some kind of AR capability. Also mixed reality headsets, which are kind of niche still. They're not very common and they're very expensive. And they're pretty hard to get. But over time, as these devices become more popular and more content moves to these devices, if the web cannot work on these devices, the web will eventually cease to be a relevant content platform. So it's really important the web continues to work on these devices. XR technologies allow websites to do things that they could never do before, such as displaying content on the user's head-mounted displays, like giving them the sensation of being in a virtual environment, or detecting the user's real environment, letting our page's content interact with the real world. It lets us track the position of the user's head and hands in real time to enable the user to reach out and have physical interaction with our web page's content. We can render content stereoscopically in an efficient manner using the existing web's graphic stacks. Now, these are some really powerful abilities. And by bringing the content outside of the 2D monitors it's been in up till now, it can enable many new experiences that do not work very well if you just view them on a 2D page. So for example, it enables users to comfortably interact with 3D content. You can even put that 3D content into the user's environment, giving it context that is familiar to the user. So if the user puts a virtual bear in their living room, they can see how big that bear is compared to their real furniture, in a way that saying this bear is 2 meters long can never adequately express. It lets users explore spatial data in a more naturalistic fashion. If data is designed to be 3D, then interacting with it in a 3D environment just makes a lot more sense and is a lot easier than controlling it with a 2D plane. We just talked a lot about the benefits XR tech can bring to the web. But what about the other way round? What can the web do for XR? Well, most importantly, the web is the biggest software platform in the world. It has billions of users, many of whom are already using XR-capable devices, whether they know it or not, because a lot of this technology is just built into their smartphone, even if they don't use it on a day-to-day basis. A single XR-capable website built with WebXR should work on all kinds of XR devices with a single build, as long as the browser supports WebGL and WebXR. The WebXR device API has been cleverly designed to abstract away many of the differences between these very different kinds of devices, such that it enabled you to build an experience on one platform, and if you build it generically enough, it'll probably work pretty fine on any other devices, even if you are unable to test on one because they're not available to you. But there's also tools to let you emulate these kinds of devices as well, so you can get pretty far. This isn't just restricted to devices which you can't access. This is also devices which you can't access because they haven't been built or even conceived yet. The power of the web is that websites don't break every time you get a new hardware update or a new browser update, or you get a new device. Websites built 25 years ago still work today on hardware which was just science fiction when that website was made. So if you go on the Space Jam website today, it still works just as well today, aside from a few dead links, as it did the day it was built, even though the hardware you're using it on will be inconceivable to the developers of that website. And the same is true for XR sites. The XR landscape is evolving extremely fast. We don't even know what XR hardware will look like in 5 years, let alone 25 years. So once the WebXR device is stable, in theory, a website you build then, like today, should work long into the future on whatever bizarre future hardware we're using then, provided that the web is still around. One really powerful ability for writing software on the web is that you don't need to download anything before you can run it. You don't need to install an app to view a web page. You just use your web browser. And it's the same with WebXR sites. They start quickly and they can progressively load the content so that a user can have almost instant engagement with an XR scene, and you can carry on pulling in content as the page is loading. It's not the best experience to do that, but you can do it. And you can shift stuff immediately. You don't need to wait for app stores to approve your app, or if it's the kind of thing that app stores don't even allow, you can still put it on the web. And you don't have to worry about app stores taking a cut of your revenue either. It's the web. You can just take payment through the web. You can build something and push it to a server, and you can have your users experiencing it immediately. They don't need to download anything. They don't need to wait. There's no approval process. You just make your HTML, JavaScript website, put it up there, people can use it. This is a really powerful feature of the web. The web is for everyone. One last thing I wanted to mention is that the web developer community is huge and is extremely active too. New libraries and resources are being developed continuously. The skills needed to build an excellent XR-capable site definitely lean more towards the web developer skill set than the graphic design skill set. Although experience in both is ideal, but there's nothing stopping person with one skill set learning a bit of the other one to have a go at making something. So I've talked a lot about the benefits of WebXR, but I want to talk a little bit now about how the WebXR standard is made. Because as chair of the group, it's really important to me to get more and more people involved, to get more viewpoints and input into the specs. And I hope to encourage you to participate. The WebXR APIs are developed totally in the open by the immersive web groups from the W3C. The W3C is the standards organization that develops many of the standards for the web. And the WebXR device API is designed totally in the public eye. It's done on the open web. You can read about it on GitHub. And you can see all of the issues and pull requests done in real time. Like it's all just done on GitHub. And you can read the agendas, the minutes that are on GitHub too. You can view the code, you can view the explainers. Reading the explainers is actually a really good way to get an in-depth look at how the APIs work without going so low as looking at like the raw implementer spec. Like anything like ending in explainer.md is a great document to read. They're just really interesting, if nothing else. If this interests you enough that you want to participate, and you can join the W3C Immersive Web Community Group. And the community group is open to anyone. And it's where the majority of the spec work for this API is done. There is another group, which is the Immersive Web Working Group. And the working group requires you to be an employee of a member organization of the W3C. It's where the specs are like polished up and finalized and turned into web standards, but not a massive amount of changes happen there. The majority of the bulk of the API shape is put together in the community group, where anyone can participate. As a group, we try to develop APIs which expose many of the latest XR features from the latest XR hardware. Many of these are based around giving a deep understanding of the user's environment. But it's a careful balancing act, because giving a deep understanding of the user's environment has clear privacy and security issues, and it's a fine line to walk to give users the high expectation of the security and privacy of the web with all the features we want to give developers. On top of that, we want to make an API that's going to encourage developers to build something that's accessible by default. And I don't think the WebXR device API is there yet, personally. I think we need more documentation around building accessible WebXR sites. This is kind of difficult because it's made with WebGL and WebGPU, like very low-level languages. You have to rebuild all of the accessibility stuff yourself. Nothing gets provided for you. This can be quite a lot of work, and a lot of developers don't bother. And so this is something which we really need to encourage people to do. We also try and weigh the APIs about how well they integrate with other existing web features. Like if something we want to implement is already partly implemented in another group, we try and work with them to make sure that we don't step on their toes, or we use their API to provide the surface for our API too. And finally, the most important thing is making sure what we build is future-proof. Because if we just try and stick in a single API from a single platform, this might be the kind of thing where it's the right choice for right now because it's what the hardware can do. But long into the future, this particular hack or workaround isn't viable anymore, yet it's going to be stuck in the web for a long time. Because the web doesn't like to deprecate APIs if it can avoid it. And so everything we build is going to be around for a long time. And this is already a pretty big spec. So we've got to make sure that everything we do doesn't clutter up the web. Because also large APIs make it slower to support and build the web browsers. The more interleaving standards you have in the browser, the harder it is to add other features to the browser. So making sure it's as good as it can possibly be is extremely important. The working group includes participants from Google, Apple, Microsoft, Intel, Mozilla, Samsung, all for many different reasons. So some of these companies have browsers, some of them have hardware, some of them are building XR software and want it to work as well as it can on WebXR. All of these people working together ensures that the API is designed in such a way that it will work well for everyone. And this is the most important thing about spec work, is that as long as many people get involved, then the API will hopefully work for many people. And that's what we want. We don't want to be an exclusionary platform. I want to talk about now about realistically what it looks like today to build an XR site, like what hardware you should support and that kind of thing. And this is very much skewed for today and not the future. And so I showed you a demo earlier of like a real device running WebXR. And this is what I'm going to talk to you now is a bit more general than that. So the first thing we want to look at is handheld augmented reality. This is the most common type of XR platform available today because many people already have an XR capable phone to do augmented reality with. And so if you want to reach a lot of people, this is an important form factor to support. The display, unlike virtual reality, is held in the hand. But the hand is also where the controllers are going to be. And if you tap the screen, you probably want to know where that's going to be in virtual space. Fortunately, you don't need to know the screen size or the tap location to work that out. The API handles it for you. When you tap the screen, it gives you a special transient input, the position of which is your finger's position in 3D space, which I think is kind of neat. The next most common kind of thing you'll encounter is head-mounted virtual reality. The most common device for this is right now, like today, is the Oculus Quest 2. This was an incredibly popular device when it came out near the end of 2020 and has many, many people using it. The display is on the head because it's virtual reality. You're looking through the user's point of view. If controllers are available, they're going to be held in the hand, or it might do hand tracking instead. So it might look at the user's hands and show them. But aside from hand tracking, there won't be any kind of environment sensing. Like you won't know the size of the user's room. You know the shape of the bounding box that the user's in, as a good example. But so you can place stuff like in the user's rough area. You won't be able to detect specific walls or floors or anything like that. Then you have head-mounted augmented reality, in which the display is on the head. The controllers, if available, will be held in the hand. It might do hand tracking. There might be like no hand or controller tracking at all, but there's probably going to be something like that. It can probably do some kind of real-world tracking. Like some headsets are designed to be like hand tracking only, like the Project North Star, and some are can do full real-world tracking. But generally, head-mounted AR can be considered as like the best of both worlds of AR and VR. And although it's a very niche piece of hardware at the moment, like it's hard to get and it's pretty expensive, like probably over the next 10 years, it's probably going to be the most common way that people deal with XR. As the headsets become cheaper, there are more consumer headsets. So if you want to build something that's really future-proof, you should probably also target this. Unfortunately, testing on one of these headsets is kind of tricky right now. I put together this Venn diagram to try and help pick like what form factors you should support depending on what you want to build. For example, if you need hand tracking, then you should look at headset AR and headset VR, because they're the ones that do hand tracking. If you need to engage with users' environment, you should do headset augmented reality and handheld augmented reality. If you just want to reach as many people as possible, you should do handheld augmented reality and headset virtual reality. At least that's what the market looks like today. But if you're supporting those two formats, supporting headset augmented reality in addition probably won't require many, if any, code changes at all. And that will ensure that whatever you build will continue to work long into the future as more and more of these devices become available. Now, I understand this Venn diagram is pretty complex, so I wanted to give them some specific examples to help illustrate it further. First, an example drawing application. So this needs hand tracking. So you need some kind of head-mounted device so the user's hands are free so they can draw. So head-mounted AR or head-mounted VR seems perfect. And you don't need specific access to the user's environment, so virtual reality is okay. So if they're on an AR headset, you just let them draw in their environment. If they're on a VR headset, you give them a virtual environment to draw in. You don't just put them in an endless void and for them to draw in. You give them a floor and maybe decorate it a bit to look nice. But then let's talk a bit about progressive enhancement, because you don't want to totally exclude handheld AR. For one, it's the most popular way that people can do XR nowadays. But even though they can't do the primary method of engagement, they can still engage with the content that people make. So for example, you could let them view the content that people have shared on social media. So I put on my fancy AR headset and I draw a pretty 3D penguin in my living room. I then save it to the server and it gives me a link. I share that on social media, someone opens it on their phone, and then they push a button and they view it in their living room. And that's exactly what you want for working across on many platforms. And that's kind of what progressive enhancement means for like XR devices. So you do what you can with the abilities that are available, especially as many different devices have a very mixed bag of abilities. Here's another example. Previewing furniture. So this is the kind of thing where you have an online store and you want users to be able to view the furniture from your store in their environment. So here, AR is essential. So we'll want to do some kind of headset AR or handheld AR. And we don't need hand tracking because they're not going to be reaching out and grabbing the furniture. Maybe you want to add that as like additional features if you detect hand tracking is available, but for the basic thing, you just want them placing an object in their room, and handheld AR is good enough for that. How would you progressively enhance this? For virtual reality. So handheld AR, whilst good at doing AR, it's not immersive. It can't give users a sense of scale compared to themselves because it's still viewed on a 2D screen. So progressive enhancement for VR means that you can provide for them a fallback environment. So instead of their living room, it's just a generic virtual reality living room they can view the furniture in, so they can get a good feeling for the scale of it. And that'll be a nice way to improve it for VR. And that wouldn't require much additional code. That would just be when they enter a scene and you detect they're doing immersive virtual reality, you just render an additional background scene for them. Like you download a 3D model of an environment and display it. My final example is a XR promotional website, essentially an advert. And you want to reach the widest possible audience. So you must at least do handheld AR, as today that's the most used AR device. VR is the next most widely used, so you probably want to do something there too. Like if you're supporting VR, but you can also support augmented reality, then it's probably not going to be too much of an extra step to ensure that it works for head-mounted augmented reality as well. And that way you can ensure that it will continue to work long into the future. I now want to go through some of the questions I receive the most. The question I get asked most is a two-parter. The first part is, what is WebXR best for? Well, firstly, simple single environment experiences. You don't want to be doing large experience with big downloads where the user is going to be looking at a really long loading bar. Like users get frustrated and drop off after waiting for a few seconds for an ordinary website. Just because your website is virtual reality, they're probably not going to wait too much longer. Like users have a really short attention span. So keep it simple, small models, optimize your textures, like really optimize your stuff, make it as fast as possible. Anything where you want instant engagement, so you want users to go from your website into the content without any steps in between. So if the maximum number of people is important, WebXR is good for you. Because if you go to an app store to download it, like every time they have to change screen or click on something, you're going to lose users as they get distracted and go do other things. So if it's incredibly important with you to just reach the most number of people possible, then WebXR is what you want. If it needs to be shareable on social media, then WebXR is fantastic because the content is just a URL. People can share that URL and then they can view it on a totally different WebXR device. And that's really neat. If you want to reach every single headset and you're not targeting a single specialized device, then WebXR is what you need, because WebXR is designed to work on any device, including devices not yet built. In summary, reaching millions of people is more important to me than only a few users doing long-term engagement. WebXR is what you want. The people using WebXR generally won't be using a site for a long time. They might only be using it for a few minutes. And by being on the web, users know they won't have to clean up anything afterwards. They won't have to uninstall an app to free up space or anything like that. So that's really nice. Finally, the bit where I'm going to be brutally honest, what is WebXR bad at? So WebXR is bad at large multi-environment scenes. So if you have a large game where a user is traveling between lots of environments, doing lots of dynamic stuff, where with huge amounts of animation assets and textures and huge 3D models and big detailed things, like things can be large in VR but also be low poly, so pretty cheap, but things can be like small but incredibly detailed, or just incredibly detailed in general, and that's expensive. The real key of like good VR stuff is creating the illusion of lots of detail without having lots of expensive effects. So if you need to do expensive shaders or anything like that, WebXR might not be ideal. So WebGL and WebGL2, they are an abstraction layer over the graphics library for your card. And so you won't have quite as good performance as you could get building in native. The upcoming WebGPU should help even more with this, so you can get like even more performance out, but it hasn't quite landed everywhere yet. But hopefully in the future this will be less of an issue. But still, one thing you can't get around is that if you have like large textures and large 3D models, this is not for you. Either try and optimize this away, or try to maybe split it up over several XR scenes and have like the user changing page between them. Because you don't want the user landing on your page, downloading 200 megabytes of assets, getting bored at 180 megabytes, and they've just wasted a bunch of data and battery power, and they didn't even get to see your stuff. And finally, if you only care about targeting just a single specific piece of hardware, there's not even any point of supporting WebXR. Like, the main benefits are being able to support many pieces of hardware. So if you want to support one specific thing, you can just ship it to their app store. And that way you can just ship something that's many hundreds of megabytes. You don't need to optimize it, just like slap it up there. Because then the users don't have a choice. Like, it's on one piece of hardware, that's where they get it from. Alright, so if that hasn't put you off anyway, so you think, yay, WebXR sounds great, it's just the thing you need, you want to reach millions of users and do huge things. But you're a graphics engineer, you've never done anything in the web before. How did you get started? Well, if you've used Unity, there is the Unity exporter. It's very good. But the resulting download can be pretty large, and it needs to be downloaded fully before the user can play it. And this means they end up staring at a long loading bar for a while. It's not the best experience, but it's a good way to try getting something onto the web. If you want something a bit more webby, then check out 3.js or Babylon.js, which are both excellent JavaScript 3D engines with WebXR capability built in. Alright, conversely, WebXR sounds great. I really want to do cool graphic stuff and I want to do virtual reality, but I'm a web developer. I've never done graphics before. How do I get started? Well, my recommended way of getting started here is probably A-Frame. A-Frame is a really good way to build WebXR out of HTML elements. And I don't mean like divs and spans and stuff like that. Like, these are new HTML elements that are custom elements for defining stuff like spheres and cubes and 3D models and animations and that kind of stuff. And it's really good. And you can write HTML that looks like this. So this is like 14 lines or something. And it's ready to go out the box, VR ready, and AR ready too, 3D scenes. It's really cool. And it's a nice abstraction layer around CityJS so that you can write HTML and you get this. But if you want to delve in deeper and like write some fancy CityJS code, you can do that too. Like it's got enough hooks that you can do that, and it's really nice. And I have a graphics background, but I probably use A-Frame more than any other 3D library because I really like that method of authoring, like writing the HTML to describe the scene. And if I need advanced behaviors, I write them myself. If you're more of like a React-focused web developer, there is a 3JS wrapper for React called React 3 Fiber. And I've never used it before because I don't use React myself. But if you want to use it, please check it out. But I'm not sure if it supports WebXR out the box. You might have to build that in yourself. I haven't checked. I really don't know. But it's worth checking out if you like React stuff. All right, so next question. What is the support for WebXR like? And the answer is it's complicated. Depends on the operating system, the browser, the hardware. Generally, pretty good and improving rapidly. Like, for example, Apple just announced that their WebXR support is now in development, which is fantastic to see and makes me extremely happy. If you want more detail, I maintain a table of supported like web browsers for different features in WebXR on immersiveweb.dev, which is a great resource for WebXR stuff. The next question, can you access the camera feed in augmented reality? No, for privacy reasons mostly. We may do some kind of limited access in the future. Like, users really want to do image recognition, they want to do face recognition, or do like special face effects and augmented reality filters, or do image marker tracking, so you can say scan a label on a bottle of something and then have it turn into a nice animated 3D effect. And this is a really frequently requested feature, but we don't want to give raw camera access because people don't like having cameras peeping into their homes. So we're thinking of trying to like do ways that are privacy preserving abstractions of these different use cases. What we do is still very much up in the air. It's early days for this kind of feature yet, but it's something that we know people want and is high priority for us. The other high priority feature is HTML. Like, can you use HTML in XR? Not really. Like, you can do hacks, like you can render HTML elements onto a HTML canvas. You can use that canvas as a texture, which you can then render using WebGL and display it in 3D. And then when the user clicks on that plane, you then work out the 2D position where they clicked, and then you map that back to the particular element on the HTML, and then you do a click event on that element. It's not a great hack, but it works, and with WebXR layers, it even looks pretty okay now. It's not ideal because it's not accessible out the box, and it's really important we have some accessible ways of doing HTML and CSS interfaces in WebXR, because HTML and CSS is a really powerful way to do 2D interfaces. And so this is an incredibly important feature which we are working on. There's an API called the DOM Overlay API that gives you like part of this support for handheld augmented reality, but and it's good and it works, but nothing for like VR or headset mounted stuff yet. So again, can you use WebXR with Unity? And I wanted to re-announce this because I get this one a lot. Yes. Like, I have instructions for how to do it on immersiveweb.dev. Like I said earlier, it's not my recommended workflow. Like, the output is big and slow to load, but it does work. And people have done some really cool stuff with it. Like, this person here managed to port Tilt Brush with like the famous VR drawing application to the web through the Unity exporter and like some tweaks and stuff, which is amazing. That's incredible. So fantastic job there. And the final question is, do we have any connection to OpenXR? The answer is generally no. There's not really a connection. Like, there is overlap in the people working on the standards for both. The XR community is pretty small. Everyone knows each other. Like, we sometimes look to OpenXR to see how they solved an issue, or if there's like similar naming conventions, but there's not really any real connection between the groups. Some WebXR implementations are built on top of OpenXR, so like a platform built on a platform, if you will. So if there's a platform where OpenXR works, there's probably a WebXR implementation that will work there. So that's pretty neat. So I just want to thank you so much for listening. So here's the contact details again. So if you want to reach out to me on Twitter, reach out to our team on Twitter or an email, please do so. I'm always happy to hear from people. If you build something, please send it to me. I love seeing what people have built and trying it out. It makes me really excited. Anyway, thank you so much. I've been Ada Rose Cannon, and this has been doing augmented reality on the web. Thank you. Bye.
Ada, thank you very much for delivering such an amazing and interesting talk on how we can craft AR experiences on the web thanks to WebXR. I'm sure everybody at home will be joining me in giving you a huge round the world round of applause. If you have any questions for Ada, you're in luck. Our Q&A session is about to start over on GatherTown right now, so please do join us and pose your questions about AR and WebXR more generally to Ada. If you're not on GatherTown, you know what to do. Post along on Twitter using the hashtag CityJS2021, and if you are so inclined, use the comment section of YouTube to keep engaged with the rest of your fellow audience members.
Hi folks, it's great to see you here. My name's Nathaniel Akenwa, and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a platform for developers like yourselves to integrate telecommunications into the applications that you are building. It's so straightforward, I can send an SMS message in the time it takes me to finish this video. You can use Twilio to send and reply to messages via SMS or WhatsApp, integrate video calls into your websites, and even verify emails and phone numbers. There are so many ways to supercharge your apps using Twilio's APIs and helpful SDKs. So, back to our code, I have imported the Twilio library and I have my credentials stored as environment variables. Now I can easily send an SMS with just one more command. If you'd like to find out more or watch an interactive 5-minute demo, check out this link. I'll be hanging around throughout the rest of this event, and like we always say in Twilio, we can't wait to see what you build.
Hi, and welcome to the Auth0 booth.
Hey everybody! If you've never heard about Auth0 before, we're an identity as a service provider, which basically means that we try to make it as easy as possible for anybody to implement a secure authentication flow so you can focus on building your actual products. And remember, it's Auth0, not Auth0.
That's a good one. We do get asked a lot. So yeah, if you want to ask us any questions about Auth0, or you just want to come and say hi, feel free to reach out to us during the coffee breaks or the lunch breaks. We'll be here at the booth.
And while we're not here, feel free to participate in our login challenge. This will allow you to implement Auth0 in a few minutes so you can experience what we're like firsthand, and you'll have a chance to win one pair of 3 headphones.
Yeah, I had the really good headphones too. So definitely try that out. And then during the coffee breaks in the afternoons, we're going to be hosting a few happy hours. So feel free to come along and bring your drinks and say hi and have a great time. So we hope to see you there.
See you.
There are many types of databases today. The tried and tested relational database, the new and popular document DB, and many others. And all of these have their strengths. But one place they all fall short is in handling complex connections between your data. Sure, any database may be able to return friend of a friend queries of 3 or 4 degrees, but what if you need 20 degrees and need it quickly? That's where Neo4j comes in. Unlike other databases, Neo4j Graph Database doesn't need to compute the relationships between your data at query time. The connections are already there, stored right in the database. Because of this, queries of deeply connected data are orders of magnitude faster. We get used to the limitations of the tools we work with. Neo4j blows those limits wide open, enabling queries never before imagined at speeds never thought possible. That's why Neo4j has become a key technology driving business-critical applications for hundreds of Fortune 500 companies, government agencies, and NGOs. Learn more at neo4j.com.
CityJS, we are Salma and Stefan from Contentful. And in case you haven't heard of Contentful, Contentful is an API-first content platform that you can use to power your Jamstack sites, your JavaScript apps, or literally anything that can make an HTTP request. And to show you how the whole thing works, I have Salma with me who will run us through her first Contentful project. Are you ready, Salma?
Thank you, Stefan. For my first Contentful project, I built a lightweight microblogging site powered by Contentful and vanilla front-end code. It's called Thing of the Day. .xyz, and if you want to try out Contentful for yourself, you can head on over to the repo on GitHub, clone the code, create a Contentful space, install the Contentful CLI, and run a quick import command to set up the example content in your space. So now that's finished running, we can go over to our browser and we can have a look at our Contentful space, refresh the content tab, and you'll see that the example post has been imported for you. My HTTP local development server is running already, and I can press refresh on that, and you can see that the post has been imported there.
Wonderful. So what just happened is that Salma automated away her Contentful setup, but what you can also do is you can go in, set up the content structures that you need. It could be an author, a blog post, whatever you really need in your applications. And you can then start building things with your favorite technology. In case you want to learn more about Contentful, you can go to contentful.com/developers. You find our extensive documentation there, can find out where the community hangs out, and we're also doing a little bit of live streaming every week. So if that's your jam, you can swing by, and we're happy to have you. But we're also sponsors of CityJS, so you can swing by our booth, and we're doing a home office makeover raffle. So if in case you need for a new keyboard, a new microphone or something, come and say hi, and we're happy to talk to you about all things Contentful or web development. And that's it. Want to say goodbye, Salma?
See you later.
See you there.
Amplify Data Store is an on-device storage engine that makes working with distributed cross-user data as simple as working with local-only data. You can use the Amplify CLI or Admin UI to configure your app backend in minutes. Now we'll show you how to create a database with real-time and offline functionality in the Admin UI without needing to learn database concepts. Model your data. Let's create the schema for a blog. We'd have a post with titles and content, and we'd have comments with text and an author. Connect to your app. You can then test your data locally without an AWS account in just a few commands and a few lines of code. This will work on iOS, web, and Android. For example, here's a React app I built on top of the data model that I just created. Deploy your app. You can then deploy in a few more clicks. You'll get access to the same power of AWS services as Netflix, Expedia, and Twitch without needing to be a cloud expert. Manage your app. After you deploy your app, you can add data directly in the admin UI. There's even a Markdown preview tool. You can also give your team members access to the admin UI to manage applications content and data via email. No AWS account needed.
When I interviewed here and I met some of the engineering team, I was really excited by the approach and the tech stack.
It's the opportunity to work with really cutting-edge technology.
We actually get involved when the product people are coming up with new ideas. We come up with the initial designs and make sure it's going to work with all the rest of the system.
Within each team, we have a lot of freedom over our technical roadmap and decisions we make.
We're really encouraged to make bold choices, to go out there and push technology to its limit.
If you're of a certain age, and I'm counting myself in this category, you will remember fondly the classic video games such as Pac-Man, Space Invaders, Super Mario and the like. These are games that have yet to be surpassed in terms of sheer awesomeness and quality. But if you want to play them today, you're going to need an emulator. Luckily, that is what our next talk is all about. Taken to the stage, next up at the 2021 CityJS conference is Stephen from Cambridge in the UK. Stephen is a fellow unemployable computer geek, and in this talk, Stephen is going to be looking at how you can build a basic emulator using JavaScript, as well as looking at some of the things you probably haven't thought about, such as needing licenses to play the games themselves on the emulators. This is set to be a fascinating talk, and one which I'm sure many of you will have questions about afterwards, which is good because we have a Q&A session starting immediately after this talk. And if you are enjoying this talk, please do keep the posts coming in wherever you are watching along at home and on social media using the hashtag CityJS2021. Stephen, it is with great pleasure that I hand the stage over to you.
Hello. As this part of the slide says, my name is Steve. As this part of the slide says, I'm a bit of a geek. Now, if we've all pressed play on the right video, this is a session about emulation and the emulator framework and how anyone can build an emulator in JavaScript. Over the next 30 minutes or so, I'm going to be talking about the basic principles of emulation, the terminology that we use. I'm going to look at how we can start building an emulator, how we can use the EMF framework to make that quicker, and look at each of the individual components, such as memory or the CPU. I'll then move on to improving that emulator and adding the collateral, such as the licenses and the other things that we need to really make a full emulator package. But before all of that, who am I? What have I done to earn a place on this video screen? Or as this should probably be called, the ego slide. This is where the speaker brags about themselves for 10 minutes while everyone else looks for the fast forward button. Well, I'm a developer. I've always been a developer. I've built on many different platforms and in many different languages. I've done online things, I've done mobile things, I've built cloud infrastructure, I've done serverless, I do WebRTC for streaming, I've done AR and VR and a whole load of different things. Unfortunately, none of that is important. Not one single thing on that slide is important. What's important is what's not on that slide. And what is not on that slide is the term emulator developer. I do not professionally develop emulators. I do not work at a university studying old machines where I've got access to the original manuals. Everything I'm going to talk about today is stuff that I have learned by building my own emulators in my own time, which is a very long-winded way of saying, if I can do it, anyone can do it. So to start off, let's look at the principles of emulation. What do we mean when we say an emulator? When in essence, we are saying that an emulator is something that implements hardware in software. And in our case, that's JavaScript, and it's actually quite straightforward. But I am going to use the word emulator rather than simulator. Now, emulator means that you are making something that does the same as something else, and it does it in the same way, using the same methods. Well, when we build an emulator in JavaScript, we're not simulating the electrons that go around a chip, or the electrons that flow between a memory chip and a CPU chip. So what we're actually building is a simulator. It does the same thing as the other thing, but in a different way, using a different method. But in the same way that journalists call people that break into computer systems hackers, whereas they should be correctly termed crackers, unfortunately we've kind of lost that battle. And with emulations, we've kind of lost that battle too. So by the term emulator, although I strictly mean simulator, for the purpose of easing the narrative and to use the popular vernacular, I will use the word emulator. So apologies in advance to the purists. So how do you build an emulator? What's the starting process? Well, the starting process is a block diagram of the machine you are trying to emulate. And you'll often find these in manuals or online, and they usually consist of the same type of things. It's a CPU, there's a memory, there's a bus that connects the two, which is essentially like an API call, and there'll be a display chip there perhaps, and there'll be the same set of components. And for each of these, we all need to build a piece of code. So in the basic development, we start with the clock. The clock is king. This is a nice steady beat that triggers everything else in the system. And it runs at however many frames a second you like. Now, the fastest thing in the system is usually the CPU, but when I build a clock, I build to the fastest, slowest thing, which is to say, what things does the user interact with? Well, the fastest thing they usually interact with is the screen. It refreshes, let's say, 50 or 60 times a second. The slowest thing in this whole chain is usually the user. They operate at, well, maybe 1 key press a second, but the fastest of those interactivity elements is the display. So that's one of the main things that we think about. We run everything from the display. So as an example on this clock, this is running 60 frames a second, and every 1/60th a second, we send this vsync message to the rest of the system. We're also able to take this and say, well, in 1/60th a second, how much processing has the CPU done? Have we read some input in this time, and so forth? And we'll look at those things shortly. But ultimately, start with the clock and let everything spawn from that. The next is the code for the chips. Now, there will be a number of chips on every single board, and you'll generally consider that one chip is one module. Now, these rules will bend. So if you have a retro computer from sort of the early to mid 80s, you'll often find that there were a number of chips all labeled RAM. That's because a 16K RAM chip, yes, that's kilobytes, not gigabytes, a 1 kilobyte RAM chip was less expensive than 16 kilobyte RAM chips. A 16 kilobyte RAM chip was more expensive than 16 1 kilobyte RAM chip. So there would be 16 individual chips to make up that machine's memory. We generally do not bother emulating each chip in this case. We emulate the memory as an individual block because they can be addressed and they will function as one. We also have to consider the number of bits, and this is apparent throughout every single part of the system. In JavaScript, as we're probably all aware, is that behind the scenes, the engine will adapt the variable type according to whatever it's meant to be storing. If it goes from a string to an integer, it'll make a note of, oh, this is an integer now. Well, the number of bits is, well, how many bits do I store that number? So if you're storing a number between 0 and 255, you only need 8 bits of data to store that. And chips store them in, say, 8 bits. Now, if we do a calculation that requires us to store the number 256, which requires 9 bits, JavaScript would just say, oh, you need more space for that. Here you go, have more space. Unfortunately, CPUs can't do that, nor can the memory chips, nor can the I/O ports. So at every point where we operate on one of these 8-bit values, such as a CPU register or an address in memory, we have to make sure we never use more than those 8 bits. And this is the sort of thing that you'll see a lot in emulator code. We'll perform a piece of basic 8-bit arithmetic by adding 2 numbers together, and then we have to mask off all of the bits that we are going to be using. That is, the least significant 8 bits, the lower part, the 0 to 255 part. Or if we're doing 16-bit arithmetic, same rules apply, we just mask off 16 bits. Now, EMF has this class called EMF number that lets you store and automatically mask these bits. It also handles toComplement automatically, which is quite useful. And we do it on the write process. So when we calculate something and we're writing the result back into a variable, it's at that point we do the masking. It's like writing code. You will write code once, you will read code many times. So it's best to write it the best you can in the first instance, which is why we write the data in its correct form to begin with. So let's start our implementation. Where shall we begin? Well, the easiest place to start is with the memory, because memory has a very direct mapping between what the hardware does and what we think of as a piece of JavaScript, which is memory is just an array. And we can read and write that array as we'd be able to expect to be able to read and write the memory. If we have multiple chips, such as a ROM chip and a RAM chip, we just need this simple little block to say, well, does this memory chip fit in this part of memory or this part of memory? What's its address? And then switch accordingly. Now, I call my functions read8 and write8. That's because I'm intended to read and write 8 bits of memory. We will also have a 16-bit version. This is where we will read, funny enough, 16 bits of data. And this has one possible gotcha. Some systems will store the low bits and then the high bits. Some systems will store the high bits and then the low bits as you work through memory. This is known as the endianness, and it will be either big endian or little endian. There are some weird systems that use middle endian. You probably won't have to deal with them. But you have to check whether your system is low, big endian or little endian to know whether the low bits are here or here. It's not difficult. These are the two variations you need. You just have to remember to use the right one. Next up is the CPU. The CPU is no more complex than the memory module. The only difference is the CPU has more work rather than more complex work. Now, of the CPUs I'm going to be talking about here, we're going to be dealing with those that have a fetch, decode, execute cycle. That represents most of the machines from the 80s and, to a certain extent, the majority of the 90s. When you get on later on to sort of the mid-90s onwards, you had the ability of pipelining CPUs, where multiple instructions could be fetched and decoded at the same time. For the purpose of these emulators, I'm only worrying about CPUs that would do a fetch and then a decode and then an execute in a very sequential manner. So, fetch, well, that just basically means get an instruction from memory. An instruction, or in this case we call it opcode. And that just references the memory module we've already seen. We have a program counter that tells us where in that program we are, and we say, get the instruction from this location. We then decode it, and decoding an instruction in an emulator is as simple as a big glorified switch statement. And there will probably be 256 of these for a basic CPU, going up to maybe several thousands in more complex ones. And then once we've decoded it, we execute it. And this just means doing the same thing in JavaScript that the CPU would have done in Silicon. Now in the case of a load instruction, that's quite straightforward. We read another byte from memory, we assign that into the register. That's a load instruction. An addition instruction might require more work, making sure you don't use more bits than you allowed, for example. But we'll come on to that later. But this is the essence of the CPU emulator. It's not complex work, there's just a lot more of it. Next up, we'll look at the display. Now, the display is the area where most emulators will differ. There were 100 machines that used the Z80 chip, but almost all of them generated their display in a slightly different way. So if your display, for example, is like this, where you have a text screen that sits in memory from address 1024 to 1536, you can simply read each byte from memory. You can look at the character and you can say, right, well, if this is the character that needs to be at this position on the screen, I will draw it at this position on the screen. And then repeat for every one of those 512 characters. Now, if you've got a graphic display rather than a text display, then you'll do exactly the same thing. You'll look at a byte, you'll say, what colour does this byte represent? What graphic image does this byte represent? And then you'll draw that onto your canvas. Again, there's nothing complex up here. There's just a lot of work to do if you're going to write a lot of emulators. So here is the Space Invaders example. It's 224 by 256 pixels, which is a portrait orientation. This was normal for games cabinets at the time. It's black and white. Every pixel is individually addressable, and the colour you see was achieved in the original hardware by putting a piece of plastic over the screen. Here we just use some coordinate checks to determine whether it's a white pixel or a green pixel or a white pixel or a red pixel. You can spot this if you look at the missiles, for example. You can see how they change colour when they pass the defensive barriers at the bottom of the screen. Pac-Man, on the other hand, it's still portrait orientation, but it's 224 by 288 pixels. But there's only a few bytes of memory used in this display. That's because this display is built up from tiles and from sprites. The tiles is the map, for example, that background image of the maze that you can see. That is generated by a series of tiles, and each byte just says tile 1, tile 2, tile 3, and it also indicates the palette of each of those tiles. The tile graphic itself is in ROM, so that can't be changed. There's also the sprites. The sprite is used for Pac-Man and for the ghosts themselves. And again, the sprite data is held in ROM, so it can't be changed. So all you say is simply draw sprite number 2 at XY and flip it horizontally. Or flip it vertically. Or flip it horizontally and vertically. It's also interesting to note that these sprites will wrap around the screen from the left to the right, but not wrap around the top to the bottom. So as I say, every single machine will probably have a slightly different display emulator. And the Spectrum, well, its display is a law unto itself, so we'll save that for another day. Next up, I should give you a word about optimizing this code. Now, obviously, we want our emulators to run fast and we want them to be real time. So a word about optimizing your code, don't. At least, don't do it immediately. Premature optimization is the root of all emulators. You probably won't need to do it. For the last year, I've been writing quite a lot of JavaScript emulators. And you're probably thinking, well, JavaScript is slow, you're going to need to optimize it. But funnily enough, I just wrote the code first time, I minified it, and the minified version, by using short variable names and reducing all the spaces, actually makes it run real time. That includes machines like Spectrum and Pac-Man emulators, which is fast enough for what I need right now. So what emulator should we build first? The accepted wisdom is Chip 8. It has a very simple processor with 30-something instructions. The display is very simple. The audio is very simple. It's nothing more than a beep. So the accepted wisdom is this is why you should write Chip 8 first. Well, you should write Chip 8 first, but not for those reasons. The real reason is there is a Chip 8 emulator for almost every programming language on the planet. In fact, there are probably more Chip 8 emulators than there are pieces of software written for Chip 8. So you should be able to write it. You can find good examples online. And by building in a language which already has a Chip 8 emulator, you can compare yours. So if, for example, your display isn't working quite right, you can plug your CPU code into someone else's display code, or vice versa. You can even run your emulator and their emulator side by side and compare the machines at every single step. This makes it quite easy to find out where your emulator is going wrong. The problems in emulator development don't come when you're developing it and working it out. It comes when you're testing it and you suddenly find it doesn't work in one really odd, weird case. And with that in mind, we have a little mid-lecture activity. And this is a high-level language. It's A plus B. There is nothing complex about that at all. But everything there is explicit. A equals A plus B. Now, if you were to implement that in assembler, it doesn't look any different. Add A to B. That's all it does. But there is something implicit about what's going on behind the scenes. So if you were to write that and emulate that, your high-level code would be A equals A plus B. Nothing strange there. But what the chips also do is they set a series of flags. And these flags indicate what's happened in the last operation. So there'll be a 0 flag, which gets set whenever the result was 0. There's an overflow flag for when it says, well, you've only given me 8 bits to do this calculation, and I ran out. So I'm just going to point out the fact that I ran out of bits. It's up to you as the programmer to do something with it. There'll often be a negative bit. So if the result ends up setting the high bit, the most significant bit, this flag is set. This comes from the fact that to's complement is usually used. And as an assembly programmer, you'll fully appreciate the pain that this can cause, but it'll be a flag that gets set completely implicitly by the CPU. There'll be a carry flag along the time. So if you have run out of bits, it says, by the way, I ran out of bits. That's your overflow flag. And it says the bit in question is this one. And of course, as we said earlier, if you've only got 8 bits to store a value, then we have to make sure that the range is between 0 and 255, thereby only using those 8 bits. And the problem comes in not this sequence of instructions, but the fact that not every assembler programmer will use these flags. They will use the add A, B instruction, but they might not use the 0 flag, or they might not check the overflow flag. As a consequence, you'll find one piece of code that uses the instruction add A, B, and it works fine. And you'll find another program that uses the add A, B instruction, which doesn't work fine, because one of these has been missed. And it's this implicit side effect which cause problems in some software running on some emulators. And it's because of this that it's always a good idea to have another emulator written in the same language, which you can compare with. End of mid-lecture activity. So I guess the punchline of all of this is to not get despondent if your emulator doesn't work first time. Try several pieces of software, because you may well find that another piece of software works fine, in which case it will give you that little bit of confidence to keep going. And of course, you can always write your own software, which might just be as simple as a loop to fill the screen with a particular color. And this gets you going, and you can see that each of the parts of your emulator are working fine. So let's look at how we can piece this all together. And because I'm using the EMF framework, the link to the GitHub is in the notes, so you can always follow along if you'd like. We start by building the machine, and this is an object. And this is an object with a number of classes or modules that just represent the type of things that we're going to be doing. So we have a CPU module that emulates the CPU, we have the memory, we have display. In this version I have the IORQ, which is the input-output request, and we also have a ULA, which is a ZX81 and ZX Spectrum specific thing, uncommitted logic array if you're interested. And we construct each of these as part of this machine object. I split the machine into two parts. I split it into a device, which talks about the physical components, and I talk about the bus, which is how they each connect. We term like an API as the way of getting from one system to another. Here, there was no APIs. The APIs in the sense of a computer is the physical hardware bus between them, a series of tracks that allow electrons to flow. And I'll come back to the bus later on. So we start by creating each of these hardware devices, and we include those as part of our object. We then create a series of functions that allow us to execute on those. So here we have the example of a start function, and this is the start function for the machine as a whole. And all we do in each case is we say, if this machine is starting, then the emulator needs to start for the CPU, and the memory needs to start, and the display needs to start, and the input-output needs to start, and so on. Now, not all of these will have a start function, and you can certainly eliminate some of this logic by ensuring they all do. I unfortunately get a little bit lazy and forget, so I like to protect it this way. But it's not necessary. I'm also storing the results of what did it do in the case of this start process into this processed object that I return. This comes in useful for other functions. Because here we're showing start. This is what happens when we begin our emulator. But we'll have exactly the same methods if we want to reset the emulator or get its state or set its state or call update, as we'll do every 1/50th or 1/60th of a second. So each of those instructions is almost exactly the same. The machine reset calls reset on each of its constituent parts. Get state calls get state on each of its constituent parts. In this way we can serialize the entire machine just by calling get state and set state on its machine object, which makes life very simple for replaying the emulator and saving our state and coming back to where we were earlier on. An update, as we saw, is what we call to trigger the display or trigger the CPU to go and do some work. With that in place, we have our machine. We have an object that describes our entire machine. We just need to emulate it. And that is simple. In EMF, we have a thing called a controller, and the controller has its own animation loop. It sits there and it spins, and it says, right, I've now been processing for 1/60th of a second. What do I need to do? It goes, right, well, the CPU runs at this speed. I will call CPU update with this number of ticks. I need to update the display once, so I'll update the display once. I need to read the input and so forth. And this code is essentially all that main emulator boils down to. Now, the embedded emulator is the first of 5 tools that you'll see in the EMF emulators. And if you go to the Emulate's website, you'll be able to play with the emulators and you'll be able to see these in action. But briefly, it comes down to the embedded emulator, where it emulates the thing and does nothing else. There is the development emulator. This is the thing which I use most often. This allows me to look at the memory, it allows me to look at the CPU state, what registers are set, what flags are set, and allows me to review the disassembly of the instructions that I'm processing at the time. There is a comparator, which allows me to run 2 emulators side by side, so that if I have a bug in my one, I can check it with someone else's to see how well they're doing. I have an assembler module, which allows me to type in some assembly code. It will then assemble that into a suitable code that can be run on that machine. I can then naturally export that into a nice EMF state, which is just basically a JSON log that says, right, this machine has this CPU in this state. It has this memory in this state, and so forth. And finally, there's a disassembler, which does the reverse of the assembler. It takes this binary blob and says, what instructions are here? So what other functionality does EMF provide? Well, in addition to the serialization that we've already seen with getState and setState, we also have EMF importer and EMF exporter, which basically allow us to drag and drop that file into the emulator or save as back to the desktop. We have a UI framework that allows us to see the assembler or see the disassembler, or actually change some of the values in the CPU directly, which is great for debugging. Also, we have a debugging framework that allows us to type commands to set breakpoints, and the emulator will just naturally stop at those points. And of course, we've got the usual facilities to transcode information from hexadecimal to binary, from binary back to decimal, and so forth. These tools are quite handy. These are the sort of things where if you have a ROM file, for example, you can use these tools to convert that binary ROM into a JavaScript array, which you can then load into your memory module quite simply. So now let's look at the collateral. What is everything else we need to do? Well, one of the nice things to do is documentation. This is a way of future-proofing our emulators and our machines for the next generation. It's very easy to explain why the emulator does something. It might not be obvious from the implementation though. So the source code tells us how the emulator works. The comments tell us why it does it. The documentation should tell us what it's actually trying to do. Because sometimes you will need to optimize the code, and when that happens it won't be obvious as to how the original machine worked. It'll just be as the result of the emulator. So being able to document what is actually going on behind the scenes is a good thing. So with licensing, there are 4 licenses to consider. The first is the CPU itself. Now, we are emulating the CPU and not using the CPU in any way, so we are not using any of its original work in ours, so there's no issue there. I mean, there was an amusing case many years ago. The Z80 was binary compatible with the 8080. They used the same numbers for the same instructions, and the instructions did the same thing, and they were allowed to do that. But they weren't allowed to use the same instruction name, so the mnemonics for the assembler code, such as LDA for load A, was copyright, and they weren't allowed to use it, so they had to call it LD space A and things like that. So we're not doing that. We're using them for our assemblers' sake, but because that allows interoperability, it's fine, and we don't have to worry about the CPU license. The second license refers to ROM code. Now, most microcomputers of the 80s and 90s would boot their operating system from a ROM chip rather than from disk. And this ROM chip would be a basic interpreter or a fourth interpreter if you're a fan of the Jupiter race, or maybe the operating system itself, such as Kickstart in the case of the Amiga. This ROM chip contains software. The software has a copyright, so there is a license attached. And some companies have allowed their ROM chip code to be used in emulators for free, and some haven't. So you need to check before building. Sinclair sold their business to Amstrad in 1985, and Amstrad consequently opened up the ROM chip to say, look, you can use this in emulators as long as it's free. And it's probably one of the reasons a Spectrum emulator was one of the first things I tried to build. Third is the license for the emulator itself. Now, this is your software, so you're free to use any license you like. I use GPL3. That's because my emulators are intended for digital preservation. I don't want someone taking one of my emulators, hiding it as a service product, and then not giving those changes back to the digital heritage community. And finally, the software to run on it. Running an emulator is all well and good, and playing with the basic interpreter from an old machine is quite fun, but at some point you'll want to run other software. And this is where abandonware comes in. Now, there are 3 things to know about abandonware. The first is it refers to any piece of software which is no longer sold. So that is sold online or streamed online or sold in boxes, in shelves. So if the software is not sold anywhere, that's abandonware. The second thing about abandonware is it means that the copyright holders cannot be found. So the copyright holder might be the person who wrote it, it might be their publisher. Their publisher might have sold it to another publisher, and they might have sold it to another publisher, and so on. But if you can't trace who currently owns that piece of software, it's abandonware. It means you couldn't pay them even if you wanted to, because you can't find them. So it's abandonware. And the third thing to know about abandonware is that it only refers to software if you're not charging for it. So if your emulator is free on a website, and they're saying, hey, look at my fantastic emulator, here is some software that proves how fantastic it is, as long as you don't charge for that, that comes under abandonware. So those are the 3 things you need to know about abandonware. Sorry, there are 4 things you need to know about abandonware. It does not exist. There is no such thing, and there is no basis in law for abandonware, unfortunately. So everything is still under copyright. 50 years after death is valid in some countries, and in others it's 75 years after death of the creator. If there's 2 creators, then it's the death of the last one to die. But we're talking of an industry that is not even 75 years old yet. But if you can find a game for a 40-year-old machine that was written by someone 10 years after they died, and they lived in, say, the Caribbean Netherlands, then go ahead, you can use it. It's out of copyright. But for everyone else, they're just using the phrase abandonware to justify IP theft as it is described in the Berne Convention. Sorry about that. And finally, testing. Testing is a fine thing to do for all forms of software. But for emulation, it's normally limited to run a few games and see if they work. The more games work, the more confidence you have in your software. But this is never going to be exhaustive. If you remember earlier on, we saw some implicit side effects where flags would be set according to the result. If you're not testing every single variation of those flags, you can't be 100% sure your emulator is going to work, which means at some point down the line, one piece of software will just not work. So the best type of software test to build is a native test. This will run inside the emulator itself and will run the actual instructions. You could even run this on hardware, but it also means you'd be able to run it on any other emulator that emulated the same platform. Another way of doing it would be to build a test harness. So if you've got a Chip 8 emulator, for example, there's probably another Chip 8 emulator written in the same language. So you would be able to run both emulators side by side and check the results at every step. Again, this only relies on you having a perfectly valid test suite or running enough games so you've hit all the instructions, but it is another way of giving you a good rule of thumb to see if your code works. One warning on that is interrupts can and will mess you up if you don't synchronize those as well. And thirdly, unit tests and integration tests. These are the standard tests that we all know and love from our proper jobs in software development, but here it would be something very unique to saying, I expect the emulator to set that flag. I expect it to not set it in that case. Again, it's a lot of work, which is why a lot of us don't do it. Sorry, I'm bad. So in conclusion, writing an emulator is quite simple. EMF provides a lot of the heavy lifting for us, especially when it comes to making sure we use only the right number of bits for each of our calculation, or providing a debugger or a UI framework that allows us to not only debug the software, but our emulator itself. The problem comes when it's ensuring all the software runs all the time in our emulator. We only need to miss one carry flag or miscompute one interrupt and things will go wrong. And it's the latter case where things do get really tricky. So with that in mind, that's the pre-recorded part of the talk over. We'll get back to the live sessions for any questions and answers. The links are up there, and bye for now.
Stephen, what a fantastic talk. Thank you very much for delivering it as part of this year's conference. I'm sure everyone watching along at home will be joining me in giving you our customary around the world round of applause. Now, after that talk, if you are sitting there thinking, oh, I wish I had a bit more Stephen in my life, good news, folks. We are about to start our Q&A over on GatherTown. Please do hop over there and put your questions to Stephen for some insightful, I'm sure, answers. Keep your posts coming in on social media using the hashtag CityJS2021, as well as the comments rolling in wherever you are watching along online. Stephen, once again, thank you for being part of this year's conference.
The world is redeployed all the time. Who makes it happen? Developers. Experts who consistently take us from must-have to feature-shipped. It's a tall order, and they need more than some all-in-one option to build the stuff of our dreams. You want to build great things? Give your developers the best tool for every job. Don't box in the future. Build it with Circle CI.
Hello, Hello, my name's Sue Shardlow and I run Ladies of Code London alongside my co-organisers Anna and Sarah. We're really pleased to be a community partner of CityJS Conf. At Ladies of Code London, all of our events are currently online and everybody is welcome. Since the first UK lockdown almost a year ago, we've been running a weekly co-working session on Sunday afternoons called Get On With It. This is for anyone who needs a bit of motivation to get something done. People bring coding projects and life stuff. One person put up a shelf once. We've run more than 40 of these sessions for a total of more than 130 hours and co-worked with more than 80 people. Our public speaking workshop series is called Get Heard. We ran that for the first time last summer and hope to repeat it this year. Get Into is our series which focuses on roles in tech. We invite women and non-binary people to come and tell us what their jobs involve and the paths you can take to get there. You can find us on meetup.com if you search for Ladies of Code UK or use the short link suze.dev/LOC. I look forward to seeing you at one of our events soon. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Amplify Auth lets you quickly set up secure authentication flows and user management powered by Amazon Cognito. You can use the Amplify CLI or Admin UI to add and configure an authentication workflow in minutes. Now, we'll show you how to configure authentication to your application in just a few clicks with the Amplify Admin UI. Configure authentication. You can add different login mechanisms, including Facebook, Google, and Amazon. You can enable multi-factor authentication and make it mandatory. And you can add attributes that are required from your users. You can also add security rules to your password, such as their length and what types of characters they require. User management. In the Admin UI, you can create users and audit their login activity. You can also add your users to groups. Add authorization rules. Then you can add authorization rules to your data. For example, I can make it so that anyone can read comments, but only signed-in users can create, update, and delete them. Add to your app. You can then use the Amplify libraries to add login and sign-up functionality to your application.
If you live on the front end of the tech stack, or more specifically, if you live in the Jamstack, then you are going to absolutely love this session. Your next speaker of the 2021 CityJS conference is Colin from Boston in the USA. Colin is the co-founder of Clerk.dev, and in this talk, Colin is going to be taking a critical look at developer tools and suggesting a few tweaks to their APIs to make them far more useful to front-end and Jamstack developers. I'm sure this talk is going to result in a lot of questions, so please do join me for the Q&A session afterwards, where we will be putting them to Colin himself. And of course, keep those posts coming in on social media using the hashtag CityJS2021 and your comments rolling in wherever you are watching along online. Colin, it is with great pleasure that I hand the stage over to you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Colin Sidoti, and today we're going to be talking about front-end first developer tools for a Jamstack world. So I'm the co-founder of Clerk, and if you haven't seen Clerk or heard what Clerk is, we build simple and beautiful user management. And what that means is we do all of your sign up, your sign in your user profile. If you haven't seen us, go check us out. We're at www.clerk.dev. And when you get there, I think you'll see we're really focused on Jamstack developers. We're trying to build the best auth for Jamstack, and that really ties into this talk. Normally, when I tell people we're building auth for Jamstack, the first thing they ask is a Jamstack world actually coming? And for a long time, I'd say I was a skeptic on this question too. I kind of looked at Netlify, Vercel, and I thought like, oh, maybe, right? Like it might take off. But what really convinced me was when all the big public companies started getting involved, right? So AWS, Google Cloud, Cloudflare, Fastly, they're all kind of playing in this ecosystem now. And that makes me think, okay, there's a huge investment going here. It's definitely going to take off. It's going to take a while. I think we're still with the early adopters, but one day this is going to be the new standard. And just for a little clarity, when I talk about Jamstack, I think it's roughly the same as serverless, roughly the same as React. We're really just talking about this new architecture where there's a thick front end and a thin back end. And I know things like server-side rendering kind of confuse that a little bit. So at this point, I tend to think of it just like you're writing a lot of code in React and less code on your back end. And to us, Jamstack is a cloud-size opportunity. And what I mean by that is, when we first saw this big shift from in-house server rooms to the cloud, all of these new companies, or I guess Amazon wasn't a new company, but all of these new solutions were born out of it. So at the infrastructure level, the platform level, and at the application level. And what we're seeing is that with the new shift to Jamstack, it's kind of a whole new stack of companies supporting it. So on the infrastructure side, like yes, AWS, GCP are still involved, but we've actually seen Fastly and Cloudflare get involved too. And that's really interesting. They saw serverless, like, oh, you guys are doing stuff at the edge now. Like we've been running these cache layers at the edge for years. Like, why don't we start selling compute there too? And then obviously you have Netlify and Vercel helping out on the platform level. But to us, the application layer is still lagging behind. And we think that the application layer dev tools must adapt. And I'm going to take an opportunity here to actually pick on Stripe. I think this is like the one time in my life I'll be able to do this, pick on Stripe about their dev tools. But to me, like as a front-end developer, the experience using Stripe isn't actually all that great. So say as a front-end developer, I want a list of products and subscription plans that my company offers, or I want the current user to purchase a product, or I want the current user's purchase history, or I want their payment methods. The solution with Stripe right now is go coordinate with a backend developer. And this might be the boldest claim I make in this entire presentation, but front-end developers don't want to be blocked by backend developers, right? They would much rather just go work with Stripe directly than need backend developers to set up these like plumbing endpoints to pass data back and forth through that. And so, another way to think about this talk is how to build developer tools that front-end developers can actually use. And I'm going to kind of dive into a little more technical details from here, and we're going to break it into 3 parts. First is authentication. second is authorization, and third is errors. And these are kind of areas that Clerk needed to change things in order to make our own product work, and we're just going to share the strategies we used. All right, so first up is authentication. If you've used a backend API before, you probably know how it works. There's a developer secret key, and that's really keys to the kingdom. You can get absolutely anything with it, and you can do absolutely anything with it. You can take any action. On the front end, you can't do that, right? You can't just put the secret key on the front end. So instead, what you can do is scope actions down to the user session token. So that instead of the developer secret key, we're using a user session token. And then we're exposing user scoped data and actions. So in that Stripe example before, the user should be able to pull down their own payment methods or their own purchase history. Like that should be allowed. And there's this question of like, well, how does the front-end developer actually get user session token? And what's really cool is that there's actually a standard around JWTs to do this, or JOTs, I guess I should call it. And the pattern we've seen the most and we like the most, actually Hasura uses it, where you can publish a JWK somewhere and then Hasura references, and you send them a token, does a JWK match. I think, if you haven't tried it, I think you'll have to take my word for it or give it a try after this. It is really easy, and it doesn't actually require much coordination with the backend developer. But once you have that, you're able, or a traditional backend tool is able to scope data and action requests down to just the user. All right. The next thing I want to talk about is authorization. And so I don't want to sound like in this whole talk I'm just attacking backend developers, because sometimes you do still need a backend. And I think the example I want to use here is a payment with a dynamic price. So there's two patterns you can use so say you're a payments third party and you want your user to be able to push a purchase through you. There's two patterns you can use to kind of complete this purchase where you're looping in the backend. So basically the backend needs to be able to say, this is the correct price to charge, rather than that number coming from the client, because you can't trust it coming from the client. And the first pattern is, we just call it backend finalize. And so the way that works is, first the front end will show the dynamic price and collect card details. But at that point, the price isn't really validated. Then the front end will send the card details to the backend. Then the backend will validate the price. And then finally, the backend will finalize the payment with the dev tool. And so basically what's going on here is everything is untrusted until you get to the backend, and then the backend finalizes it. And if you've used kind of old Stripe a couple of years ago, they had the charges API. Like this is how it worked. You would collect card details in Stripe.js and send the token to the backend, and then the backend would kind of they would add the price data to it, and then send the request off to Stripe to actually make the charge. And the big benefit of this was it's super easy for the backend developer to take actions after or immediately after the payment is finalized. So they see the payment succeeded, they'll send another API request to their shipper or whoever, say, okay, let's actually get the customer that product. The downside of this, though, is that error handling is kind of a pain, right? So any errors that the backend developer hits, they now need to pass that error back down to the front-end developer so that the front-end developer can surface it. So it's this song and dance still for the front-end developer to actually expose what they want to expose. The other approach is backend initiated, and I guess if you use Stripe now, this is what they're doing with payment intents. So the way this works is you actually start the process of the backend. And the backend kind of sends the price to the dev tool. Dev tool gives the token back and says, okay, give this to your front end. And from there, the front end can collect the details and actually finalize the payment directly on the front. the big benefit of this is that whole song and dance that I was just talking about in the backend finalized flow goes away. So now the front-end developer can work directly with the payment provider to get errors and surface them immediately without really involving the backend much. But the big downside of this, and it is significant, is that now the backend has to listen to webhooks to reliably take actions after the payment. And so, I think a lot of developers see this and they ask like, hey, like, why can't, after the client or the front end finalizes the payment, why can't the front end just send an extra request up to my backend and say, okay, the payment's done, go ship some stuff? And the reason is basically that it's possible to lose a request between like after the payment finalizes and then the front end tells the server to actually ship. It's possible like the backend goes down. It's possible that network request gets intercepted. And so you can end up in this world where the payment's been made, but the finalization actions haven't been taken. And so webhooks are the solution to that. And it's kind of like you have to weigh the costs and benefits there. Like, would you rather the front-end developer be able to work directly with you, or would you rather have the backend developer set up webhooks? So no great answer here, but there definitely are solutions, which is great. All right, cool. So I think the last thing I want to talk about here is errors and how we needed to change our error structure in order to make Clerk work, or at least Clerk to be good for front-end developers. I think that's really what our goal was. And so again, we're going to do a little compare and contrast of backend APIs versus front-end APIs. And so, if you've worked with a backend API before, typically what you do is, as a developer, you'll handle the user input yourself, and you'll do all the validation and try to sanitize it and get it as clean as you can before you send it to the developer tool. And then the developer tool, typically, like, once they get an error, they're just like, no, we're done. Like, this is broken request. We don't care anymore. Send the error back. With a front-end API, that all changes, right? It's better for the dev tool to actually handle the user input validation. And then they can send back as many errors as possible. And I think the easiest thing to do here is show you an example. So this is Clerk's sign up screen. And so, if you go to sign up right now, you can actually do it in the background, pull up the computer and kind of look at the network request. This API request, when you click sign up, goes straight to Clerk's front-end API. So we actually separate our API into a front-end API and a back-end API. If you're a front-end developer, you talk to the front-end API. And so when you make a request to the front-end API, you're sending up, in this form at least, setting up a first name, a last name, an email address, and a password. And in our error structure, we'll actually send back all of the fields that broke, right? So we're not just going to stop at one. And we're also going to send back like a pretty message that you can display for all of them. And, I think our goal here is really just to make the front-end developers' lives as easy as possible. And like to us, that's really the big change that needs to happen when we're talking about the new application layer for the Jamstack world. Like, we need to figure out what is the next step change in developer tools that's actually ideal for front-end developers rather than back-end developers. And just to drive this forward a little more, like we're really trying to raise the expectations of the front-end developers. And I just want to give you another anecdote of something that happened at Clerk recently, where we have this feature in our user profile where you can see all of the devices that are logged in and also where that device last was in the world. And so to present that in the user profile screen, you could also like sign out of other devices, that feature. So to present that, we are setting up the API, and this is basically what I saw at code review. So the backend API was coming back with just this string, Cambridge. That's where I am right now, Cambridge, Massachusetts, sorry. And then the front-end developer took that and they went in their CSS and they said, okay, like I need a capital C there. I'm going to do text transform capitalized. And then, the final output was Cambridge. And I'm looking at this in the code review, and I'm like, why did we make that front end developer do a text transform capitalized, right? Like clearly, for me at least, the backend API, or in this case, it's the front end API. The front end API should come back with Cambridge with the capital C already, so the output could just get passed through. That extra step shouldn't need to be there. And I actually asked our front end developer, I said, hey, like, why did you just put this CSS here instead of asking the API developer to give you a capital C? And I got this funny answer. I wanted to share it. It said, to be honest, as a front end engineer, I'm used to always sanitizing and checking the data I'm getting from the backend, especially when using a third-party service. And like, to me, that's just like so emblematic of the entire opportunity in building front-end first dev tools. Like front-end developers like really don't have it good right now. It can be a lot better. We just need to be putting in that extra layer of thought, go back to first principles. What can we do to actually make their lives easier? And pick off these things one by one. And it is really what we're trying to do at Clerk. I think we're getting there. These three things are, they were our start. The history of Clerk really was, we started as a backend API, and we couldn't get developers to use us, right? We were doing many iterations saying, hey, would you use this? Would you use this? Would you use this? And eventually we figured out that the only way that developers would say yes is when we had this really strong front-end focus. And we think that that trend is here to stay. And yeah, everyone should be building front-end first developer tools. All right. So I'm gonna check the time real quick. All right. I've gone really fast through my presentation. So we're gonna talk a little bit about Bodis, so our components. To me, this should be looked at as the payoff of building a great front-end API rather than the starting point. And so, a lot of developer tools, like you can even say Stripe to Stripe Checkout, Intercom, they have these front-end components that you can use and you can embed and so on, but you're not able to build them yourself, or at least not as easily as the provider is able to. They don't expose the API to do it. But if you shift your thinking, instead say, okay, I want to do the API first. That way the developer can, if they wanted, take our components and not use them. They could just re-implement them entirely, completely with their own UX, their own design. They might like that better. And so, for us at Clerk, we always focus front-end API first, and then figure out, okay, how do we make the component work and what should the component look like? It is really cool. It's a great payoff at the end. So at Clerk, if you haven't seen it, we made this really bold, we felt that we can make a sign-in form show with just sign it. And that's what we did. If you import sign-in from Clerk React, drop that on the page, you get a whole sign-in screen. This is a multi-step flow. There's a forgot password in there, depending on your setup. You could do all up here. Like it all just comes with those, 10 characters. We did the exact same thing for sign up. Did the exact same thing for the entire user profile screen. And here you're looking at like a tablet view of it, and it goes all the way to desktop and to mobile. We're really just trying to take this whole feature set off of developers' plates. And then the last thing we did is this user button. So, if you're on Google, G Suite, really a lot of websites now, you'll notice in the top right, there's this little picture of yourself, and you click it, and that's how you get to your profile screen, and that's also where you sign out from. We saw that pattern enough that we were like, okay, like we should just provide that as a component. What's really cool to me about all of these components is that there's no backend engineer required. So you can go to clerk.dev right now, set up all of this without any backend developer. And it's kind of like we're separating the front end from the backend, because obviously the backend still needs to know like which user is signed in. But the backend doesn't need to coordinate with the front end to do that. And the front end doesn't need to coordinate with the backend to actually sign the user in. That's all I've got. So thank you. And this is some more, this is our Twitter and our website. I also put my own Twitter there, so feel free to give us a follow. I will be jumping into a Q&A channel soon, and then I'll also be on Gather after. I know I went a little short here, so we'll see if the powers that be interrupt me and tell me to shift, or if I just have to keep talking. Awesome, thank you guys.
Colin, what a fantastic talk. Thank you very much for giving it as part of this year's conference. I appreciate it. The organisers appreciate it. And I'm sure everyone at home appreciates your time, effort and energy too. To show our love and appreciation, here is your round the world round of applause. Colin's Q&A will be starting over on GatherTown any moment now. Please do join us for that. I'm sure you have a whole host of questions for the man himself. Keep your comments rolling in wherever it is you are watching along today, as well as the social media posts incorporating the hashtag CityJS2021. Colin, once again, thank you for taking part in today's event.
Hello CityJS, we are Salma and Stefan from Contentful. And in case you haven't heard of Contentful, Contentful is an API-first content platform that you can use to power your Jamstack sites, your JavaScript apps, or literally anything that can make an HTTP request. And to show you how the whole thing works, I have Salma with me who will run us through her first Contentful project. Are you ready, Salma?
Thank you, Stefan. For my first Contentful project, I built a lightweight microblogging site powered by Contentful and vanilla front-end code. It's called Thing of the Day.xyz, and if you want to try out Contentful for yourself, you can head on over to the repo on GitHub, clone the code, create a Contentful space, install the Contentful CLI, and run a quick import command to set up the example content in your space. So now that's finished running, we can go over to our browser and we can have a look at our Contentful space, refresh the content tab, and you'll see that the example post has been imported for you. My HTTP local development server is running already, and I can press refresh on that, and you can see that the post has been imported there.
Wonderful. So what just happened is that Salma automated away her Contentful setup. But what you can also do is you can go in, set up the content structures that you need. It could be an author, a blog post, whatever you really need in your applications. And you can then start building things with your favorite technology. In case you want to learn more about Contentful, you can go to contentful.com/developers. You find our extensive documentation there, can find out where the community hangs out. And we're also doing a little bit of live streaming every week. So if that's your jam, you can swing by, and we are happy to have you. But we're also sponsors of CityJS, so you can swing by our booth, and we're doing a home office makeover raffle. So if in case you need for a new keyboard, a new microphone or something, come and say hi, and we're happy to talk to you about all things Contentful or web development. And that's it. Want to say goodbye, Salma?
See you later.
See you there.
Amplify Auth lets you quickly set up secure authentication flows and user management powered by Amazon Cognito. You can use the Amplify CLI or Admin UI to add and configure an authentication workflow in minutes. Now, we'll show you how to configure authentication to your application in just a few clicks with the Amplify Admin UI. Configure authentication. You can add different login mechanisms, including Facebook, Google, and Amazon. You can enable multi-factor authentication and make it mandatory. And you can add attributes that are required from your users. You can also add security rules to your password, such as their length and what types of characters they require. User management. In the Admin UI, you can create users and audit their login activity. You can also add your users to groups. Add authorization rules. Then you can add authorization rules to your data. For example, I can make it so that anyone can read comments, but only signed-in users can create, update, and delete them. Add to your app. You can then use the Amplify libraries to add login and sign-up functionality to your application.
When I interviewed here and I met some of the engineering team, I was really excited by the approach and the tech stack.
It's the opportunity to work with really cutting-edge technology.
We actually get involved when the product people are coming up with new ideas. We come up with the initial designs and make sure it's going to work with all the rest of the system.
Within each team, we have a lot of freedom over our technical roadmap and decisions we make.
We're really encouraged to make bold choices, to go out there and push technology to its limit.
CityJS, we're Sama and Stefan from Contentful. And in case you haven't heard of Contentful, Contentful is an API-first content platform that you can use to power your Jamstack sites, your JavaScript apps, or literally anything that can make an HTTP request. And to show you how the whole thing works, I have Salma with me who will run us through her first Contentful project. Are you ready, Salma?
Thank you, Stefan. For my first Contentful project, I built a lightweight microblogging site powered by Contentful and vanilla front-end code. It's called thingoftheday.xyz, and if you want to try out Contentful for yourself, you can head on over to the repo on GitHub, clone the code, create a Contentful space, install the Contentful CLI, and run a quick import command to set up the example content in your space. So now that's finished running, we can go over to our browser and we can have a look at our Contentful space, refresh the content tab, and you'll see that the example post has been imported for you. My HTTP local development server is running already, and I can press refresh on that, and you can see that the post has been imported there.
Wonderful. So what just happened is that Salma automated away her Contentful setup, but what you can also do is you can go in, set up the content structures that you need. It could be an author, a blog post, whatever you really need in your applications. And you can then start building things with your favorite technology. In case you want to learn more about Contentful, you can go to contentful.com/developers. You find our extensive documentation there, can find out where the community hangs out. And we're also doing a little bit of live streaming every week. So if that's your jam, you can swing by and we are happy to have you. But we're also sponsors of CityJS, so you can swing by our booth and we're doing a home office makeover raffle. So if in case you need for a new keyboard, a new microphone or something, come and say hi and we're happy to talk to you about all things Contentful or web development. And that's it. Want to say goodbye, Sama?
See you later.
See you there.
Hi folks, it's great to see you here. My name's Nathaniel Akenwa, and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a platform for developers like yourselves to integrate telecommunications into the applications that you are building. It's so straightforward, I can send an SMS message in the time it takes me to finish this video. You can use Twilio to send and reply to messages via SMS or WhatsApp, integrate video calls into your websites, and even verify emails and phone numbers. There are so many ways to supercharge your apps using Twilio's APIs and helpful SDKs. So, back to our code, I have imported the Twilio library and I have my credentials stored as environment variables. Now I can easily send an SMS with just one more command. If you'd like to find out more or watch an interactive 5-minute demo, check out this link. I'll be hanging around throughout the rest of this event, and like we always say in Twilio, we can't wait to see what you build.
Two-factor authentication, or 2FA for short, gets its name from the fact that two things are required to verify your identity. Something you know, like a password, and something you have, like the verification code from your mobile device or physical token. Firstly, start off with a login page that asks your user for a mobile phone number. Upon submission, the user will be asked to input a verification code sent to that mobile phone number via SMS. Once the user is verified, they can access the application. This tutorial will cover how to implement a verification token system with the Vonage Verify API and Express.js. The application will have 3 pages: an initial page that asks for a mobile phone number, a page where users provide the code sent to them, and finally, a page which they'll see if their code was correct and the verification successful. For a full written or video tutorial that will take you through the process from scratch, or if you'd like the link to the GitHub repository containing all the code, check the description.
CircleCI is an industry-leading continuous integration and deployment platform that allows engineering teams to build, test, and deploy software confidently and at scale. Here's how our platform works. CircleCI integrates directly with your version control system like GitHub or Bitbucket and validates code changes in real time. In the CircleCI UI, you'll see a dashboard with the status for pipelines across all of your projects. You can filter this view to see just the pipelines that you've run, by project, and also by branch within that project. When pipelines are running, you can see the status for the pipeline updated in real time, along with the status for the workflows within that pipeline and the jobs within those workflows. In this example for the CircleCI CLI project, there's just one workflow that's called CI. On the workflow view, I can see all of the jobs that run as part of that workflow and see the status of each of those jobs. On the job detail page, you can see the status of an individual job in real time. You can also see important information about the job, such as the steps that were run as part of the job, the duration, the execution environment for the job, and other details such as the branch, the PR, and commit information. CircleCI offers first-class support for Docker and every major operating system including Linux, macOS, and Windows. We support every language and framework, and developers have the flexibility to specify various resource classes at the job level, enabling more flexible and powerful pipeline orchestration. This job uses the Docker Medium resource class, but I could use other resource classes such as macOS or Windows. You can also use our robust CLI, which we're actually testing here, to run an individual job in a local container, or to validate your config file. We show you if any of your tests fail and automatically expose those failures in the UI. If you need to fix something, CircleCI lets you rerun jobs with SSH so that you can debug from your own command line. Everything that happens inside your pipeline is configured with a declarative YAML file that lives inside your repository with the rest of the code for your project. You'll notice that there are a few main components of the configuration file. At the top, we've defined our orbs, which are reusable packages of CircleCI configuration. These will allow us to easily accomplish common tasks within CircleCI. In this example, we have the CodeCov orb, the Spellcheck orb, the Slack orb, and the Windows orb. As an example, the Slack orb allows you to trigger Slack notifications from your CircleCI pipelines. Another main component of CircleCI config is the executor. The executor defines the environment in which a job will run and can be reused for any job within your configuration file. In this example, we have two executors, the Go executor and the Mac executor. The Go executor specifies a specific Docker image to use for the environment, And the Mac executor specifies a specific version of Xcode to use for the environment. We've also defined reusable commands, which can be used as steps in different jobs. Here we have a Slack notify on failure command, which pulls a command from the Slack orb, which allows us to send that Slack notification when something fails. Then we've defined our jobs, which below will be orchestrated within our workflow. All the way at the bottom, we have our workflow. Our workflow, as we saw before, is called CI and includes all of the jobs that we just listed above. Each of these jobs are orchestrated using different requires keys, so we can see that the docs job requires the deploy job, and the snap job also requires the deploy job. It's likely that some of your jobs, particularly things like integration tests or deployments, will require sensitive keys or other secrets to run successfully. CircleCI contexts offer the ability to securely and efficiently manage sensitive environment variables like these by encrypting them and injecting them into the runtime when required by a specific job. You can set up contexts within your organization settings, choosing a context name, and adding any environment variables that you want to be available as part of this context. And that is a brief overview of CircleCI's platform. CircleCI is the most powerful and scalable continuous integration and deployment platform, which allows developers to ship quality code faster with more confidence. If you have additional questions about how CircleCI can help improve your software delivery pipeline, feel free to visit our website or reach out to us. Until then, happy building.
Visual experiences connect people all around the world through our favorite websites and apps. Let's explore how this world works. From Photoshoot, we can now quickly make updates, like changing backgrounds, hair color, and apparel color. The image is then instantly available on the website for users across the world. Want a closer look at that shoe? With 360-degree rotation technology, you can zoom in on all angles for a hands-on experience. The way we consume content has also changed. Real-time events are constantly at our fingertips. And now you can experience them perfectly for each screen. And the world is more connected with more personalized experiences. A couple can post a photo to a brand's website, and that experience can be transported from country to country. Digital technology is bringing us together, helping us all unleash the power of visual experiences. That's the power of Cloudinary.
I'm sure many of you watching along at home are not new to the world of GraphQL. But what if I told you that your GraphQL APIs could be supercharged thanks to some recent advances in technologies? Would that be interesting? If you answered yes, you're going to love this talk. If you answered no, you're going to love this talk because you're about to learn something completely new, which is why you're here after all. Taken to the stage next up for the 2021 CityJS conference is Jan from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. Jan is here today from Lumigo, where he is a developer advocate. In this session, Jan is going to be looking at the AppSync technology, which promises to make building your GraphQL APIs a breeze and, more importantly, super performant compared to their vanilla counterparts. That sounds amazing, doesn't it? If you have any questions about AppSync or GraphQL or anything connected to this talk, please do join us for the Q&A session immediately after this one finishes, where we will be putting your questions to Jan himself. Don't forget, post along on social media using the hashtag CityJS2021. We have really enjoyed reading all of your comments as they've been coming in today. Thank you very much if you've been posting along, and don't forget, keep your comments rolling in wherever you are watching at home. Jan, it is my honor to hand the stage over to you.
Hi, welcome to this talk on the AppSync and why your next serverless project should be using AppSync. So my name is Yan Cui. I'm one of the AWS Serverless Heroes, and I'm also a developer advocate at Lumigo, as well as an independent consultant that works with clients all around the world and help them adopt serverless successfully. So recently I gave a talk around how I helped a client of mine build a new social network in just a few weeks using serverless and AppSync. And it's one of the things that really made me fall in love with the AppSync and how productive it can be. And also it inspired me to build a new video course that teaches other people on how to make the most of AppSync and Lambda and DynamDB as well. So in this talk, I want to start by just going back to the basics and talk about what is GraphQL and how it differs from REST. So GraphQL basically contains two parts. As the name suggests, it's a query language for your APIs that lets you subscribe, or rather describe, what data you have and what you can do with the data. But it also needs a runtime that can take a query written in this query language and then fulfill the query with the data you have. So every GraphQL API has a schema that defines what query and the mutation operations it supports. Queries are for reading data and the mutations are for updating them. So a client will send a query or mutation to a GraphQL server, who will then validate the request against the schema and process the request. There are GraphQL server implementations for just about any language you want, but for this particular talk, we're going to focus on AppSync, which is a managed AWS service that fulfills the role of a GraphQL server. So the schema is the contract between the client and the server, and it's not just a piece of documentation that's generated from the server-side implementation, like many Swagger or OpenAPI specs. A GraphQL schema, it doesn't just document the operations a GraphQL API supports, it defines them and is binding. So when the client sends a request to the GraphQL server, the server will validate the request against the schema. So the client can't ask for data that don't exist in the schema, and the arguments that it sends has to be the right type, and so on. And then the GraphQL server is going to map each of these request type or field to a particular resolver who is responsible for fulfilling the request. And those resolvers can fetch data from different data sources, such as DynamDB, RDS, or Elasticsearch. And whereas with REST APIs, you make HTTP requests to a URL like this, where the path follows some hierarchical structure that leads you to the data you're looking for, and typically returns the data in JSON. In this example, I want the user's profile for user ID 1234, and the API takes the user ID from the path as my argument. And with GraphQL, there is only one entry point for all your requests, and the convention is to use the HTTP post and pass the request arguments as the body. Another important difference is that as part of my request, I have to specify what fields from the profile do I actually want in the response. And since I only asked for the first name and last name, those are the only fields that are going to be returned in the response. Now, the same works for nested fields and arrays as well. If I imagine, there's a friends array on my profile, and I can say for each of the friends, what fields do I want in the response? Let's walk through a real-world example. Perhaps it's going to help you crystallize things in your mind. Imagine you're building a social network app and for people to do sports together, and as part of the app, you have a profile screen where you have to show your name, your location, a profile image, and some background image as well. And the list of the sports that you do and how good you think you are at each sport. As you can see, I'm not very good at any of them. And then you also need to show a list of the activities that you've organized yourself and that other people can join, like a basketball match or jogging in the park. And for each of these activities, you want to show when and where it's happening and how many people are going to take part and so on. With the REST API, you probably start by getting this user's profile, right? But notice that the user endpoint returns a lot more information that we don't actually need to display in the UI. And this problem is known as overfetching, where we have to fetch data that we don't actually need, which wastes valuable bandwidth and the CPU cycles on both the client and the server. And worse yet, it doesn't return all the data we need for the UI. So we end up having to make even more requests to other endpoints to get the details of each sport, as well as to get the list of activities for this particular user. And that all adds additional round trip between the client and the server, and it's not always possible for you to do this in parallel, which is going to add delay to how quickly we can render the UI, and that's going to hurt the user experience. And this is known as the underfetching problem, or the N+1 requests problem, which is another source of inefficiency and waste in many applications. And to combat some of these problems, a common pattern that emerged was called BFFs, or backend for frontends, where the front-end team would create dedicated APIs for just the UI page they're working on, and this backend for frontends, or BFFs, would act as proxies to other APIs to reduce the number of round trips between the client and the server, and to give the front-end team more control over what data are returned, and to mitigate some of the impacts of overfetching and underfetching. But you do end up creating a lot of BFFs, which is a maintenance overhead, and you also end up doing a lot of duplicated work, potentially duplicating logic between different BFFs, as well as duplicating logic between the BFF and the backend APIs. For example, many of your pages need to fetch information about the user, and so the same fetch logic need to be implemented and defined in lots of different BFFs. And with GraphQL, there's essentially no need for you to write bespoke BFFs for every time you need to work on a new UI page, since the client has a lot more expressive power to ask for whatever data they need and only get the data they want. So to implement the same UI using GraphQL, I can ask for all the data I want and I need for this page in a single GraphQL request, where as an authenticated user, I ask for my profile and I specify that in the response, I want my ID, first name, last name, gender, and so on. And the GraphQL server will fetch this from a profiles table in DynamoDB. And for each of the sports, I need the display name field as well as the image URL. But wait, the list of sports in the profile only contains the ID for the sport, because we want to be able to change the display name and image URL for the sports. So we don't want to bake them into every user's profile. So we're going to need to get the display name and the image URL from the sports table, and kind of like a join in the relational databases, where we join by these two fields. And then we select the display name and the image URL. GraphQL kind of handles that for us and maps those fields for individual sports to a different resolver and fetch them from the sports table in DynamoDB. So we're good there. There's no need for the client to send two separate requests, saving us some additional round trips, which would have been necessary if we were doing this with REST. And for my activities, since I can have many activities, these are actually stored in a separate table altogether away from my profile. But each activity has a user ID, so I can find my activities by looking up my user ID. And we can associate this activities field on the profile type to another resolver, which will then fetch the activities from this activities table. And we can also further expand any of the nested objects in the request, for example, for the first name and the profile image of the other users who has asked to join my basketball match next week, which would then be coming from the profile table as well. And as you can see, this is all very flexible. The client can basically ask for any information they need in a single query, and it solves the problem of overfetching and underfetching, and the client can ask for just the data it needs, nothing more, nothing less. And the GraphQL schema itself is also a strongly typed contract between the client and the server, which also doubles as both request and response validation, because the client can't ask for data that is not exposed in the schema, nor can the server return any data that's not been defined in the schema either, making it much harder for attackers to try to steal information from your system. And it also solves one of the main pain points of using NoSQL databases like DynamoDB, where there are no joins, and you typically have to perform joins in your application code. Here, GraphQL and the AppSync kind of takes care of that for you as well. And with all things considered, GraphQL makes it much easier for you to build data-driven applications and enable front-end teams to really quickly iterate on the product and the user experience, and has become my default choice for building new applications. And I hope by the end of this particular talk, you feel the same way as well, especially given how easy it is to build scalable and performant GraphQL APIs with AppSync, which is a fully managed GraphQL service that lets you build scalable GraphQL APIs without running any servers. AppSync basically performs the job of the GraphQL server and is responsible for processing requests and mapping different parts of the request to different resolvers, which are then responsible for fetching data from different data sources. So out of the box, AppSync supports 5 data sources right now. Firstly, you can have AppSync resolver send HTTP requests to any HTTP endpoints, and it's a great way for you to put GraphQL in front of your existing REST APIs, so you can keep existing pages where they are talking to their own BFFs, as in backends for frontends, or maybe those pages would then go straight to the backend REST APIs. But when you start to work on a new page, you can use the new AppSync API instead, and over time you can gradually migrate those existing pages to use the AppSync API instead. And in time, you can also deprecate those existing BFFs, so everything will go through the AppSync API. At that point, you might also decide to simplify how you organize your backend APIs. If most of them are just doing basic CRUD operations against some DynamoDB tables, you might also decide that, well, the REST API layer isn't adding a lot of value. It'll be easier to just go straight from AppSync to the DynamoDB tables, especially if they're all owned by the same team and have to change in tandem with the AppSync API schema. And the DynamoDB is also one of the other supported data sources. And then there's also RDS, or Relational Database Services, from AWS. It's also worth noting that the AppSync integration right now only works with the data APIs for Aurora serverless databases in RDS, so not all RDS database types are supported. If you need to have the full text search, then AppSync can also integrate with Elasticsearch. That is the Amazon hosted the Elasticsearch service. You can map GraphQL operations straight to a Elasticsearch query, which is very useful if you need to build search features in your application. For anything else, you can always have a Lambda function where you can write custom logic and connect your AppSync API to any other service you want as well, be it other AWS services or other SaaS services such as Algolia, which I think is much nicer to use compared to Elasticsearch. You even need to build some kind of a search feature in your application. So AppSync itself is also very scalable. the GraphQL subscription implementation can support millions of connected clients, and your AppSync API is also deployed to multiple availability zones out of the box, which gives you a really great baseline for resilience as well. And you only pay for what you use at the $4 per million query or mutation operations. So even if AppSync has to run multiple resolvers for a single query operation, that still counts as one operation as far as your cost is concerned. Whereas with REST APIs and API Gateway, because of the under-fetching problem, the equivalent request might translate to several HTTP requests to API Gateway, which would easily end up being more expensive, even though on paper, API Gateway is cheaper than AppSync per million requests. And with GraphQL, every request goes through the same entry point, so you can't just cache everything by the URL. So no caching at the CloudFront level for that matter. Luckily for AppSync, it has built-in caching support, which charges you extra based on the size of the cache node you choose. Essentially, you're going to be paying for uptime for a memcached node. But the good news is that the cache node itself is fully managed. And you can either cache the entire request, or you can cache the result for a specific resolver. AppSync gives you a lot of room for mix and matching here. And a good caching strategy can make a world of difference for performance, scalability, as well as for cost. When you're running at even a moderate level of scale, this is going to be quite important, and it can help you save a lot of your cost by cutting out most of the requests that's going to your DynamoDB tables or Lambda functions or whatever backend databases you're using. So AppSync also has got built-in monitoring and logging support through CloudWatch metrics and the CloudWatch logs, and you can get high-level metrics like the number of API requests, error count, and latency, which is great. But unfortunately, all of these are aggregated at the API level, so you can't tell how well each resolver is performing, and where there's an error, which operation and which resolver is actually the problem. So to get more information about what's happening on a request, you can enable logging, and at least for the dev environments, you can set the field resolver log level to all, so you can get information about what's going on inside a resolver and how well each resolver is performing. So this way you can narrow down the problem to specific requests and the resolvers. But given how much logs the API AppSync is going to write to CloudWatch logs, this can also be a problem in production, which is why it's usually disabled in production by default. So what you can do instead is you can write some custom code to enable and disable this full logging in production, which is what I tend to do in my projects. And for debugging performance issues, you can also enable X-ray as well, which put a bit of light on what's going on under the hood and shows you where the time is taken on the request. And you can see that this single query has resulted in quite a few DynamoDB calls behind the scene. And you can see how long each of those requests is taking, and also which of these requests are made in parallel or sequentially. And X-ray also shows you a service map, so you can get a high-level view of which services your AppSync API is talking to and their overall health. The problem with X-ray is really that it's quite hard to find traces for specific GraphQL operations. So I don't find it to be particularly useful, then at least not as useful as it should be. And that's where tools like Lumigo comes in, which can really make your life much easier when you're working with AppSync and give you the ability to find transactions by the top level GraphQL operations that the client is making. So finally, AppSync gives me all of these capabilities, and I don't have to run any servers at all, so I can get a lot more done than I would do otherwise if I have to spend a lot of my time just looking after the infrastructure. But how does AppSync compare to API Gateway then, which I'm sure many of you are much more familiar with? I mean, we've seen some inherent advantages that GraphQL has over REST, but there are also a few things that AppSync does really well compared to API Gateway on top of all the benefits that you get with just using GraphQL. So we talked about caching, monitoring, and AppSync supports WebSockets through GraphQL subscriptions as well. and also interacts with or integrates with AWS WAF or Web Application Firewall, which lets you configure firewall rules for your API and has many built-in rules that you can just enable that can block suspicious IP addresses or requests that are missing some headers for authentication. And you can also just configure IP-based rate limiting rule as well, which can block some naive denial of service attacks. It's got direct integrations against a number of AWS services as well as HTTP resolver. You can actually, or you can use a Lambda resolver if you need to write custom code or execute more complex business logic. In terms of authentication, it supports Cognito, AWS IAM, API keys, and OpenID Connect for working with any OIDC compliant services. And the API Gateway, on the other hand, has got caching, monitoring, WebSockets, and direct integration with support with WAF as well. And it also has got direct integration with most AWS services. However, this often requires writing quite a bit of custom VTL code, which is not everyone's cup of tea, and it's also difficult to test as well. In most cases, you probably end up using Lambda proxy and implement the REST endpoint using Lambda functions. In terms of authentication, API Gateway supports all the different options that AppSync does, and there's some more. It supports a Lambda authorizer, so you can use it to implement custom authentication logic, and its API keys also support the rate limiting and the quotas as well through usage plans, which is very useful for SaaS applications where you often need to limit how many API requests an API client can make per month. So it supports custom domain names as well, which AppSync doesn't support right now, and you can create the private endpoints that are only accessible through your own VPC, which is something that AppSync is also missing. And you can also support resource policies, which, amongst other things, lets you implement allow or deny lists by IP, which is useful for business-to-business applications where more modern authentication options may not be available. And you can also lock down access to your API by known IP addresses as well, such as your private VPN. So in terms of the overall feature set, API Gateway has got a few more things in its locker, with quite a few useful features that AppSync doesn't have quite just yet. But there's a couple of things that AppSync does much better compared to API Gateway. For example, if you need to implement the group-based authentication where you need to model different access levels, for example, admins can do everything, but other users have only read-only access. With Cognito, you can create groups and put users in those groups, and you can also associate each group with an IAM role and the precedence value for selecting which group is applied for permissions if a user is in the multiple groups. However, when you use a Cognito authorizer with API Gateway, this whole IAM role and the precedence thing is just not applied automatically. So API Gateway only checks if the user belongs to the group, to the user pool. If it doesn't, then the request is rejected. It doesn't actually perform any checks against which groups or use the IAM roles associated with the groups in any way. So to implement group-based authentication, you have to do it yourself by first assigning IAM roles to each group to control which endpoint a user can access, and then make sure that you set the precedence value on the groups as well, so you can pick the most appropriate group if a user belongs to multiple groups. And then you have to write the Lambda authorizer. And that's right, to implement group-based authentication, you can't actually use Cognito as authorizer. You have to write custom authentication logic, and you need a Lambda authorizer for that. And the Lambda authorizer needs to validate the authentication token with Cognito and make sure the user actually belongs to the belongs to the user pool, and then set the user details so that get the user's details so you know which group the user belongs to, and then based on the precedence on those groups, you pick a group for this user and then generate the IAM policy based on the IAM role that's associated with that group. And if this sounds complicated, it's because it's hard work. In AppSync, group-based authentication with Cognito is built in. You just say in the GraphQL schema what groups can perform this action, and that's it. Done. It's pretty much effortless, and it's pretty self-explanatory as well. And then the requirement that often pops up is request and the response validation. API Gateway does support request validation. You need to specify the request schema for an endpoint, And if a request fails validation, then you don't pay for it, which is great. It's a good way for you to protect yourself against some naive attacks. But there's no response validation, even though you can specify a response model, but that model is only used for the purpose of generating API documentations. So to implement response validation, you have to do it in your own code, perhaps using something like MIDI, which is a middleware engine for Node.js applications, which is a language-specific solution, and there might not be an equivalent of MIDI in other languages. And response validation is often overlooked, but it's actually quite an important tool for preventing data leaks. For example, if we were just to read an object from DynamoDB and return everything, maybe there are data points that shouldn't be returned, like date of birth or address or credit card numbers. Or if an attacker has executed some kind of a SQL injection attack against us and tricked our API into returning everything we have in the database. And the security is as much about what your application should do as what it shouldn't do. And it's entirely possible to do a good job of request and response validation with API Gateway. But once again, it's hard work and something that you have to do, and it's easy to forget. And the good news for GraphQL and AppSync is that request and response validation is built into how GraphQL works. The client can't ask for data that's not on the schema, nor can server return any data that's not on the schema neither. And if there are data that should only be returned when I view my own profile, but not when other people see my profile, then I can simply define two separate types in my GraphQL schema, one for my profile, my private profile, and the one for my public profile, and make sure that any search and other operations that always return a public profile. And therefore, it will entirely eliminate the risk of accidentally returning a user's private information to anybody else. And let's also talk about WebSockets. Both AppSync and API Gateway support WebSockets, but the developer experience are quite different. API Gateway has had the WebSocket support since 2018, and the way it works is that when someone connects to your WebSocket API, you can use a Lambda function to handle the onConnect event. And if you want to use that connection later, say to send messages to that user, then you have to record the connection ID somewhere, maybe in a DynamoDB table. And if you're building, say, a chat application where you want to send push notification to everyone in the group whenever someone else in the group sends a message, then you need to map the connection IDs against this group ID. And equally, whenever a user disconnects from the socket, you have to have the Lambda function handle the onDisconnect event and update your records in DynamoDB accordingly. And when you need to send a message to the WebSocket connection, you have to first fetch it from a DynamoDB table where you've saved it before in the onConnect handler, and then you make a request to API Gateway's control plane to say, please send this message to this connection ID. So as you can see, this is all very low-level construct where you have to manage and store the connection IDs in order to send messages to those WebSocket connections. And there's no built-in support for broadcasts. So if you need to broadcast message to millions of connected users, then, well, you need to first get all the connection IDs from a database, then make like 1 million API calls to API Gateway because you can only send one message to one connection ID per request. So if you need broadcast, this is going to be super inefficient and it's not going to scale well as well. That being said, it's probably fine for simple use cases where you need to send messages to a small group of users at a time. For example, one-to-one private chat or even group chat where you have a limit on the size of the group, but it's fairly limited in terms of use cases. By comparison, WebSockets in the AppSync is a breeze to work with. It's all typed up with subscriptions which you can define in your GraphQL schema by defining a mutation operation in the top-level mutation type to capture the update that you want to push to your subscribers. Then you define the top-level subscription type and add the things that the client can subscribe to. In this case, I want the clients to be subscribed to, say, new posts that are being added to the system, so I can connect the subscription with the mutation. And when a client subscribes to this added post subscription, then every time I make an add post mutation, the result post object would then be sent to the subscription. and broadcast it to to all the subscribers who has subscribed to this subscription endpoint. So you can also add arguments to the subscription operation, so it allows the subscribers to choose what events to subscribe to. Rather than having to receive every single update, I can say, only send me updates for a particular event ID, or if a particular author has created a new post, and so on. So WebSockets in AppSync is much easier to work with compared to API Gateway, and the fact that it's also a high level construct and supports broadcast out of the box makes it really easy to build application features on top of when you don't have to deal with the underlying connections yourself. It can also scale to millions of connected clients, and so it's suitable for even the more demanding applications out there. And finally, you can actually just combine API Gateway with AppSync. It's one way to add support for, say, Lambda authorizers or usage plans, or even custom domain names to AppSync, which otherwise it doesn't support right now. But one thing to bear in mind is that at the time of recording, at least, AppSync subscriptions doesn't work if you proxy the subscription request through API Gateway. And going back to the example that I mentioned earlier, where the client project where I built a new backend for a new social network in a couple of weeks, after we went live for about a month, we had about 15,000 to 20,000 organic installed, and we were averaging around 200 to 250,000 API requests per day. And our AWS bills for those couple of months were around $60 per month, and most of that was on the AppSync caching. And considering that we were using about 5% of the cache capacity, so this whole $31.68 is going to be pretty flat, even as we scale our traffic by 10x. And it's going to save us tons of money on Lambda and DynamoDB costs. Besides what you see here, there's also another like $15 or so on the CloudWatch logs and X-Ray. And the latency for this application in general is pretty good as well. The P99 was stable around the 500 milliseconds during the day when everyone's using it. At night, it goes a bit wonky because the app is only used in Belgium. I can see that in the evenings, in the middle of the night, the P99 going up because that's mostly because of Lambda cold starts, because no one's really using it. So whenever someone tries to use it in the middle of the night for some reason, then you have a cold start, and so the latency spikes up. But overall, we are still we were really happy with the performance numbers that we were seeing. And this was actually a fairly complicated system with over 200 GraphQL resolvers and over 600 CloudFormation resources. And it actually serves a mobile app as well as a different CMS system. And despite the whole complexity and the fact that it was basically just me on the back end and setting up all the AWS organizations and AppSync APIs, the DynamoDB tables and everything, while I also work part-time because I had other projects at the same time, we still end up with a system that is easily scaled to our needs, and it was robust with multi-AZ redundancy for every layer of the application. It was performant, it was very cost efficient, but most importantly, it allowed us to really move quickly, even though there's a lot of constraints on the amount of engineering resources available. So what used to take teams of engineers to achieve over months can now be done by individuals over a matter of weeks. And that's because serverless technologies like AppSync and Lambda and DynamoDB gives you so much out of the box, so you can focus on only the things that matter to your customers, and it has drastically simplifies what it takes to bring your product ideas to the market. And I hope you've seen enough to give it a try on your next project as well. And if you need any help, you can always reach out to me at theburningmonk.com and see how we can work together. And also don't forget to check out my new AppSync course at the appsyncmasterclass.com. And with that, thank you everyone, and stay safe.
Jan, thank you very much for that amazing talk all about AppSync and serverless applications. Super exciting stuff. I do wonder if you've managed to convince our audience that they should indeed be using AppSync in their apps. If you're watching along, please let us know on Twitter if you're going to be adopting that in your application moving forward. For now though, please do give us an amazing round the world round of applause. Jan will be joining me on GatherTown any moment now for his Q&A session, so please do join us there if you have any burning questions about AppSync or serverless applications, GraphQL in general. We'd love to have your input into that session. Please do post along on Twitter and let us know what you thought of that talk using the hashtag CityJS2021, as well as post along on YouTube using the comments.
Funding Circle is the world's leading marketplace for business loans. We connect established businesses looking for finance with a range of investors who want to earn attractive returns by lending to them. Here's how it works. A business applies for a loan at Funding Circle, which takes as little as 10 minutes to complete online. Our experienced credit team assess their application and give all creditworthy businesses a risk band. Loans are funded by thousands of investors, big and small. There are many types of investors, including individuals, like you and me, local councils, the UK government, and a range of large financial organisations too. Borrowers pay off their loan by making a monthly repayment to Funding Circle with interest, which we distribute to the investors who lent to them. This is how investors earn their return. They can hold on to their loan part until they've been repaid, but if they want to access their money early, they can offer other investors the chance to buy them. Lending small amounts to lots of different businesses is the best way to manage risk, as some borrowers will be unable to repay their loans in full. By cutting out the costs and complexity of dealing with banks, investors can earn attractive returns, whilst businesses can access the finance they need to grow and prosper.
Hello world, my name is Mwinula Kingamkono and I'm the co-founder at Ellipsis Digital. Ellipsis Digital is a software development company based in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and we have an initiative under Ellipsis Digital which is called Developers Outreach Program. This program is designed to reach out to university students and offer them soft and hard skills that will help them prepare for the global job market. And we're very excited to be a part of CityJS community, and we're looking forward to learn a lot from other people as well. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Are you a developer that works with images or videos in your web app? Did you know there's a global community on Discord to network with other developers that shares knowledge and best practices when it comes to working with media? Come join us and chat. In our Discord, you can find interesting stuff such as developer events others are participating in, resources and tips, career advice, best practices, tools and plugins, paid opportunities, content sharing, or even hanging out and sharing your pet photos and talking about video games while getting to know other developers. We will be raffling out weekly prizes for being an active community member. Join the server by going to this URL. See you there!
Hands up if you really want to break up that front-end monolith that you are working with. I know I certainly do. And if you answered yes to that question, then you are in luck, my friends, because that is what your next session is all about. Taking to the stage, next up for the 2021 CityJS conference is Max from London in the UK. Max is the principal engineer at DAZN, and in recent years, they have converted their front-end monolith to be something a little bit more smaller, dubbed micro front ends. In this talk, he's going to be exploring exactly what a micro front end is, how they converted their monolith over, as well as the exciting release strategy that they have to make sure that they do not break their global video distribution platform. Exciting stuff. I'm sure this session is going to leave you with a lot of questions, but good news, we have our Q&A session straight after this talk, so join us on GatherTown for that one. If you're watching along at home, please do keep your social media posts rolling in using the hashtag CityJS2021, as well as keep those comments flowing wherever you are watching along at home. Max, it is my pleasure, privilege and honor to hand the stage over to you.
Hi everyone, and welcome to Micro Frontends, a migration story on the edge. My name is Max, I'm a principal engineer at DAZN. I was born in Italy and I grew up in Rome, and then I moved to London almost 5 years ago. You can find me on Twitter at _MaxGallo or on maxgallo.io. So today I want to talk with you about a story, and in this story we will have 4 different chapters. We will start with the context to understand what is the context in which everything else falls into. Then we're gonna see how the problem is shaped and which is a potential solution, and then we're gonna run an analysis on that potential solution. Let's start with the context. How many times have you heard the phrase, "Oh, if I was in his place, I would have took a completely different decision. If I were in that team, I would have made a completely different framework. I would have made a completely different choice." The reality is that the difference between you and that person, you and that team, is just context. Context is what makes you taking the decisions that you take. And that's why it's so important to understand in which context we are going to see the problem, the solution, and the analysis. DAZN is a live sports streaming company, and when you talk about live sport, you talk about user spikes. In our platform, many backend diagrams and graphs that we have will be like this. So there's almost no one on the platform, just a few people going around, up to when we have El Clasico, Real Madrid versus Barcelona, millions of users, boom. Our platform goes from few thousand users to millions of users in a matter of minutes. And that's the nature of our product, that's the nature of our company. So we always have to take into consideration scalability, no matter which solution we're gonna talk about. So scalability, very important for us. And then there is also company growth. I joined in 2017 when the DAZN engineering department was growing up, and we were like less than 10, and now we are more than 200 in 4 different locations, so is very different from when we started. So in all the following part of our story, we will see how company growth is something that we should have very clear. Company growth for me means autonomy. Why autonomy? If you are growing a lot, if you have a lot of new joiners, new people starting up, new people joining a team, it's very important that that team is as much autonomous as possible. If this new team that is formed just right now has to speak with other 5 teams to take any kind of decision, you're not gonna go that far. So it will actually affect your company growth. So autonomy, again, really important. And then we got live events. I grew up in Italy, and it was quite common that even if you weren't watching that specific football match, you were able to guess all the results just by hearing your neighbors screaming, booing, celebrating. So live sports is a weird beast. You have to be live or as close to live as possible because you don't want your phone pushing you a notification, giving you a push notification saying, oh, this is the results of the match, and you're still watching it and nothing happened. That's really, really frustrating. So the speed is absolutely important. So it does matter also to the front end, but also to the back end. In both cases, speed is something you want to take into consideration. And last but not least, back at the time, we had two front-end applications. So when we started working on DAZN 2.0 that you see on the right, we already have a DAZN 1.0, an already existing front-end application, which was up and running. DAZN 1.0 has been developed by a third-party company, and DAZN 2.0 has been developed internally within DAZN. So you have to imagine even the relationship, as much as you may have a very close relationship with these two companies, they are never going to be the same companies, but they always going to have some differences. So DAZN 1.0, it's out there, millions of users are already using it, and at the same time we have DAZN 2.0, which has been developed internally, and that represent the future of DAZN. So to recap, what is our context? So our context is made of user spikes, is made of company growth, is made of live events, but it's also made of two front-end applications and more importantly, two companies. Let's jump to the problem. What is exactly the problem that I'm talking with you about? So the problem is that we have one application which is up and running that is developed as a monolith. So we have a front-end monolithic application which we are calling 1.0, which is out there. Our users are using it and it's live. And then we have a DAZN 2.0, which is a front-end application which uses micro frontends, which we have been developing. Why do we have these lines like these? The first idea is that a monolith is something that includes everything. So all the functionalities are there, or the features are there. In the micro frontend world, with our approach, we basically split those monoliths into vertical driven, domain driven part of the application, and each of them represent a domain or a subdomain of your application. To give you an example, one part of the application is the authentication, the sign up, the forgot password flow. So all that related to funneling the user to the platform is one subdomain of the entire application. And that for us is one micro frontend. Another micro frontend could be the help pages where you can actually see the articles, try to troubleshoot the problems that you're having. Another micro frontend is the catalog micro frontend where you can browse all the content, and this goes on and on. The beauty of this is that you can have single team responsible for single micro frontends. But how is this reflected into our front-end infrastructure? We are using AWS, and this is what sometimes is referred as the Holy Trinity of AWS, because this is Route 53 for the DNS, CloudFront as cache, so CDN, and then we have S3. Our micro frontends are static HTML and JavaScript files inside S3. And one of the beauty that we immediately see, one of the nice thing about micro frontends is that we don't have to develop the whole frontend application. We just have to develop a single part of the app. We deploy it and we change just that bit. So if one team is autonomously ready to do some changes, that team is entitled to deploy its own micro frontend live. And you already start seeing how autonomy plays a great and important role here. So let's see what is the first challenge from monolith to micro frontends. We are using something that is called Strangler pattern. This is borrowed by the backend, where this is usually applied to microservices. The idea is that you have on the left hand side, you have your users, and on the right hand side, you have your new application, in this case our microfrontends, and the monolith, so Dazon 1.0. The Strangler pattern says that you can add another piece of the architecture called proxy that is able to proxy your request to your new system or to your old system. And you do that based on the URL. In the backend, in the microservices world, you do that on the API, which is still URL based. In the micro frontend world, we do that via URL. And the beauty of micro frontends is that one micro frontend could be ready to be used, and in that case we just change the proxy rules to proxy that specific URL to a micro frontend. If another one, like the one below, which is transparent, that is not ready, we're not going to redirect any traffic to that, and that URL will go to the monolith. So this is the first challenge that we are having and that we would like to some kind solve with this pattern. But this is not the only problem. We have a second challenge. So how do we avoid big bang releases? So the first approach, the Strangler pattern, will tell you, okay, once a functionality is ready, you can go to the proxy and say, proxy, this functionality ready. From now on, all the requests going to that URL should go to that place. The problem is that even by using that, you are still targeting a lot of customers, and especially if you are, if you work at a company or on a service that is at global scale, that could have quite a big impact. That's why we wanted also to leverage canary releases. Canary releases are another pattern which is quite common in the backend world, and here we are applying to the frontend as well. So again, left hand side we've got our users, right hand side monolith and micro frontends with 2.0. In the middle this time we got something called the router, and this router is able to route the traffic based on a specific percentage. So we can say 10% of the traffic can go to 2.0 because we are ready, but we don't want to throw everyone there just yet. And then 90% of the traffic is still going to 1.0. So this is all good, and this could help us mitigate some of the problems that we may encounter if we go 100% straight away into 2.0. So as a recap, we have two ways which are similar, but the bottom line is that between our users and our existing infrastructure, we want somehow to route people from 1.0 and 2.0. We saw two flavors, but we still haven't fully got the picture of how do we do that, and that is our problem. So the solution for our problem that we're looking for must have certain condition, must satisfy certain condition. The first one is auto-scaling. You remember from when we talk about the context that scaling is a huge problem in DAZN and on any live sports streaming company. So auto-scaling, it's something that it's really crucial for us. Not having to think about this problem is a good thing. Fast. Whatever solution we put in place for redirecting users cannot be justified by adding 2 seconds in each of our requests. It has to be fast. And then we've got front-end independent. If you remember, we had two companies building 2.0 and 1.0. So it's very important that if our solution is front-end independent, we can keep these two companies where they are. If our solution was front-end dependent, you would have to add some kind of meeting across these two companies, making sure that one thing is not affecting the other. So a lot of, let's say, over communication that we may want to avoid. And then we want to use the same URL. Why the same URL? Because when our users are hitting, let's say, www.dazn.com/home, we don't want them to notice that something did change, and also we don't want to affect them whatsoever. So all their URLs should still be fully working, 100% working. So same URL is a must-have. And also we want to use the strangle pattern to enable feature by feature our micro frontends versus our monolith, and also following the canary deployment best practice to reduce the amount of users that will go straight away to the new functionality. And this completes our problem section. So we saw the context, we saw what is the problem, what is the challenge that we are having. Now I want to talk about a solution. Is it the solution? We'll see. So Lambda@the-Edge are a specific product from AWS, which works in a very similar way to normal Lambda that you may be more familiar with. A Lambda is a piece of code, a function that runs inside AWS that AWS manages for you. This specific Lambda is able to run without any infrastructure. So you as a developer, you don't manage anything. AWS is taking care of that. It supports auto-scaling, so again, you don't have to worry if it's one Lambda that gets triggered or 1,000 Lambdas. And also you pay per use. So one Lambda costs X, 2 Lambdas will cost you twice the amount of one Lambda. So that's very good, but these are characteristics of a specific Lambda. What are Lambda@the-Edge? So Lambda@the-Edge are specific Lambda that instead of running in one place, they could potentially run in many edge locations around the world. In AWS, we have almost 200 edge locations which are scattered across the globe. And these edge locations are where the CDN, the Content Delivery Network, runs. So where CloudFront runs. So all these Lambdas are running inside CloudFront itself. So imagine some code not running in a normal server, but running on the CDN. So what exactly mean running on the CDN, running on CloudFront? If we take one request as an example that starts from here, from the left, this request goes to a first type of Lambda called viewer request, and then hit the cache itself. So this line, this dotted line, is where CloudFront caches its own object. If the item is not cached, it will go to another kind of Lambda called origin request, then to the origin, so where the content is, and then going back, it will go to origin response and viewer response, and then finally the response. So we have 4 types of Lambda@the-Edge that you can set up. Of course, if your request has a cached item on CloudFront, your request won't go into the origin, but will go like this. So viewer request, viewer response, and boom. The difference between a viewer request and origin request is very tied to your specific use case, and you have to decide when you create a Lambda if that Lambda should be a viewer request, an origin response, or a viewer response. That depends on your use case. But one of the beauty of Lambdas is that they have a very clear input and a very clear output. So input, Lambda that runs, and then you have an output. Which are the inputs and the outputs of these Lambda functions running on the edge? So the input and the output are some objects called CloudFront events. So imagine these as an input. We have JSON that contains some information about the request and also contains information about the origin. So the input says that I want to get an object called /home into an S3 called dazon.s3.amazonaws.com. Our Lambda@the-Edge is able to take that input and to change different fields inside that input. In this case, we are changing just the origin of the S3. Instead of being Dazon, this is dazon2.s3.aws.com. So you can start seeing how we can leverage this for our purposes. Basically, we said your specific /home URI you should not take that from dazon.s3.amazon.aws, but from dazon2, and we changed that code in the Lambda at the edge. A couple of challenges or things that I think you should be aware when you talk about Lambda at the edge. The first one is concurrent limit. So there is 1,000 concurrent execution as limit per region per account. You can actually ask and talk with AWS to increase that limit to 5,000, which should be a hard limit. And also, deployment time is quite important one. It used to be much longer than that, but nowadays in our pipeline, I would say that it will take roughly up to 10 minutes to deploy. So it's usually less than that, 6-7 minutes, but I would take up to 10 just to be safe. So we'll see how that plays quite an important role in something that we're gonna cover later on. But just take your time to understand that when you deploy, it's not immediately there. It will take some time, not that much. And then we've got metrics and alarm and Lambda logs. Both these three things actually, are spread across 11 AWS regions. Why is that? That's because it's dependent of where your request originated from. So imagine you got a request from Japan. That request will have its own metrics, its own alarms, and its own logs in the region which is closest to Japan. Could be Asia Pacific one, for example. AWS is working quite hard to create some kind of aggregations. There are already some kind of dashboard aggregation which are per CloudFront distribution, but you'll still have to do something manually, especially for the logs. AWS itself has its own suggestion on how to do logs aggregation to have all your logs in one place. So that was the last part of this solution. We saw how Lambda at the edge are very powerful, and we start to smell why they could be a solution. But is that a perfect solution? Does that tick all our boxes? We're gonna see that in the analysis, our last and final part. So one part that we didn't cover yet are costs. So this is Dazon Lambda that is running, serving quite a lot of users. You can see in this case is per request. This is from last year. We've got December, January, and February. Something in between 300 million and 400 million requests, 440 actually. The cost was somewhere between 500 and 750. I would say that this is cheap, also take into account that this runs for 2 milliseconds. But as a solution, as a whole solution, I would still consider this cheap. Of course, you will have to consider how long your Lambda runs for, but just take your time, do some maths. But overall, my suggestion is it's okay. You can do it. It's not that expensive. But let's have a look at all our requirements that we have for the solution. You can see how we put our Lambda at the edge here in the diagram, because this one represents exactly the point where we make the decision between going to 2.0 to the micro frontends or to the monolith. So first part, auto scaling. Yes, that's good. Lambda at the edge are completely managed by AWS, so you don't have to worry. There are some limitations, but for the volume that Dazon is handling, auto-scaling provided by AWS for Lambda at the edge is good enough. And also they are fast. You saw that from the previous slide that our average in, that was in Frankfurt, our average is 2 milliseconds. I'm quite happy if the solution for redirecting traffic only adds 2 milliseconds. And I didn't add any other piece of the infrastructure, so 2 milliseconds is exactly what we are adding. Then we got front-end independent. Again, very good. We saw that this one works with URLs and it changes which is the origin. Nothing to do with the front-end. So your front-end could be developed in React, in Vue.js, in something else. It doesn't matter, and that's the beauty of it. And then we've got same URL because this operates within CloudFront, so nothing changed from that point of view, and stronger pattern and canary deployment. We kind of saw that it is possible to have both of them, but we haven't seen how yet. So we're gonna see that in a moment. Canary deployment and strangled pattern. Which is the common thing between these two approaches? The common thing for me is that imagine there is a lambda at the edge containing the redirection logic, so something that is able to decide, okay, I should go to 1.0 to my to my monolith, or to 2.0 to my micro frontends. And then we have some rules. The rules could follow a percentage-based rules, so something more related to canary deployment, like Italy is ready 100%, Germany not there, let's keep it at 50, we will roll it out next week. And also the strangled pattern, which is more based on the specific functionality of the app. So is the authentication micro frontend ready? Yes. Okay, let's enable that. Let's go to micro frontends with the redirection. Is the catalog ready? Not yet. The team hasn't finished yet. Okay, let's keep it disabled for now. So these two rules are all going to affect our redirection logic, but the logic is one. Those are just two different rules. We're going to use canary deployment as an example, but it also applies to the strangled pattern in the same way. So one way of configuring this setup is to having your configuration inside the lambda. So the whole lambda is made of two parts, redirection logic and the redirection rules. That's all good. You just have to think about the fact that in order to change one configuration, you'll have to redeploy a new lambda. And you need to take into account how long does it take to deploy that lambda at the edge in all the edge location. Nowadays is less than 10 minutes, so it's probably doable for many use cases. But when we started a couple of years ago, it was up to half an hour. And if you want to have the flexibility of doing a quick rollback on the configuration, you cannot wait half an hour in live sports. Definitely you can't. So we actually adopted another way of doing this, and this was with an external configuration. So inside Lambda, we only have the redirection logic, and the external configuration, this configuration is stored somewhere else. Where is this somewhere else? This somewhere else is actually another CloudFront. Why another CloudFront? I mean, I do understand that is a static file, is a configuration, so no big deal. S3 is perfect, but why do we need another CloudFront? So you have to imagine that, first of all, CloudFront doesn't allow you to make requests to itself. So from Lambda, you cannot request something on the same CloudFront. And then another important thing to understand is where this function, this Lambda at the edge here, will run. Because imagine that S3 is a fantastic service, and sometimes we are tricked by the fact that S3 is everywhere. But S3 is available in one specific place, is one specific server somewhere in the world. Let's say that this S3 configuration is in Germany. If my Lambda is running from one of my Japanese customers, so it's running in the closest region, so in Japan, I will have this Lambda making a request from Japan to Germany and then going back just to read the configuration. That's a lot of latency that you're adding to your function, and that surely is not going to be in the 2 milliseconds that we saw on average that we have in the zone. So how did we did the trick? The trick, it's not a real trick, is to use another CloudFront. Why? Because we can cache this particular static file, in the closest CloudFront edge, which is, guess what, really close to where this other CloudFront is running. So the request, instead of going from Japan to the origin, to Germany, it will go to Japan and it will look to the same Japanese, actually to another CloudFront, but in the same Japanese edge, in the same region. And that will allow you to have this round trip in a very short time, up to 2 milliseconds that you saw. Those 2 milliseconds are comprehensive of an HTTP request done in the Lambda. The last bit to remember is that when you deal with redirections, and both when you apply the stronger pattern or when you use a canary release strategy, you have to give your user a consistent experience. So we have something called sticky sessions. Is a way to make sure that if a user is in one specific segment, let's say 10% of the population in Germany that is on 2.0 on the new micro frontends approach, we want the same user to have the same experience when it joins again, when it opens again the platform. And we do that with cookies, we do that using an origin request and an origin response, and bear in mind that you have to do that, otherwise every time the user opens your website or your application, they will see something different. So which are the takeaways that I want you to reason, that I want you to remember from this talk? So the first one is context, context, context. Everything that I described to you applies very well for DAZN needs, and it ticks every box of DAZN. Does that mean that it is a silver bullet that I will just go and apply Lambda at the edge everywhere? Of course not. So learn your context, learn your problems, and then apply something to your specific problems. Vertical microfrontends are a way to split the monolith. So going from a big monolith having all the functionality there to something that is more domain driven, that represents just a single part of your application, will help you not only developing on the front end, but also reasoning in the migration point of view, because you can migrate these vertical microfrontends one by one. Working on the CDN is now possible. It wasn't like this 5 years ago, 10 years ago, at least it wasn't that easy. And it's not about AWS only. Cloudflare workers are another perfect example of how that is simple and possible. And also this is not about routing a canary release, because that is just the beginning. You can do server-side rendering, search engine optimization, authentication, authorization, real-time image transformation. There is a lot that you can do. So we don't live in a client-server world anymore, in a client-server relationship, but we are in a client-server and CDN relationship, and you can leverage that. Thank you very much for listening. The slides are available at github.com, Max Gallo, Talk Microfrontends Migration. Feel free to reach out on Twitter @_Max Gallo. Thank you.
Max, what a fantastic talk. Thank you for giving that as part of this year's CityJS 2021 conference. Although I will say I am slightly disappointed that micro frontends didn't turn out to be teeny weeny little websites, but hey ho. It seems to work for DAZN, so I'm sure it'll be working for some people in the audience. If anybody watching along is going to be adopting micro frontends in their application architecture, why not let us know on Twitter using the hashtag CityJS2021. But first, before you run off and do that, you know what time it is. It's time for Max's Round the World round of applause. Fantastic stuff. Max's Q&A session will be starting on GatherTown any moment now, so head on over there if you have some burning questions about micro frontends and some questions about whether it will be right for your application or not, or just want to dive into the detail of how you can get started with this architecture. Let us know what you thought of that talk on Twitter using the hashtag CityJS2021, as well as commenting YouTube as you have been all day long.
When I interviewed here and I met some of the engineering team, I was really excited by the approach and the tech stack.
It's the opportunity to work with really cutting edge technology.
We actually get involved when the product people are coming up with new ideas. We come up with the initial designs and make sure it's going to work with all the rest of the system.
Within each team we have a lot of freedom over our technical roadmap and decisions we make.
We're really encouraged to make bold choices, to go out there and push technology to its limit.
you're building an app that does communication via WhatsApp, you may want to do more than just send text messages. Image messaging is a way to allow your users to capture more information than they might be able to send via text. The Vonage Messages API allows you to send images from anywhere. They can be static images stored on your own servers, or they can be uploaded by your users or taken via a webcam using native browser tools. Things on your node server don't look that much different than if you were sending a basic text message. You get your image all ready to go, and then you can use channel.send. You'll provide a WhatsApp client number to send to, the number you're sending from, and then your content. The type is going to be image, and then the image itself is going to be basically just the URL. You can get information about all these parameters in the Messages API docs. To see an overview of the whole workflow, you can go to the Vonage Developer Center, or you can just check the link below. And that's it. Upload an image, change one property, and you can send image messages with the Vonage Messages API.
Hi folks, it's great to see you here. My name's Nathaniel Akenwa, and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a platform for developers like yourselves to integrate telecommunications into the applications that you are building. It's so straightforward, I can send an SMS message in the time it takes me to finish this video. You can use Twilio to send and reply to messages via SMS or WhatsApp, integrate video calls into your websites, and even verify emails and phone numbers. There are so many ways to supercharge your apps using Twilio's APIs and helpful SDKs. So, back to our code. I have imported the Twilio library and I have my credentials stored as environment variables. Now I can easily send an SMS with just one more command. If you'd like to find out more or watch an interactive 5-minute demo, check out this link. I'll be hanging around throughout the rest of this event. And like we always say in Twilio, we can't wait to see what you build.
Amplify Data Store is an on-device storage engine that makes working with distributed cross-user data as simple as working with local-only data. You can use the Amplify CLI or Admin UI to configure your app backend in minutes. Now we'll show you how to create a database with real-time and offline functionality in the Admin UI without needing to learn database concepts. Model your data. Let's create the schema for a blog. We'd have a post with titles and content, and we'd have comments with text and an author. Connect to your app. You can then test your data locally without an AWS account in just a few commands and a few lines of code. This will work on iOS, web, and Android. For example, here's a React app I built on top of the data model that I just created. Deploy your app. You can then deploy in a few more clicks. You'll get access to the same power of AWS services as Netflix, Expedia, and Twitch without needing to be a cloud expert. Manage your app. After you deploy your app, you can add data directly in the Admin UI. There's even a Markdown preview tool. You can also give your team members access to the Admin UI to manage applications content and data via email. No AWS account needed.
Presenting data online is no easy task. In fact, presenting it anywhere is no easy task, especially if you want to make it engaging, interesting, and even a little bit innovative. There are plenty of libraries out there, but what if you want to take it to the next level? Well, you're going to love our next session if that's the case. Taken to the stage for the 2021 CityJS conference is Crystal from Montreal in Canada. Crystal is a senior front-end developer at Shopify, and in this talk, Crystal will be exploring how you can take your data visualizations to the next level. There are plenty of libraries out there which can get you started, but if you want to craft something which is truly amazing, you're going to need the tools to build something from scratch. Thankfully, Crystal is here to help. Don't forget to keep your questions to one side and join us for the Q&A session, which will be starting straight after this talk, as well as keep posting on social media using the hashtag CityJS2021 and keep those comments rolling in wherever you're watching along online. Crystal, it is my pleasure to invite you up to the conference stage.
Hi everyone, I'm Crystal and I've been working as a creative coder for about 12 years now. During this time, I've had the opportunity to do a little bit of everything from web and mobile application development to 3D modeling, games, and VR. I'm also part of the Insights team at Shopify, where we create awesome data visualization experiences together. Today, I'll walk you through some of the techniques that I've learned along the way so that you can create your own reusable and performant React experiences. But before we actually start talking about code, I always like to cover this topic because I think it's important. Motion is a message. If you think about it, in real life, things don't, just pop in your face. It would be really scary if they did. Instead, what happens in real life is that things move from one place to the other. Like this furry monster walking in real life from one side of the screen to the other. The thing about motion, though, is that when used wrong, you can actually make the experience worse. So let's have a look at one example. Like almost everyone, have been obsessing over COVID-19 data since the beginning of the pandemic. And because I live in Canada, I always come across this one from a Canadian newspaper. You will notice that when we switch from total to breakdown, the total yellow area slides down as the breakdown areas slide up. This makes it really hard for my brain to understand what the relationship between the layers of the breakdown and the total is. It should be clear that the breakdown represents some layers that sum up to form the total. But because everything is moving at the same time, it seems like both of the data sets are not related at all. So let's compare it with an alternative. Here, when switching between total to breakdown, only the breakdown layers slide up and down. The total stays there. This makes it easier to understand, but to be honest, this is a perfect example of when using fancy animations is not ideal. So let's have a look at one final alternative. Here, when switching between total and breakdown, we have a simple fade that reveals and hides the layers of data. This is great because it makes it obvious that these layers sum up to form the total. My brain does not have to follow some lines moving randomly around to try to understand what's going on. It's just there. There are, of course, lots of situations where motion can improve your understanding of what's going on. So let's have a look at another example. Here, we have a chart that compares the number of sales from this year with the same period of last year. We can choose which period we'd like to compare. This week, this month, or this quarter. Notice that when we are comparing this quarter to last year's quarter, the line is red because the total number of sales in that quarter was lower than last year's. But when we switch to this week, the line becomes green, as this week, compared to the same week last year, had more sales. The animation here helps us understand where things live in a timeline, because the data point, the range that we are choosing lives in a timeline, and zooming in and out of that period, the animation helps us understand what's going on. Another example. This chart shows the number of page views in the last 10 minutes. So we have 10 bars, one for each of the minutes. What is interesting here is that the bar for now keeps growing as it receives more data until the minute is complete. When the minute is complete, another bar appears and push all of the bars to the side to make way for itself, helping us understand what's going on. So that's enough talking. Let's dive into the code. But let's start with a really quick 2-minute SVG refresher. So SVGs work in a way that is pretty similar to HTML. We can work with an SVG by defining an SVG tag that contains a view box. That view box is kind of like a window for looking into the SVG world. And SVGs use a coordinate system, an X and Y coordinate system that goes from left to right and top to bottom. And the view box, those two first numbers there are the X and Y coordinates for the origin point, marked here with the red dots. And then we define a width and a height for the view box. Inside the SVG, you can define multiple tags for different shapes, like a polygon, for example, where you can pass in a sequence of points. Those points are X and Y coordinates for the vertices of the polygon, or rex tags that you can use to create rectangles. It works pretty similar to the view box by defining an X and Y origin point, and from there a width and a height for the rectangle. Or circles that work slightly different because the origin point is in the middle. So you pass in CX and CY to mark the center of the origin, and then a radius to define how big that circle should be. And finally, we have paths, which are by far the most powerful way of creating shapes in SVG, as you can use paths to create any of the other shapes that we talked about so far. That sequence of letters and numbers that you see there is basically a sequence of commands. So imagine that you're holding an imaginary pen on top of the SVG, and that sequence of numbers and letters is telling the pen to move to XY, then draw a curved line to XY, then a straight line to XY, etc. Thankfully, there are lots of programs that you can use to automatically generate the path sequence for you, like Inkscape, SketchUp, Illustrator, etc. And if you'd like to deeply understand how paths work, and I highly recommend you to do so, and we'll see an example of how that can be useful, I recommend you read this really nice article by Jacob Jenkov that you can find on this link, bit.ly/svgpath. The thing about these programs, though, is that they tend to generate code that is horribly messy. So you will want to run it through an optimizing tool to turn something like this into something like this. And for that, you can use the command line tool svgo or its website version svgomg. Now that we've covered the basics of how SVGs work, let's go through an example of dynamically modifying a path. Here we have an SVG path that represents a progress bar divided into steps. When a step is completed, a green line appears to fill how much of the total length of the path the completed steps represent. Doing this with a rectangle would be really simple. We would just need to change the width of the green bar to whatever percentage the completed steps were. But since we have that little curve in the end that connects to the flag, we can't actually use a rectangle for that. Instead, what we can do is access the path DOM element with the useRef hook, use the getTotalLength method on the path to get its length, use a little bit of CSS magic to combine stroke-array and stroke-offset to create a dashed path that only has one single dash with the length of the percentage of the completed steps compared to the total length of the path. This is nice and all, but this is what happens when you resize the screen. You can barely see the progress line there when we're looking in a small screen size like a mobile phone, for example. So that's not what we want. What we want is for the progress line to shrink horizontally but maintain the overall height of the SVG, so that this would work regardless of the screen size. For that, what we can do is analyze what that SVG path that was generated from Illustrator actually gives us. So remember that paths work like a sequence of commands to draw on the SVG space. So in this particular path, we have M, which stands for move to x0y76. And notice that this is an uppercase M, meaning that the coordinates are absolute. All of the other letters in the sequence are lowercase because they will always refer to the previous coordinate. In the second line, we have H, which stands for a horizontal line with 1100 pixels. And then we have C, S, and S, which are curve commands. And finally, a last L command for the straight line that connects to the flag. Now that we know what each command is doing, we also know that the part that we want to make dynamic is the horizontal line there. So instead of it being a fixed 1100 pixels, we want it to be the SVG width that will change according to the screen size minus 100, because the 100 pixels will be reserved for the flag and the little curve that connects to the flag. Lastly, we want to make sure that the view box of the SVG is also being updated to match the SVG width according to the screen size. Awesome. So let's have a look at a more complete example so that we can start plugging in Z3. Recently, we were exploring how to represent the customer's behavior data of people accessing Shopify stores. This was our initial draft. The idea is that we would have all of these particles moving around in buckets for people with active carts, checking out, or that already purchased something in the last 10 minutes. It would be super cool if we could see all of those particles swimming in there and jumping from one Petri dish to the next one as people went through the sales funnel. The problem was that we could not actually track what each individual was doing. Instead, the data that we could get for this component looked something like this. As you can see, we only have a number for each of the buckets. No way of knowing which of the little microbes jumped from one Petri dish to the next one. So maybe we could implement the animation of the microbe jumping to a bucket from a random direction when the number increases. This could work, but it could get really messy really quickly if we have hundreds or thousands of people accessing a website. I mean, this looks kind of cool, those 3 evil blobs floating around, but it doesn't actually help me understand how many people are at each step or how the flow is going. So this was not going to work. This was our second version, and I think it's much, much better because we have 3 circles with different sizes that are easy to compare, so we can quickly know if we have more people with active carts, for example, or people that already purchased something. We can make it work with our data as well. Let's say that the first time to receive the data, the total checkouts is 15. Then the next time we receive it, it's 17. We know for sure that the number of people in the checkout incremented by 2. So we can trigger an animation for 2 running dots going from the active carts bucket to the checking out bucket. And we can do the same thing if the number of purchases increases. So let's see how we can use SVG and Z3 to implement that chart with React. We talked a lot about SVGs, but the cool part is Z3. And even though Z3 is cool and all, and we've all seen all of those fantastic examples of what can be created with it, it can be difficult to know where to start. I mean, this is a screenshot of Z3's API reference from their GitHub docs. Look at the size of this thing. Z3 is a really complete tool, and it has all sorts of methods that you can use to treat data, bind it to the DOM, etc., etc. But since we're using React to do all of the DOM manipulation for us, we should define what we are not going to use from Z3. And that would be things like Z3 selections. This module works in a similar way to what you would expect from something like jQuery, by selecting DOM nodes directly and transforming them based on the dataset. We do not want to use this module, as we'll be letting React do what it does best. Take care of the virtual DOM in a performant way, and instead we'll use Z3 for what it does best. For being a toolbox to help us with math utility functions and layout calculations. So no Z3 selections. A perfect example of the kinds of things that we are going to use is Z3 scales. Scales are functions that map from an input domain to an output range. So if we look at an example of that in code, it would be something like this. We have an input array with some sample data. We can use Z3's extend function to extract the minimum and maximum values of that array, in this case 0 and 500. And we can then use the scale linear function to map those values to pixels so that we can render the elements representing the data in the screen. Z3 scales functions actually return a new function that we can call to convert values from our input array to pixels, in this case, or to the value that we're mapping. For example, to render the circles in the screen, we can use the function to get the CX position for each circle. So the first time that we pass in 0, we retrieve 0, and then we pass in 250, we get back 170, and then we pass in 500 and get back 330. So going back to the customer behavior chart, now that we know how scales work, we can explore how to change the size of the circle by using a Z3 scale. The first example that we saw was a linear scale, but using linear scales for calculating the radius of a circle is not the best because we humans, we tend to interpret the area of the circle to be the reflection of the value. So instead, we should use a scale square root so that the area reflects the value and not simply the radius. We can then use the radius scale to calculate the radius of each circle depending on the data. This is nice, but we are not animating the radius changes yet, so it doesn't look so smooth. Let's fix that by plugging in React Spring. We first import useSpring animated and config from the package. Then we set up an animation with the useSprings hook. It works kind of like this. The first argument is the number of springs or animations to create. The second argument is a list of objects describing each animation. It is here where we tell React Spring what properties it should watch for changes in order to animate. In this case, it's the radius property, where we're using the radius scale to get the value based on the data point. The config here is what defines the characteristics of the animation based on Spring physics. Things like mass, tension, friction, etc. Config.molasses is just one of the defaults from the package. If you'd like to read more about how Spring physics work, I highly recommend you read Josh Kumo's article, A Friendly Introduction to Spring Physics, that you can find on this link, bit.ly/springphysics. Once we have the radius springs prepared, we just have to render it. For that, we replace the circle tag with an animated.circle tag. And instead of calculating the radius directly, we get the radius from the radius springs. And finally, we can implement the running dots animation when we fetch new data. Similar to what we did with the radius, we'll implement the animation with the useSprings hook. To define the number of dots that should be rendered on the screen, we should be able to track the data changes. And for that, we can use a usePrevious hook, a custom usePrevious hook for that. Now that we have a way of keeping track of the value when it changes, we can observe changes in our data using a useEffect hook that has data as a dependency. Inside that hook, we'll check if the count has increased before doing anything else. We then calculate the increment size by comparing the current count with the previous count. This increment will be used to define how many running dots we should render on the screen. The animation happens quite fast though, so we can't really tell the difference once the number of running dots is too big. It's easy to count when there's like 1, 2, 5 running dots, but when it's a big increment, things like 100 or 200, you can't actually count them. So we can take advantage of that for a quick performance gain. Since we can't tell the difference, we can clamp the increment to never be more than maximum circles per bucket. Then we create an array of objects that we will use in the springs animation. By using the array method and passing in the increment size, we create an array of the length of our increment and fill it with objects that describe the animation. There's a lot happening there, so let's have a closer look. If you create an array by using an array method and passing it a number, it will create an array of empty cells that has the length that you provided. You can then use the fill method to fill it with whatever you want. So this could be nulls, it could be strings, or in our case, it could be objects. Each object will be the same. From CX, where we store the initial position of the running dots when the animation starts playing. In this case, it will start inside of the checking out bucket. Then a toCX, where we store the final position of the running dots in the animation. And in this case, it will be the dots inside of the purchased bucket. And lastly, a radius. But remember that we talked about not being able to notice a difference if there were the big increment or not. We needed another way to signal when the increment was big or small, so we decided to change the radius based on the increment size. And that's exactly what this method does. If the increment is big, return a big radius. If the increment is small, return a small radius. Finally, once we have our array of objects created, we can actually implement the animation with the use springs hook, similar to what we did before, but there are a couple of differences. The first thing to notice is that we are applying a delay to each of the dots based on its index. If we didn't do that, all of the dots would run at exactly the same time and they would be on top of each other, so we wouldn't be able to actually see them. We would only see one dot at a time. By applying that delay, we create a trail effect, like if one dot was following the previous one. Then, instead of simply animating a value every time that it changes, we are defining where the animation should start and end with the from and to objects. Each of the properties inside of the from and to objects will be animated. Here's how it looks in the end. A small radius for small increments. The radio bucket's radius also keeps changing as the number changes. And if we increase the increment size, the radius of the running dots is much, much bigger. Yeah. SVGs use what we call a retain mode API, meaning that we can always refer back to what is being rendered on the screen because we have access to all of those tags that live inside of the SVG. This makes it super straightforward to animate SVGs because we just have to update the properties inside of those tags. If you have to implement something that has a huge amount of animated elements though, you will start to notice that the more animated elements you add, the more to the DOM, the more the performance will drop. That's when we should use Canvas. The main difference between Canvas and SVGs is that Canvas uses what we call an immediate mode API. This means that there's no way of keeping track of what objects are currently on the screen, like we did with SVGs. Instead, it works like if we had a literal blank canvas and a paintbrush. You can give commands to the paintbrush so it draws on the canvas, but once it's there, you can't move the paint around. So you might be thinking, how on earth are we going to animate things then? And to answer that, I'll ask you to think of one of those paper flipbooks. I used to love creating them when I was a child. And animating HTML canvas is pretty much the same process. Since you can't actually move things around, you have to redraw each object in its new position at every frame. So going back to the customer behavior component, if we were to re-implement it with Canvas, we would use a animated.circle. We wouldn't use an animated.circle anymore. We would clear the whole canvas and then redraw each circle at the new position at every frame. Let's have a look at a simple example first. Suppose we wanted to have a circle moving from right to left on the screen. We could once again have a use spring hook to update the X position. We could even render the X position using animated.ziv. But the animated.ziv, the animated that we import from the library though, can also be used to create custom animated components. So in this case, we would have a canvas component that receives an X value as a prop and then redraw the canvas every time that the X value changes. So in the first lines there, we have a reference that we can use to access the canvas element, and then we can get the 2D context of that canvas by accessing canvasref.current. The context is what contains all of the methods that we'll be using to draw on the canvas. So we can save it to a CTX constant so it's easier to access it later on. After that, we have a use effect that keeps track of changes on the X value. And inside of that, a draw method that clears the whole canvas with the clearRect method that accepts an X and Y origin point and a width and height for how big that rectangle that is being cleared is. In this case, we want to clear the whole canvas, so X and Y is 0, and the width and height will be the same as the canvas. After that, we call context begin path to begin a path, which is pretty similar to SVG paths, but here we have more explicit names for the commands instead of just letters in a string. We then call context.arc to create a circle. You can use this method to draw circles or Pac-Man style arcs. So that's why it takes so many arguments. X and Y coordinates for the origin point, radius, start angle, and angle. and lastly, if it's anti-clockwise or not. Everything we did up to this point created an invisible path on the canvas. We then need to set a fill style with the color of the circle and then paint it with context.fill. Finally, we export the canvas as an animated canvas by using the animated method that we imported from React Spring. Once we have the animated canvas, we just need to import it to the parent component that has the useSpring hook and pass down the X value the same way that we would do for an animated.ziv. So we could do the same thing in the customer behavior by passing a radius spring and the order running dots that we created before to an animated customer behavior component, canvas component. The Canvas API is pretty verbose though, so let's make our lives easier by introducing a couple of utility functions. So a draw circle that, well, draws a circle in the X and Y coordinates that we give, a draw rect that we can use to draw rectangles on the screen, and a clear canvas that clears the whole canvas. With these utilities in place, we can go ahead and include an useEffect hook that gets called every time bucket radius or the running dots array changes. The order that these methods get called also matter. We first clear the whole canvas, then we draw each animated element in its new position, and finally we draw the static elements on top of everything. Because in this particular case, we want the line that connects each of the buckets and the little dots in the center of each bucket to be on top of everything else that is moving. What the draw animated elements does is map through each of the radius values of the bucket's radius array we got as a prop, and use the index to determine the X position of each circle. And the Y position for all of them is going to be the same. We can then use a create radial gradient method to create an empty radial gradient in the position of each circle, and then choose a color to fill it with, because the last bucket is green, but all of the others are gray. The add color stop method basically creates the color stops in the gradient. We can then draw each bucket with the draw circle method that we saw before. And lastly, we do the same for the running dots. Get each dot CX, fill, and radius, and then use the draw circle method to draw them on the screen. Lastly, note on accessibility. Even though animations are super cool and many times they do help us tell a story, it can also be a horrible experience for people that are sensitive to motion and can get dizzy by seeing things move around on the screen. Many operational systems allow users to turn on a reduced motion option to help with this dizziness. In our project, we have a use reduced motion hook that takes advantage of window.matchMedia to check if the user prefers reduced motion or not, and returns true or false accordingly. This plays really well with React Spring because it accepts an immediate prop that, when set to true, goes immediately to the last step of the animation instead of playing it. So basically by disabling the animation. All right, so thank you so much for following along today. If you have any doubts, please do reach out to me on Twitter. As I mentioned before, my username is Cristo Campioni. And we are hiring. So we will hire 2021 developers in 2021. If you'd like to come work with us, feel free to reach out to me directly or visit Shopify's career website.
Crystal, what a fantastic talk. Thank you very much for delivering that as part of this year's CityJS conference. You really were not kidding when you said you were bringing some next level data visualization to the CityJS conference stage. Fantastic stuff. I'm sure everybody watching along at home will be joining me in giving you a huge around the world round of applause. If you have any burning questions for Crystal off of the back of that talk and data visualizations using React Spring and D3 more generally, why not join us for the Q&A session, which will be starting over on GatherTown any moment. now, or post along on Twitter using the hashtag, yes, you guessed it, CityJS 2021, as well as keep those comments rolling in on YouTube.
Hello CityJS, we're Sama and Stefan from Contentful. And in case you haven't heard of Contentful, Contentful is an API-first content platform that you can use to power your Jamstack sites, your JavaScript apps, or literally anything that can make an HTTP request. And to show you how the whole thing works, I have Sama with me who will run us through her first Contentful project. Are you ready, Sama?
Thank you, Stefan. For my first Contentful project, I built a lightweight microblogging site powered by Contentful and vanilla front-end code. It's called Thing of the Day.xyz, and if you want to try out Contentful for yourself, you can head on over to the repo on GitHub, clone the code, create a Contentful space, install the Contentful CLI, and run a quick import command to set up the example content in your space. So now that's finished running, we can go over to our browser and we can have a look at our Contentful space, refresh the content tab, and you'll see that the example post has been imported for you. My HTTP local development server is running already, and I can press refresh on that, and you can see that the post has been imported there.
Wonderful. So what just happened is that Salma automated away her Contentful setup. But what you can also do is you can go in, set up the content structures that you need. It could be an author, a blog post, whatever you really need in your applications. And you can then start building things with your favorite technology. In case you want to learn more about Contentful, you can go to contentful.com/developers. You find our extensive documentation there, can find out where the community hangs out. And we're also doing a little bit of live streaming every week. So if that's your jam, you can swing by, and we are happy to have you. But we're also sponsors of CityJS, so you can swing by our booth, and we're doing a home office makeover raffle. So if in case you need for a new keyboard, a new microphone or something, come and say hi, and we're happy to talk to you about all things Contentful or web development. And that's it. Want to say goodbye, Sama?
See you later.
See you there.
Hello, my name is Tabitha Kavi from University of Nairobi, that is in Kenya. I have been serving as the Developer Students Club lead for University of Nairobi. What DSC stands for is Developer Students Club, which are basically university-based community groups for students who are interested in Google developer technologies. So the idea is that students come together in a peer-to-peer learning environment where we both get to learn, connect, and grow as developers. So what I really had to do as a lead was to organize events for my community, have speakers come over and speak about different technologies. Everything was fine and all smooth until the pandemic hit us, and everyone had to go home. And there's really been a challenge in organizing online events, because the turnout will not really be as good or as it would have been in the physical event. And people have internet issues, but don't have enough data to sustain an online webinar or something of the sort. So it's really been a challenge, but with new leadership right now, I'm looking forward to seeing online events and people doing workshops online. Yeah, we're just trying to adapt in this particular situation we are in. And I was really excited when I got the opportunity to actually get a ticket to attend the CityJS conference, which is coming up in a few days. Yeah, and not only did I get a ticket for myself, I also got a ticket for my community, which is a very exciting thing. Not exactly everyone in my community, but a few members of my community. That's a very generous thing, and I was really excited. I'm really grateful to the CityJS conference organizers. I'm really looking forward to the conference.
With AWS Amplify, creating innovative mobile and web apps has never been faster or easier. From development to deployment, AWS Amplify offers a variety of tools for building secure, scalable, full-stack applications powered by AWS. As a mobile or front-end web developer, you're looking for simple ways to develop and add features to your app, like authentication, data, or AI/ML. AWS Amplify's development framework enables the use cases you need, powered by AWS services. And Amplify works seamlessly with the tools you already use. You'll have the ability to automatically configure cloud backends with the Amplify CLI, connect your backend to your app with Amplify libraries, and accelerate development for common workflows such as sign-up and sign-in with Amplify UI components. All of this with AWS best practices for security, reliability, and availability built in. Now, deploy your web app with AWS Amplify Console, a fully managed hosting service that serves content from Amazon's content delivery network with hundreds of points of presence globally. Amplify Console has built-in workflows that accelerate development, Simply connect your application's code repository and changes are deployed automatically. Get to market faster with innovative apps that scale as your business grows. Learn more about AWS Amplify at aws.amazon.com/amplify.
Two-factor authentication, or 2FA for short, gets its name from the fact that two things are required to verify your identity. Something you know, like a password, and something you have, like the verification code from your mobile device or physical token. Firstly, start off with a login page that asks your user for a mobile phone number. Upon submission, the user will be asked to input a verification code sent to that mobile phone number via SMS. Once the user is verified, they can access the application. This tutorial will cover how to implement a verification token system with the Vonage Verify API and Express.js. The application will have 3 pages: an initial page that asks for a mobile phone number, a page where users provide the code sent to them, And finally, a page which they'll see if their code was correct and the verification successful. For a full written or video tutorial that will take you through the process from scratch, or if you'd like the link to the GitHub repository containing all the code, check the description.
When I interviewed here and I met some of the engineering team, I was really excited by the approach and the tech stack.
It's the opportunity to work with really cutting edge technology.
We actually get involved when the product people are coming up with new ideas. We come up with the initial designs and make sure it's going to work with all the rest of the system.
Within each team we have a lot of freedom over our technical roadmap and decisions we make.
We're really encouraged to make bold choices, to go out there and push technology to its limit.
I have some bad news, folks. Your conference experience will soon be drawing to a close. But wipe those tears from your eyes, because we have one more amazing speaker left for you to enjoy before we call time on this year's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and friends from beyond the binary, please allow me to introduce your final speaker of this year's conference. It is Nader from Seattle in the USA. Nader is a senior developer advocate with AWS, and in this talk, Nader is going to be exploring some of the strange, unusual, and interesting ways GraphQL has been used. We know of all the typical ways that we are using it, but there are a few surprising implementations out there. I'll leave Nader to fill you in. Please join us for the Q&A session after this talk, and as always, keep posting along on social media using the hashtag CityJS2021, as well as keep those comments rolling in wherever you are watching along online. Nader, It is my honour to hand the stage over to you for our final talk of the conference.
All right, so happy to be here. Thank you for the introduction. This is a live talk. So I'm coming at you right now from Mississippi. So it's a pleasure to be here. And I know that this is kind of the last talk of the conference. So if you're still hanging out, you might be a little tired. So hopefully you enjoy this talk and that you can enjoy your weekend. So let's go ahead and get started. My name is Nader Dabbit, and I'm going to be talking about turning the cloud inside out, creating a cloud programming interface with GraphQL. Like I mentioned, my name is Nader Dabbit. I'm currently working as a senior developer advocate at Amazon Web Services. I lead the developer advocacy team at the front-end web and mobile development team. I'm also an author, a teacher, and I've done a lot of open source as well. My most recent book is from O'Reilly Publications. It's called Full Stack Serverless, touches on some of the stuff I'm going to be going over in my talk